Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter unleashed magic's hidden war after the tournament. Here is short summary. After surviving the Triwizard Tournament, Harry uncovers a secret magical conflict centuries in the making, one where he's the key. With new allies, ancient powers, and dangerous foes, the real war begins. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harsh Vardhana, the master of the tribe of mystics, was worried because they had encountered a foe so strong that they could not kill him. They had never failed to kill any adversary, but this one could not be killed by him. It had been centuries since they had come across such an abomination of magic. The being who had called himself Voldemort reeked of the vilest form of soul magic, bore the gifts of serpents, and came of the magical land of Avalon. The primary duty of the mystics was to kill those who used magic for nefarious purposes, and this Voldemort was one of them. Having jeweled him for 2 hours, Harsh Vardhana had been able to subdue and capture him. During the subsequent interrogation under Veritaserum, he confessed to having made not just one of those abominations, but 5. Just one transgression against nature was enough to offend Mother Magic, and that vile being had made 5. Since he couldn't kill him, Harsh thought to put him in stasis and bury him in the base of a glacier where no one would ever find him. That way, the world would be spared a lot of anguish and pain. In fact, getting rid of the abomination would be fulfilling their duties. Harsh was of a mind to do that very thing, but his hands were tied. A visit from the seer Vera Mahir showed that Voldemort would not meet his fate by the hand of any mystic, but his destiny was intertwined with another, who was yet to be born. Harsh had personal encounters with situations where he had tried to change the path of the wheels of fate before. Attempting to do so had brought him nothing but pain. There were times when he had disregarded the advice from Vera Mahir and did what was prudent but without exception, that had come back to bite him in the backside later. No matter how much they wanted to deal with the threat of Voldemort themselves, they could not kill him, for he was fated to die at the hands of another. The mystics obliterated Voldemort and released him to wander in the wilderness of the Sahara Desert. They heard of him no more, until he turned up, years later, mutilated and vicious, offending Mother Magic, murdering wizards, witches and muggles. Some because they opposed his will, others just to amuse himself. Feeling partially responsible for the carnage that he was causing in the world, they decided that they had to take action before Voldemort doomed the entire wizarding world. They decided that if things did not turn for the better, then they would send a message to one of the most powerful modern wizards, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, about Voldemort and his perceived immortality. They were not ready to tempt the fates or try to alter the course of destiny, but they hoped Dumbledore would. They also hoped it would not be too late before Albus Dumbledore was able to stop him, at least for the time being. November 1980, Magical Britain. The war with Voldemort had pared wizarding Britain down to its bone. Countless people had died in the war, which had been going on for about a decade, and yet no end was in sight. Several families had become extinct in the war, and several more were standing on their last legs, threatening to topple over. The only reason that the end had not come was due to the intervention and courage of Albus Dumbledore and his vaunted Order of the Phoenix. If it were not for the Order and Dumbledore, the light would have fallen before Voldemort. Wizards and witches were dying every day, and Voldemort was gaining power. Dumbledore feared that it would not be long before Voldemort would make a move to besiege Hogwarts. Even the wards rumored to have been erected by Rowena Ravenclaw herself would not last long under the weight of sheer numbers from such an attack. Then what would happen to the children, the future of wizarding kind? Albus feared that the wizarding world stood on the edge of doom. A ray of hope arose in his heart when he heard a prophecy made by Sybil Trelawney which foretold that Voldemort's foe was about to be born, but that also meant that it would take years before he would be ready to take down Voldemort. Based on that prophecy, Albus had already sent the Potters and the Longbottoms into hiding, as their children most closely matched the promised one. Albus resolved to make it happen no matter the cost. December 1980. The house in Godric's Hollow was generally very quiet because the occupants lived in complete secrecy there. The cottage was owned by one Lord James Charles Potter, his wife Lily Potter, and their infant son, who was simply known as Harry. Today, the cottage was bursting with activities since they had visitors. Their visitors were their school friends who had a daughter born to them a few months before Harry. Both sets of parents were active in the war, members of the secret society named the Order of the Phoenix, which resisted Voldemort with all its might. Recently, their friend Marlene McKinnon had been murdered along with her entire family by the Death Eaters. Before that, they had also lost the Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon, who were their friends. There was a traitor in their midst and everyone worried for their lives. The Potters had no other living relative on James's side of the family, so there was some apprehension in his mind about what would happen to Harry if they were to perish, leaving him alone in the world. The Bones had been in law enforcement for generations, and Edgar feared for the lives of his family. He had a sister Amelia, but she was a senior Auror and it was possible that she could be killed in the war. He also wanted to secure the future of his daughter, Susan. To that end, both parents had met and decided to write up a marriage contract which provided that if either of the children ended up as an orphan, they would be taken in by the surviving pair and the two children will be wed on Harry's 18th birthday. James, are you sure about this? I mean, is it fair to our children that we take away their right to choose their partners, to take away their chance to love? What if they do not like each other? Asked the brown-haired man with blue eyes. Edgar, I wouldn't normally agree with this because I married for love and that was the best decision I ever made, but we are in the middle of a war. No one knows who will survive when this is all over. I have no family left and I will not let Harry be raised by Petunia or her husband. As far as Muggles go, they are the worst. If we do this and we die in the war, Harry will have a family who loves him, replied an exasperated James Potter. Let's hope we all survive this war so we can watch our children grow up, said Lily, but everyone knew the chances were very slim. July 1981. The Mystics decided that it was time for them to intervene before Tom Riddle could bring the ruin of wizard kind. One of their number was dispatched as an emissary to Dumbledore with the information about Voldemort and his Horcruxes. But before he made contact, little Harry Potter survived the killing curse. Instead of dying, little Harry was marked with a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his forehead where the curse had rebounded on its caster. Voldemort disappeared, his power broken, having marked Harry as the child of the prophecy. Although they knew that Voldemort was not dead and that he would return, the Mystics happily kept their peace. It was not their lot to worry about what the future would bring until it was their time for them to jump into things. They decided not to contact any party, for they were neutrals in the game until fate brought them to the board. Since Voldemort was gone and peace was reigning, they decided to leave things to happen at their own pace. Maybe Harry Potter would find his destiny without their help. November 1981, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office in his rather large armchair, his fingertips touching, looking over his half-moon spectacles at the young man sitting on the other side of the desk. The man who sat before him wept as his shoulders shook. He had turned traitor to Voldemort so Dumbledore could save the Potters from the Dark Lord. Dumbledore had done everything in his power, but things will always happen as they are meant to be. Severus Snape had made some bad decisions in his life and Dumbledore knew he would be haunted by the consequences. He also knew that one day he would need Snape to protect Harry Potter because Tom Riddle was not finished and will return one day. What they could do before that was to train Harry Potter and make him the best wizard he could be. Severus raised his head and said in a hoarse whisper, "What will become of the Potter child, Dumbledore? The Dark Lord will return and he will be in mortal peril. How will we keep him safe? Severus, we have hidden him in the Muggle world, with his aunt behind the blood wards. He will be safe there as long as he can call it home or until he comes of age. I hope that Mr. Potter will find love there and have a happy life," Dumbledore replied. "They are his only living relatives. It is the best that we can do." 1991, Hogwarts. Ron Weasley was Harry's best and first friend. Who would have believed that before he came to Hogwarts, the famous Harry Potter had no idea who he was to the wizarding world and that his cousin, Dudley, had seen to it that nobody would be Harry's friend. Ever since that day on the train, when people realized who Harry was, there were gawkers, groupies and, believe it or not, people who wished Harry harm. Ron kept them all away. Of course, there was Hermione Granger. She was buck-toothed, bushy-haired, bossy and annoying. But, being Muggle-born, she was no groupie, and being the smartest person in their year, she was also handy with the homework, so Ron didn't drive her away. With a careful combination of maneuvers and tactless remarks, Ron managed to keep most of the groupies and gawkers away. Even Neville Longbottom, with his story about being Harry's god brother, could not get close to him because Harry was happy being friends with only the two of them and did not even try to extend a hand of friendship towards others. Thankfully, Neville took the hint and did not press the matter. The 5 boys in the Gryffindor dorm may be roommates, but only Ron really basked in the reflected glory that came from being Harry's bestie. February 1994. Madam Bones, there is something that needs to be brought to your attention, said the Goblin account manager of the House of Bones. What is it? Asked Amelia. She and Susan were visiting the Bones account manager at Gringotts. It was Susan's birthday, and having reached 14 years of age, she had been summoned to the bank by the goblins to discuss some issues with her. Lord Edward Bones, when he was alive, entered into a marriage contract on behalf of his daughter, Susan Amelia Bones. The contract was made with James Charles Potter, who signed the contract on behalf of his son, Harry James Potter. One of the conditions of the contract stipulate that if, for some reason, the parties of the contract do not know about the contract, then they shall be informed about the same by their account managers. Why was I not informed about this earlier? The original copy of the contract with us expressly stated that we were to inform the parties only if they had no prior knowledge of the contract. From what I understand, the office of the attorneys they used for writing the contract was burned down during the war, and their copies may have perished in the fire. You are being informed now because the contract will have to be executed when Harry Potter turns 18. As you can see, there isn't much time to introduce them to each other if you want them to be happy in life. Has Harry Potter been informed? I am not the manager of the House of Potter, he said, but I believe he will be informed about the same by his account manager when it is time for him. There have been a few problems on that front because the last Potter manager has been dead for years now. There is no one left to perform this duty. That evening, Susan confronted her aunt. What do you suggest we should do, Auntie? There is nothing to be done, Susie. The contract is ironclad and no loophole was left in it for you or him. It may seem like a burden, but we can't do anything to change it. You can only try to make it work in your favor so things would end up nicely between you and him. I don't even know him properly, Susan said. What do I tell him? I think you should try to become his friend first. After you have been friends with him for a while, break it to him gently if he doesn't know about it. It would come as a shock to him, but there is no other way. I remember I have heard you talk about him before. Do you like him? The blush on Susan's face was enough to answer her questions. Susan tried to get close to him in the following term of school and the next year, but she was snubbed by Ronald Weasley at first, and then her house started hating him for cheating them out of their one chance at glory. She fought with her classmates about it, often to the extent that others feared she would hex them. The reason for her behavior was not apparent to anyone except Hannah Abbott, who was her best friend since they were children. Hannah's mother had practically raised her as her second daughter following the death of Edgar and Ellie Bones. November 1994. Harsh Varden bowed before the ancient wizard, who looked too old to be alive. You had sent for me, master. Yes, I did, said the old wizard. Yesterday I was gazing in the stream of time and I saw something strange which merits our attention. What is it, master? I was looking in the future and I saw two realities, a fractured future if you will. I am too old to ask this, but is it even possible? As you know, I take a special interest in the life of Harry Potter ever since we faced that abomination. From what the future was at that time, I knew that we could not interrupt and were not to be bothered by it in the least. But recently something had changed and I saw two futures. In one future, we do not intervene and Harry Potter will face harrowing trials in his quest to defeat Voldemort, where he will eventually become powerful enough to defeat him, but before he gets there, everyone he loves will die. The boy will remain standing alone without any love or warmth, and it is entirely possible that he would stumble on the path of the abomination. The other path is that we intervene in his life, take him under our protection, teach the things that are needed to be taught, and he will emerge as a favorite son of Mother Magic. But would it be wise, master? I am not the one who has to answer this. You are our leader and it is your decision to make. All the mystics, including me, will follow your lead. I will go to Hogwarts, meet the boy and see if he is truly a favored child of Mother Magic. I don't want another Abaddon to emerge. January 1995, Hogwarts. Dumbledore was sitting in his office behind his desk, immersed in paperwork, looking for the funds to keep the school running. The Board of Governors shouldered the burden with ministry funding, but that had dwindled in the former years. There had been a sharp decline in all funding from the ministry, which had him worried, so he had tried to find his own ways to increase the funding. Being the headmaster of Hogwarts, he just couldn't go ask donations from people, but there must be something that he could do. As he thought on, he felt the ward's flare telling him of an unauthorized apparition in the castle. But as young Miss Granger so often reminded her friends, it was not possible to apparate anywhere in the school grounds. The wards do not allow any apparition anywhere on the grounds of the school to prevent unauthorized access to the school. This had also helped prevent a lot of attacks on the school directly by Voldemort's forces in the war, because the war wards which he had raised were able to deter any enemy from trying their luck at besieging Hogwarts. If the person had just walked into the school like anyone else, the wards wouldn't even have registered the event. Whoever did this was doing this to make a statement about their style and power. Another curious thing had been that the anti-apparition wards which prevented anyone from directly appearing on the grounds had not been broken. In fact, the intruder hadn't even touched them but simply bypassed them as if they were no concern to him. They cared not that Dumbledore knew they were coming. Albus drew the Elder Wand and with a quick tap the headmaster's map, similar to the Marauder's map but a bit more sophisticated, showed that the intruder was in front of the gargoyle guarding the entry to the moving spiral stairs to his office and giving the correct password. The special thing about the Marauder's map and the headmaster's map was that it showed everyone's position in the castle along with their names on the parchment. However, to Dumbledore's astonishment, the bubble which should have shown the name of the intruder was vacant, as if the person didn't even exist. This was promising to be an interesting situation for Dumbledore. Albus was getting tired of paperwork anyway. Friend or foe, this visitor was a welcome diversion. As the gargoyle admitted the visitor, Albus flicked his wand and cleared away the paperwork and the map. While the moving spiral stairs sprang into motion, another flick of the wand conjured one of Albus's favorite poofy chintz chairs. While the stairs carried the visitor upward, a more complicated flourish of the wand conjured 2 tumblers and a bottle of Madame Rosmerta's finest, oak-matured mead. Then for a finishing touch, one more wave of the wand opened the office door just as the visitor raised his hand to use the knocker. The man was a complete stranger to Dumbledore, but magical power, strength and vitality vibrated from every inch of his 6-foot frame. He was deeply tanned with dark brown eyes and his black hair in a braid that went right down his back. He held a rather unusual-looking wand out with his well-muscled right arm. The man cleared the threshold in one step while giving a curious look to the office and taking it all in within the blink of an eye. He looked the part of a canine, alert and ready to pounce at the smallest hint of trouble. It was not lost on Dumbledore that even with the Elder Wand, this man may be more than his match. The man watched the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand that was pointing at him, but that did not bother him in the slightest. It was as if he was not afraid of anything or anyone. This thought offended Dumbledore a little. Dumbledore reflected that he had only encountered such power 3 times in his entire 130 years. One was his old friend Gellert Grindelwald. Another was Tom Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. And the third being this stranger. But, try as he might, Albus was sure that he had never met nor heard of this man before. A closer inspection of the stranger's wand showed that it was both thicker and longer than most. It was made of a wood not familiar to Albus and covered with runes in a language that was not one of the 7 taught at Hogwarts. The man made his way to the freshly conjured chair and sitting, made himself comfortable. Albus decided that confronting the man and fighting him at once would not be a wise course of action, and that maybe he could talk it out with the man first to find out about his intentions before he decided if the stranger was a threat or not. "May I offer you some of Madame Rosmerta's finest?" asked Dumbledore as he began to pour. "I will decline, hopefully without offense, young Albus," the stranger purred, in a deep melodic voice, as he produced a flask from within his robes and took a swig from it. "You have the advantage of me, sir," said Albus. "You know me very intimately, yet I am sure I have never met you before." Who are you? And how did you come to be here anyway? Trouble not yourself with such trifles, young holder of the elder wand. I have come for a purpose which will be beneficial to everyone at the end. My actions do not have any malice but the greater good at heart. As to how I could enter this place, I may enter and leave Nurmengard at will. And this, he said gesturing to the grounds and castle, this is only a school. The wards which surround this place are ancient, strong and formidable, but they weren't made to stop people like me. Well, thought Albus, if this man could waltz in and out of the most heavily guarded place on earth, certainly Hogwarts did not present much of a challenge. Albus was also taken aback by the stranger's presumptuous manners and his identification of the Elder Wand. There were very few who even believed in its existence and a small handful that could identify it on sight, the only two in all of Britain being Garrick Ollivander and himself. For most of the world, the Elder Wand was nothing more than a fable, a bedside tale to be taught to their children, but for those who knew, it was a weapon of mass destruction. The history of the wand was filled with blood and carnage through all its existence. Dumbledore said in his most carefree tone, "So, you know this wand and yet you behave as if it were any other wand." Then, Dumbledore, thinking that he may gain some clue to this stranger's identity, inquired, "May I inquire the composition of your own wand?" "This, my boy," the stranger said, gesturing to his own wand, "has a core of Ganda Baranda feather and is carved from the seasoned wood of the sacred Amalthus. It is 15 inches in length and the runes are in Brahmi script. It serves me well." Wands like that, Dumbledore thought, are not common and, certainly are not made in Britain. Perhaps a test of this man's skill and intention is in order. Albus had been an accomplished duelist in his days of yore and prided himself on the fact that he was the fastest wand in the world at the time. Recalling those days, quick as a lightning strike but subtler than the faintest twitch, Dumbledore tried a disarming spell while the visitor appeared to be distracted, focused on his own wand. Dumbledore was confident that the stranger was about to lose his wand, but shattering his expectation, the stranger casually batted the spell aside, leaving Albus flustered. "Albus, this is old trick. I never fell for it. Now, be a good boy and behave," he cooed. June 1995, Little Hangleton Graveyard. The third task of the tournament had proved to be a disaster for Harry Potter. In fact, the entire tournament was a disaster for him. He had been dreading something untoward happening since the tournament started, and now his fears had come true. He had faced so many monsters in the maze, got injured, bitten, and was bleeding from the fresh wound in his arm, and the spider venom in the wound on his leg was working its way through his system when he and Cedric Diggory had taken the cup together. It turned out that the cup was a portkey which carried him and Cedric to the graveyard. They hardly had time to get their bearings before Wormtail murdered Cedric right in front of Harry's eyes, simply for being there. Then used Harry's blood to bring Voldemort back to life. When the Death Eaters had assembled, the resurrected Voldemort had ordered Wormtail to return Harry's wand to him, and they dueled. Things did not all go the Dark Lord's way, however. Harry resisted the imperious curse. Then he darted through a gap in the circle to hide in the darkness between the tombstones. With all that he had endured and the prospect of being with his own loving mother and father again, Harry thought that maybe dying would not be so bad. Harry had time to think about how he had suffered at the hands of the Dursleys. Even a house elf would have been appalled with such treatment. Dumbledore had left him there for 10 years without even bothering to check on him. He thought about how his best friend, Ron, had turned against him when he thought that Harry had put his own name in for the Triwizard Tournament without bothering to tell Ron how he did it. He felt ashamed that he had not bothered to contact Remus during his 4th year at Hogwarts. Leaving all the pain and suffering and shame behind would be a relief. "Come out, Harry Potter," Voldemort taunted him as Harry hid behind a tombstone collecting his thoughts. "You are insulting the memory of your parents, Harry," Voldemort taunted him again. "They died bravely to save you from me. Are you not their child? Death will find you, Harry. You will die, by my hand." Harry's blood boiled and he was about to step out and face him head on. If death was certain, then he was going to die bravely. Dying would, in fact, be more welcome than living with the Dursleys who never loved him. He had no family left except his godfather, Sirius Black. Sirius had been absent for most of his life due to being incarcerated in Azkaban, but he loved Harry so much that he broke out of Azkaban to protect his godson. He had risked everything to come to the aid of his godson, had endured 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit, had become a fugitive and lived in caves feeding on rats to be there when Harry needed him. His thoughts also wandered to best friends, Ron and Hermione, who they had been there for him through all those unbelievable adventures, and how lost and devastated they would be without him. He felt a feeling of shame thinking how his own mother and father had died that he might live. Thinking of dying to take the easy route out was a coward's way, and he won't shame the sacrifice of his parents. He mentally screamed, "No. I will not die here. Not today. I will die only after having killed Voldemort." Harry stepped out and faced Voldemort, who said tauntingly, "The hero comes out to face me. So be it, Harry Potter. Avada Kedavra." In the same instant, Harry brought his wand to bear and incanted, Expelliarmus. It seemed a laughable thing to have cast the disarming charm against the killing curse, and a few Death Eaters did laugh at him, but the laughter ended abruptly when they saw the two spells collide. Threads of golden light emerged from the point where the spells collided and formed a dome around the two combatants, raising them a few inches off the ground. A battle of wills ensued, and at first Voldemort was winning, sending the knot towards Harry's wand, which was vibrating, but the power of the twin cores and Harry's own unsullied soul forced Voldemort's wand to give up the shades of his more recent murder victims. Shadows started to crawl out of Voldemort's wand. Shades of people that Harry knew had died. First it was Cedric Diggory, then an old man carrying a walking stick, followed by a woman, which took Harry's breath away when he realized it was his mother. At last came his father, James Potter, who looked so much like Harry that it hurt. The shades asked him to end the connection and make a run for it. The cup would work as a portkey and take him back to Hogwarts. With a deliberate effort of will, Harry lifted his wand with both hands. Once the contact of the wands was broken, the shades distracted Voldemort so that Harry could escape. The last request that Cedric's shade made was for Harry to take his body back to his parents. A request that Harry felt honor-bound to carry out. In the darkness and the confusion, Harry took his best guess as to where Cedric's body and the Tri-Wizard Cup lay and ran for it. As he dodged curses and hexes, weaving his way through the grave markers, a stray killing curse blasted his wand to dust. The destruction of his wand felt like losing his right arm. The holly and phoenix feather had protected him and been a part of him. He felt his heart break with the loss. As he dodged yet another crimson curse, he bowled over a short, pudgy Death Eater who yelped as they hit the ground in a tangle of limbs and robes. Harry recognized the traitor Wormtail and interrupted the Inkar. Quote. Gak. By kneeing Wormtail hard in the groin and claiming the wand as it fell from the silver hand. In the moment that it took Voldemort and his Death Eaters to realize where Harry had gone and re-aim their wands, with a strong possibility of hitting Wormtail, Harry did not hesitate, nor did he even consider trying to get to his feet. In one swift motion he used the pilfered wand to stun Wormtail, summoned Cedric's body and summoned the Triwizard Cup, Stupefy. Accio. Accio. In the very same moment that the cup touched Harry's outstretched hand and he began to feel the familiar tug behind his navel, there was a rushing roar accompanied by the flash of green light, and Harry knew no more. Hogwarts. Sirius, in his dog form, was in the vegetable patch in Hagrid's garden waiting for the third task to complete. Once this wretched tournament was over, he would be relieved and could go to faraway places and recuperate. The entire tournament was too taxing on his nerves, and the constant worry about the safety of his godson gnawed at him. It had been almost an hour since the task started when he fancied something had gone wrong. The people gathered in the stands were starting to fret, and Sirius felt uneasy sitting in the vegetable patch. Cautiously he started walking towards the stadium where the maze had been raised. Softly he padded up to the stands where Ron and Hermione were sitting. The duo understood why he had come into the stadium risking everything. Ron saw him coming and scratched behind his ears, whispering, "Krum and Fleur Delacour were sent out of the maze about an hour ago. They are saying that Krum was imperious. Harry and Cedric haven't returned yet, but some people are saying that the cup was lifted. Dumbledore and some others are trying to find out what happened." As Ron talked, 3 bodies and the cup landed with a heavy thud and a clatter in front of the judge's podium. The band began to play an anthem and the crowd went wild as they supposed that the winner of the Tri-Wizard tournament had emerged from the maze. The euphoria was even more palpable because the audience knew that Hogwarts had won the Triwizard Tournament. Both of their champions had seized it for them. They had won eternal glory. There was a brilliant display of fireworks in the sky and the band played louder. It was promising to be the party of a lifetime for everyone present. The crowd waited for the winners to stand and accept their congratulations. But the band stumbled to a halt as the cheers turned to screams of shock and dismay when they realized that none of the bodies were moving. Now that they thought about it, there shouldn't have been 3 bodies which returned but 2. And the third didn't even look like a student. 2 of the people lying in the field were Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory, but who was this third one, the short pudgy one with the silver hand? None of the students except 2 in the crowd knew him. A few people, mostly teachers, who recognized him at that distance, were shocked. Peter Pettigrew was supposed to have died over 13 years ago at the hands of Sirius Black. How could he be alive after 13 years? Minister Fudge, who was present tonight as the chief guest, was also perplexed. This part of the tournament was new to him. Memories of last year came to his mind when Harry Potter and 2 of his friends had claimed that Peter Pettigrew was alive. He turned pale as a ghost thinking about the implications and stood rooted in his spot while Albus Dumbledore ran to the aid of the fallen champions with Madame Pomfrey following after him. Padfoot recognized Wormtail and realized that something terrible had happened. For a moment, he even thought that his godson was killed by the rat. Blood rushed into his head and he charged over to tear Peter limb from limb. He didn't care about the consequences at that moment because he wanted to punish the rat for his betrayal and the murder of his godson. But before Padfoot could reach him, Alistair Moody, who was standing near the 3 fallen men, fired a dark cutting curse at the onrushing dog. The dog did not swerve out of the way and the curse surely would have ended his life but for another yellow-colored hex which was followed with a bludgeoning hex at Alistair, knocking him out and finishing with the body bind curse at the hands of the trainee healer. Fudge, his face purple, finally found his voice and bellowed, "Albus, what is happening? Who is this man? Is this some kind of sick joke? I will not tolerate such shenanigans. This is no joke, Cornelius, we will know more in a minute. For now, I believe we need to interrogate this man who lies before us on the ground before the dog can kill him." Saying this, Dumbledore raised his wand and stunned the dog. Then he bound Wormtail with an anti-animagus jinx and beckoned Severus to watch him. Severus Snape had been feeling a persistent itching on his arm for the last hour. It was not normal because he felt the itch right over where the dark mark used to be. He could feel the magic flowing from that mark again. As he walked towards Pettigrew, thinking about what may have happened, his eyes fell on the dark magic masquerading as a hand attached to Wormtail's wrist and he recognized it for what it was. "Albus," he whispered, "I recognize this magic. It is his magic. The Dark Lord is back." Albus meanwhile approached the new healer trainee who was standing menacingly over the stunned and bound Moody. Dumbledore wanted to know why the trainee healer had attacked a teacher for no reason. Whatever the man was in reality or whatever were his reasons for being in the school, it didn't give him the right to attack a teacher. Albus opened his mouth to ask the questions in his mind when it happened. In front of his eyes, Moody began to transform. The grizzled gray mane smoothed and darkened to a full head of sandy hair. The scars on his face and body vanished, his half-nose being replaced by a complete nose. His claw-foot wooden leg fell off with a deep thud because a leg of flesh and bone replaced it. The magical eye which had been a part of Alistair's life for 15 years popped out and a natural one replaced it as the polyjuice potion finally wore off. In the place of Alistair, Mad Eye Moody was a much younger man with aristocratic features. Dumbledore recognized him as Barty Crouch Jr., a man who was supposed to have died in Azkaban over 12 years ago. Seeing the dead man alive before him, he realized that he had to think fast to secure him because he knew that Fudge would act stupidly and destroy the only evidence of what happened tonight. Luckily, Fudge was still blustering over how Peter Pettigrew could be alive and that the man before them was posing as Peter. He needed someone with authority who could act swiftly and salvage the situation before it was ruined. Without even raising his wand, he raised a "Notice Me Not" ward around the unconscious Death Eater and looked into the crowd to find a friendly face. To his delight, he noticed Amelia Bones, the head of the DMLE, in the crowd, who was rushing towards them, anger etched in every line of her body and a scowl on her face. To top it, she was surrounded by a contingent of Aurors which included Senior Auror Robards, Proudfoot, Savage and the hit witch Emmeline Vance. As he waited for the head of the DMLE, he cast a look towards Madame Pomfrey, who had already determined there was nothing that could be done for Cedric and was taking comatose Harry Potter to the infirmary on a stretcher which was following her. He noticed the Diggories, who were crying over the body of young Cedric, clutching him. The teachers were herding the students away from the stadium, telling them to return to their dorms. The scene tore at Albus's heart. Things were beginning, just like the last war. And perhaps Voldemort had risen again, but he needed proof. And the only reliable witness was on his way to the infirmary and in a coma. Here were two less reliable witnesses, only stunned, but they would require some persuasion before they would divulge anything useful. By this time, Amelia had reached him. Her Aurors surrounded both of them so no one would interrupt them. Without preamble, Amelia launched into her interrogation. Albus, what is happening? Is that man Peter Pettigrew? How is it that Peter Pettigrew is alive? And what happened to Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory? I demand an explana. Her words caught in her throat when Albus dropped the charm long enough for her to see the impostor Moody. Without meaning to, she exclaimed, Barty Crouch Jr. But Albus, he was supposed to have died in Azkaban. How can he be alive? Dumbledore hurriedly whispered to her, Amelia, I cannot explain everything right now. Just keep Cornelius from finding out about Barty Crouch Jr. He is essential for us to answer the questions which you have. And take Peter Pettigrew into your custody before our minister gets him killed. I fear that in his idiocy he may perpetrate our doom. Nodding her head reluctantly, she barked orders to Robards and Kingsley to disillusion Barty Crouch Jr. and move him to one of the safe houses. As the Aurors secured him and left with him for the safe house, she proceeded to take Pettigrew into her custody. She hadn't noticed, but the minister had already thought of a way to deal with the problem in his own way. He had summoned two Dementors and was directing them to administer the key to Pettigrew. In a second she realized what was about to happen and growled at the minister, Cornelius. What do you think you are doing? You cannot bring those infernal monsters in here. Fudge blustered. Amelia, I remind you that while you are the head of the DMLE, I am the minister and I will have you sacked if you don't stand aside and let me deal with this my way. As the minister, it is my right to deal with this problem the way I see fit. Fudge, the idiot, thought Amelia, if he wants to throw his weight around, it is time that I reminded him of the law and what the name of Bones really means. With a casual flick, her Patronus erupted from her wand and drove off the Dementors. Then, commanding Fudge's attention with a rock-hard glare, she began in a calm and measured tone, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, this is an ongoing investigation. I do not need to remind you that while you are the minister and the top authority in the bureaucracy of the Ministry of Magic, even you don't have the power to interfere with an ongoing investigation. Trying to do so will result in severe repercussions for you since the Wizengamot will not take kindly to your unreasonable interference. Law and enforcement is my department. Minister or not, if you attempt to interfere again, I will arrest you for obstruction. And, if you threaten me again, then as regent of the ancient and most noble House of Bones, I will call an emergency session of the Wizengamot and present a non-confidence motion against you. I don't need to tell you that the houses don't take kindly to any interference or subversion of their authority and laws by a man like you. You will be out of office before you can say, non-confidence motion. Fudge could say nothing but only gasp in shock at her. Madame Bones took Pettigrew to a ministry safe house as soon as the tournament was declared over. A moment of panic came when they could not find the headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, among his students or among the teachers of Hogwarts. Dumbledore beckoned a Durmstrang student towards him. Mr. Dimitrov, where is Headmaster Karkaroff? He left. Mr. Dumbledore. Left about an hour ago. Where did he go? We not know, said Dimitrov in his broken English. This was another confirmation for Dumbledore that Voldemort had returned from the dead. It seemed that the Second War was knocking on the door and Dumbledore knew that the Ministry was ill-prepared to deal with it. It neither had the resources nor enough Aurors to deal with the situation. He decided to try his luck with Cornelius once more before giving him up as a lost cause. Cornelius, if you want to avoid many losses in another war, you must send envoys to the giants pronto offering them better treatment in return for them staying neutral. Have the Aurors hunt down Fenrir Greyback and his pack, send emissaries to other nations asking for aid. Send representatives to Romania to control the vampire covens. Why is that necessary? Because Voldemort has returned and he will recruit the vampires, werewolves and giants to his cause. But you know who is dead, Fudge said. Why would you say that he is alive? Because he has returned tonight and that is why Igor Karkaroff has fled. The Dark Mark has become active again. If we want to win this, we need to prepare for the coming war. I don't believe you, Dumbledore, he said. I don't know why you are trying to spread these lies. Snape, who was listening to them, pulled up his sleeve and showed his arm to the minister. The Dark Mark is active again. It faded considerably all the years when he was gone. But he has returned. Cornelius was in full-blown panic. You are both lying. You want to create panic so you can remove me from my post and make Dumbledore the Minister of Magic. Shaking his head, Dumbledore said, Cornelius, at last count, I have been offered the post of Minister of Magic 5 times. If I wanted to be the minister, it would already be done. I want to talk to Potter, Cornelius said. I need to know what the boy has got to say. You have hidden a lot about him from us. Parselmouth, Dark Wizard and so much more that I didn't know about. They entered the hospital wing where Harry lay comatose in a bed. Madame Pomfrey was administering some potions to him while the Weasleys and Hermione Granger sat around his bed, looking worried. Cornelius turned to Madame Pomfrey. Wake him up, now. She glared at him. That boy is in a magical coma. We don't know if he will ever wake up. Never mind, at your convenience. Now get out before I throw you out. Fudge, taken aback, understood that he would not get between the healer and her patient if he valued his limbs. He promptly turned and began to march out the door. Then the weight of the sack of galleons he carried reminded him of the other reason he was there. He pulled out the bag of galleons and threw it on the bedside table, his Triwizard winnings. As he stepped out, Dumbledore confronted him again. If you can't accept the facts, Cornelius, then I fear we part ways here. I have the good of everyone at heart and I will do everything to resist Voldemort and his ilk. Desperately denying the evidence of his own senses, Fudge yelled, the Dark Lord is dead. Stop trying to spread such falsehoods, Dumbledore. The next day didn't make things any better. Harry's condition had not improved a bit. His magical core was undergoing some kind of mutation and he was under observation by Madame Pomfrey and the trainee healer. They did not say a word about his condition to anyone, but from their grim faces, it could be deduced that it was not normal. Amelia Bones returned the next day at noon to check up on Harry Potter. Poppy, what is his condition? I have no experience in dealing with these kind of matters, Amelia, said Madame Pomfrey. Mr. Aubier, however, is more experienced in these kind of injuries and he can tell you more. Amelia expectantly turned to Aubier, who started speaking. There are no signs of any physical injury to his body. All of his vitals are normal. Outwardly, there is nothing wrong with him, but his body is not responding to any of my treatments. No spells or potions are useful. From what I can guess, his core is undergoing a mutation, but what set off this mutation is not apparent to me. This mutation, if it does not stop, will bring him a fever which will not be easy to break. If the core stops mutating, there are chances that he will wake up soon. Can't you stop the core from mutating? Madam Bones, our core is the part of our body from which our magic comes. At this time when it is most vulnerable, any foreign magic can cause irreparable harm to it. All we can do is to wait. What do we do in the meantime? Asked Hermione, who was present in the hospital wing with the same people as last night. The only addition was Neville Longbottom, who had joined them in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey said, I don't know about you lot, but I have something to do today. I promised this boy that if he was brought into my infirmary one more time, I would put a plaque with his name on it on this bed. As they watched, she put her words into action, putting a plaque on the headboard which read, Harry Potter, the most mule-headed patient. This caused a chuckle among the people despite the grim mood. Harry's condition did not improve that day or the next day. In fact, A whole week passed as he laid unconscious on the hospital bed and people kept waiting for him to wake up. The day after the tournament ended, Dumbledore announced in the Great Hall that Cedric Diggory was murdered and Lord Voldemort had returned. The news caused panic among the students, and within the hour, owls were flying from the Ollery to their parents, telling them what the headmaster had said. The war hadn't started, but tensions were rising. Limbo. Unaware of what was going on in the world, Harry Potter opened his eyes in a cottage that felt like home to him. He had no memory of ever having visited this place before, yet everything about it seemed familiar, where he had known the love and affection of his parents. He couldn't see anyone around, but he fancied that he could hear voices coming from the upper floor. The room that he found himself in was tastefully decorated, the walls were cream-colored, a sofa was in the room, and the window on the wall looked out to the street, which was dark at the moment. He walked upstairs and could hear two people conversing with each other. Their voices sounded to him like a long-lost melody, and the sweetness of it brought tears to his eyes. With shaking hands, he opened the door at the end of the corridor. He found himself in a scene that was enough to make him burst into tears. There were his mother and father sitting together on a love seat, smiling and welcoming him. Seeing their smiles and their outstretched arms, Harry lost all self-control and ran into their arms. Laughing with joy, James Charles Potter embraced his son, sniffing his head while Lily embraced both of them. At that moment, Harry wanted time to stop, to savor that moment forever. He wanted to drown in the comfort of his father's arms and mother's embrace. He felt as if his life was now complete and there was nothing else that he could want. His parents looked like they had not aged a single day since the photos he had. James made him sit on the love seat between them, running his hand through the hair of his son while Lily softly planted a key on his forehead. "Harry, my son, we are so proud of you. You stood defiant in the face of that monster and beat him again. That took real guts," said James, smiling at him. "We are proud of you," said Lily. "You were so brave facing that monster, the way you stood and defied him." "Mom, where is this place? Am I dead? What happened to Voldemort? Did I make it back to Hogwarts? Is everyone okay? Dumbledore needs to know," Harry asked. "Yes, my brave boy. You made it back to Hogwarts with Wormtail and poor Cedric's body. Dumbledore captured Wormtail and he is now in the Ministry's custody. But I wish he hadn't stopped Padfoot from ripping him to pieces," finished Lily with some venom. "Yes, Lily, he betrayed us and he will get what's coming to him. Wormtail needed to be captured so that Sirius can be set free. And we know that Sirius was not the most level-headed person at times. We will get to him when it's our turn. But right now our priorities are different. Time is short and there are things Harry needs to know before he has to return to the mortal world," James said as he patted her arm. "What do you mean, time is short? Can't I stay here? I don't want to go back. I didn't show it, but I was terrified of him. I am ashamed to say that he scared me when he rose from the cauldron and I wanted that demon baby thing to drown in the potion," said Harry anxiously. "Shish, it's all right to be scared, son. Only a fool isn't scared. And you cannot stay here because it is not your time yet. Only you can defeat Voldemort, and without you any hope will be lost. The Second War is almost upon Magical Britain and you are the only one who can lead them to victory. Yes, it will be hard for you because there is a lot of difference between him and you in terms of skill and experience, but you'll overcome it with grit and determination. You will need to train hard to have any hope to defeat him without any more heartache. There is someone waiting for you at Hogwarts who will teach you everything you need to know to defeat him. Trust this person because he is the only chance for you to become so powerful that vermin like Voldemort will shudder hearing your name," said James, consoling him, "and you need to embrace your heritage. You have the blood of Potters in your veins, which gives you control over the Potter family magic, which is your birthright. Only after embracing it will you be able to become the wizard you were meant to be. Then you will be the wizard that ends Voldemort for good. Are you saying that I have to kill him? I can't. I won't. I'm nothing like that monster," protested Harry. "You're right on 2 counts. He is a monster and you are nothing like him, my son," James said proudly. "The taking of an innocent life is an offense against the laws of God and man which scars your soul forever. Even when the need is dire and the cause is just, killing another human being is not a light matter. The most important difference between you and Voldemort is that you understand and live by this. It is a part of your soul. However, you are mistaken on one thing, and that is that if you refuse this burden, you doom the wizarding world to his will. He will murder and oppress all who oppose him, including the pure-blood wizards and witches whose cause he claims to champion. He will target you and your friends because you have dared to oppose him. You will not know a moment's freedom from being hunted until your last breath. And that's not saying anything about what he will do to the rest of the wizarding world, or the muggles for that matter. Harry, there comes a time when all people of good conscience must take up the cause to defend their homes, their liberty, their families, and their very lives. That is why your mother and I became Aurors. When the alternative is to stand idly by while everything and everyone you hold dear is destroyed, it is your duty and your honor to do what must be done. There was silence for a minute while Harry considered his father's words, then he asked, "What is the House of Potter?" "Your education in the matter is lacking, and for that I blame Sirius and Dumbledore. Sirius shouldn't have gone after the rat, and he should have been the one to raise you. You have faced many hardships due to their failures, but what's done is done. The House of Potter refers to our family, which has been in existence since Linfred of Stinchcombe worked alongside Merlin to help Arthur Pendragon claim his title. We have always been warriors throughout our history. Wherever a war was being fought, our ancestors worked together to create a brand of magic unique to our family, as is the case with many other families. We, however, also have the magic of House of Peverell, but sadly, none of our ancestors, including me and your grandfather, were able to claim it." "What is House of Peverell?" "The House of Peverell was the family of warrior mages who have defended Avalon since the time of the Romans," said a voice from the doorway. Harry looked in the direction of the voice and found a man standing there with a woman. Harry remembered seeing the couple once in the Mirror of Erised. He was tall, heavily built, with brown eyes and raven-haired like Harry and James, but his eyes were brown. Beside him the lady was elegantly built, of petite frame with black eyes above high cheekbones with black hair. "Harry, these are your grandparents, Charles Potter and Doria Potter née Black," said James. Harry rushed towards them and they engulfed him in a hug, and Harry felt a sense of completeness. He always dreamt of a family, and now he had one. "Harry, you are a warrior like your father and me. When the war comes, you will have to fight and you will have to kill. Don't hesitate, because, if you do, you and those people you cherish will suffer and die," said Charles gravely. "That is the ugly reality of war. Voldemort is a master of necromancy and has a lot of power and experience at his disposal. To counter that advantage, you need to embrace your family magics by claiming them. When you return to the mortal world, go to the goblins and ask them to give you an inheritance test. Some powerful magics are your birthright, and you should not waste any time in claiming them. Be the warrior you were born to be." "My child," said Doria in a soft whisper, "we have watched you from afar, and for every pain that you had to go through, our hearts wept. I wished we could reach you and embrace you, protect you from harm and pain, but the dead cannot interfere in the world of the living. We were helpless to do anything for you. If it was up to us, we would never let you go, but it is not your time yet. You have a long life ahead of you and a lady waiting for you to wake up," she said, her eyes filled with mirth. "Doria, please don't scare the lad before he wakes up, or he may decide not to go," said Charles, laughing at Harry's puzzled expression. "But I don't want to go back." "Why do I have to go back?" pouted Harry. Charles put his hand on Harry's shoulder, turning him towards him. "Harry, you are a Potter. You are also a descendant of the Peverells, who were all mages who fought in battles. Where there has been a war, there has been a Potter in the middle of it. I myself fought in the Grindelwald War. This is your war and you have to fight it. No one else can do it for you. Only you have the power to defeat Voldemort, and without you any hope to defeat him is lost. Do you think you would choose to stay here knowing that everyone who ever loved you or cared for you will die at his hands when you could have prevented it?" Harry understood what his grandfather was saying but was reluctant. He knew he would have to eventually confront Voldemort and that it was his war to finish and no one else could defeat him. He turned to his grandmother, who was looking at him with tears in her eyes. She embraced him in a hug and whispered in his ear, "You are not just a Potter but also a Black, Harry. You may have heard that we were the darkest of families, but do not believe everything you hear. The black heritage is also yours and you must embrace it. Sirius also needs you because he has no one to call his own and he is very lonely. All our hopes go with you, Harry. We will all be here to greet and embrace you when your time comes, but, hopefully that time is very far away. Reluctantly she let him go, then his parents hugged him fiercely. In that moment, Harry felt at peace, peace like he had never known. Lily spoke to him next. Tell Severus that I have long since forgiven him for what he said to me and to let go of his hate and anger. Tell him that he needs to see that things are not the way that they were and his hatred is pointless. Finally, if he can't change himself, then when we meet again, I will have words with him. She winked at him as she finished this and James snorted seeing her wink. James grasped his hand firmly and stroked his shoulder saying, I am proud of what you have accomplished, son. You are a fine young man. Tell Padfoot that he should never torment himself thinking that it was his fault we had to die. It was not his fault, and since he fought with us to have the honor of being your godfather, now he needs to live up to it. Tell Mooney that I miss him like the brother that he is to me and that I expect him to be around and look after you. There is a war coming, son, and you must keep people around you who are willing to fight in this war. You are never alone, Harry, and do not try to deny others their duty. Write an offer of noble sacrifice to fight in this war by your side. Tell Severus that he can be a better man than he is and that I am sorry. Also tell him that I apologize for being a bully to him during our childhood. And remember, there is someone waiting for you when you wake up who will help you realize your destiny. Trust that person and do what he says. If Dumbledore tries to interfere, then tell him of this conversation and that I will have words with him when he comes on his next great adventure. But how do I go back? Asked Harry, confused. The way you came in, son. Through the door, chuckled James, and Harry, consider Neville. He is your god brother and he will be essential in this coming war. Your fate is intertwined with his more closely than you know. Harry turned away and walked downstairs with a heavy heart. Outside the door was the void where he could see nothing, but trusting his parents, he stepped out of the door, into the void and knew no more. 1 week later, Arthur Weasley was tired. The fiasco at the end of the Tri-Wizard tournament a week ago had been a harrowing experience for the Weasley patriarch. The boy his family had come to consider as one of their own was in the hospital wing under the care of Madame Pomfrey. All that she would say about Harry's condition was that he was alive, but in a coma due to magical exhaustion. What she was not saying is that the boy who lived had done what nobody else had ever done, and this for the second time. He had been hit with the killing curse and survived. The ministry was keeping the fact that Peter Pettigrew was alive and being held for questioning as a suspected Death Eater quiet. It was embarrassing after 13 years of hailing him as a hero and 2 years of relentlessly hunting Sirius Black for his supposed murder. Madame Bones was keeping everything about him secret despite the immense pressure from Fudge. It had come to his knowledge that she had lied to the minister, telling him that the man caught at Hogwarts was not Peter Pettigrew but someone else who was wearing glamour charms and had murdered Cedric Diggory and tried to murder Harry Potter too. The reason for her secrecy was that she did not want anything to happen to her star witness before he could be thoroughly questioned. She was also holding Barty Crouch Jr. at a different location, and even the Minister of Magic knew nothing about him being alive or being in the custody of the Chief of DMLE. Barty's presence was a well-kept secret between her and Albus Dumbledore. If needed, they would present him before the Wizengamot but weren't sure what good it would do. The Daily Prophet had started the very next day with its smear campaign against the Hogwarts headmaster, making him out to be senile, confused and delusional. This likely because the Ministry of Magic was leaning on them to discredit Dumbledore's claim that Voldemort was back. As Harry's coma stretched on, gloom had settled over the Weasleys and his friends, with the exception of Ron. He was putting on a brave front that life-threatening injuries were old hat for Harry and he would be waking up any minute now. Arthur recognized this as an act and knew that Ron was hiding his deep concern for his friend and fear that he may never wake. Hermione and Molly had taken to camping beside Harry's bed from early morning to late in the night until Madame Pomfrey had to threaten to bar them both from the hospital wing. Ginevra had visited the boy a few times but she seemed strangely disenchanted. As Arthur walked towards Gryffindor Tower to ask after the well-being of his sons, he found his daughter Ginevra looking out of a window with a view of the Forbidden Forest with a faraway look in her eyes. The look in her eyes reminded him of the ordeal which had been the summer vacation after her first year at Hogwarts. The blank expression on her face had scared him then and it scared him now. Ginny, you look like you are a million miles away. Are you all right? He asked tenderly. Ginny's focus came back to earth as she turned and noticed him. For a minute, she was quiet thinking about what to answer. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and whispered, Dad, I used to think that Harry was some kind of hero like Merlin reborn and that no one could ever defeat him. I've been studying with him for 3 years now and I thought that he was no different from the heroes in my children's story books. Yet I see him lying in the hospital wing, battling magical coma. Ginny, I knew you saw him as a hero, especially after he slew a basilisk and rescued you from the possession of Tom Riddle's diary and from the Chamber of Secrets. And he has done extraordinary things. But, as your mother is so fond of reminding us, he is still just a boy, he said gently. And I just hope that one day, he will grow to be a fine man. Oh, Dad, she began, tears welling in her eyes, it's hard to give it up. I believed that as long as Harry was there, everything would be all right. And now I don't know if he'll ever wake up and it's just too. And she broke down and wept into her father's shoulder as he wrapped her in his embrace. After a few moments, Arthur began, Ginny, that young man has done more, suffered more on our behalf than anyone his age ought to. I just hope that we will have the opportunity to thank him. Dad, she began as she pulled herself together, the real reason that I feel so wretched is that I'm scared that I can't rely on him to protect me anymore. And I can't stand it. His eyes misted as he smiled down at his only daughter, Ginny, that was possibly the hardest and most honest thing you have ever said to me. I love you with all of my heart and I would never judge you. I cannot take away your pain any more than I can make decisions for you. Trust your heart. It will always steer you right. But Dad, she sniffed, then continued, it hurts so much. Yes, Ginny. It does, and that is as it should be. It will take time. He gave his wonderful daughter his handkerchief and placing his arm around her shoulder, walked with her back to Gryffindor Tower. Having seen Ginny through the portrait hole, he turned back toward the hospital wing. His heart wept for his daughter. Growing up is so hard, and, he thought, perhaps giving up the hero worship of Harry Potter was just part of that. Speaking of Harry, that poor boy, laying there in that cursed coma, will he ever wake up? He was not looking forward to dragging Molly away from his bedside again, but he had to. She must get some rest. With everything on his mind, Arthur was not paying much attention to his surroundings and he nearly bumped into Madame Bones in the corridor. Madame Bones, what brings you to Hogwarts at this hour? He asked. Arthur, I came looking for you. I wanted to talk to you regarding Pettigrew, who is an illegal animagus of. She trailed off, leaving Arthur to fill in the rest. Arthur, taking the hint, continued, a rat. Yes, he turned up and attached himself to Percy at first years ago. Now that I think of it, it was less than a week after Sirius Black had supposedly killed him. We gave Percy Hermes when he was made a prefect and Percy gave the rat to Ron who was just starting his first year at Hogwarts. He lived a remarkably long time for a rat and there was that toe missing from his right forepaw, but other than that, he seemed like a perfectly ordinary rat. If you want, I will give a statement before the entire Wizengamot. Thank you, Arthur. That will do for now. I'll let you know if we need anything more on that subject. But, there is one other thing I need to discuss with you. How may I help you? Have you noticed how often my Susie comes to visit Mr. Potter? Yes, and Molly even more so. I find it surprising because we didn't know that they were friends, replied Arthur. Surprising? Yes, that is because there is something important that you do not know about Harry Potter and my Susan, and it is high time that you knew. This is something that even young Mr. Potter has not been told. Yes, said Arthur, giving her his full attention, please do go on. Shortly before they died, James Potter met with my brother, Edgar. As you will recall, it was a terrible time. People were being murdered every day and none of us could be certain of a future. As in the days of old, they decided to join their houses and wrote a marriage contract which betrothed Susan to Harry. I knew nothing about it until Susan turned 14. I asked her to become his friend first and then gently break this news to him so that they may have time to bond before they find that they are tied in a bond with each other. You should know that Susan has been trying to be Harry's friend since first year, but your son, Ronald, keeps chasing her off. And not just her, but several heirs of ancient and most noble houses who are part of the Grand Alliance. Can you shed any light on that? Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I need a minute to take all this in. Arthur paused, glancing up and to his right as he made an effort to recall anything about Ron keeping people away from Harry. Then he started, I apologize for my son's rude behavior. By way of explanation, we have never had a lot of money or put on airs in spite of our status as pure bloods. With everything that you know who and his followers did, we consciously chose to be as different from them as we could be. Sadly, this means that we have never educated our children about the great houses, who they are, the noble obligations which exist between them. Add to that, Ron's embarrassment with being poor and always feeling that he has to be better than the rich and privileged, and I suppose he can seem quite abrasive. Indeed, remarked Madame Bones, what will you do about it? I will correct him, of course. Especially with the recent return of he who must not be named, we need to recall the old alliances and stand together prepared to fight once more. It will do my son some good to apologize for the slights he has committed against the other ancient and noble houses. He may begin with House Bones. I accept your apology as regent of House Bones, and I would appreciate it if young Ronald would apologize to Susie personally, as she is the offended party, she said sincerely. Agreed, said Arthur, that would be a good start. That is the unity we must show in these perilous times. If we stand united, we will have a chance to win in the dark times ahead of us, said a voice from behind them. Turning around, they saw Dumbledore standing there in midnight blue robes patterned with moving sun and stars, beeping on a drop, his eyes twinkling above his half-moon spectacles. Madame Bones rounded on him and glaring sternly demanded, Dumbledore, you promised full disclosure to me regarding the events of that evening, and I have yet to be told anything. I demand you explain everything. Dumbledore chuckled at her demeanor, causing her to frown. My dear Amelia, you need to take lessons in glaring and scowling from Minerva. Believe me, no one can glare at someone like her. Yes, I promised to tell you everything, and I will, but not until Mr. Potter has come out of his magical coma and I have had the opportunity to confirm what I now only suspect. Hogwarts. Dumbledore was worried. The conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament had been a fiasco. They were still reeling from the aftershock of those events. Cornelius was in stubborn denial about what Dumbledore had openly declared to the students, that Voldemort was back and that he had Wormtail murder Cedric Diggory. But thanks to Madame Bones, there was very little damage that the minister could do. Madame Bones had informed him about everything Pettigrew had revealed and confirmed under questioning. She was quickly assembling a case against him. What's more, since the crime for which Sirius Black had been convicted, without trial, had clearly not been committed, and, according to Wormtail's testimony, that he had set off the explosion which killed all those muggles all those years ago to cover his escape into the sewers, there would be a hearing convened forthwith to exonerate Sirius Black. The wrongful conviction of Sirius Black, his 12 years in Azkaban, his subsequent escape to come to the aid and protection of Harry, the relentless manhunt of the Ministry, all that young man had suffered and lost had all been weighing heavily on Dumbledore's mind. His heartfelt gratitude and relief that justice was being done at last overflowed and spilled out through his eyes. Finally, Sirius and Harry could have a life together. Then, both of them could have some much-deserved happiness. Then, Dumbledore thought about how the Dursleys had mistreated Harry, beating him, starving him, working him like a.s. Avenue and either ignoring him or speaking to him as if he were something nasty. They never told him the truth about who he was or how his parents had fought Voldemort and his minions or how they died to save him. No, just lies about his father being worthless and how they died in a car crash. They were never going to tell him about the magical world, determined to beat it out of him. There was going to be an accounting, inevitable, inescapable, and quite just. Another problem was the raven-haired teen lying unconscious in the infirmary for a week now and a number of people that were waiting for him to wake up. First there was Miss Granger, who was spending every spare moment in the infirmary with Molly Weasley camping at his bedside very nearly the entire day. Also, there was young Ronald, who was trying not to show any signs of worry but was getting more and more irritable every day, and people were waiting for him to blow up. Then there was Miss Susan Bones, who was at the infirmary every day, 5 times a day, hoping to see young Harry wake up, and was spending a large amount of time at his bedside. He had been baffled with her at first. She had been trying since first year to get close to young Harry, and at first, Dumbledore had thought of her as just another fangirl of the boy who lived, but then she came to his defense every time someone said anything against Harry. He could recall Madame Pance's account of the second year when Harry had stumbled upon a group of Hufflepuffs who were talking about Harry being the heir of Slytherin. Susan had fiercely defended him before her peers and was even ready to fight for it. This year, she had fights with many of her housemates when they made fun at Harry's expense and had been told off by her head of house for being violent, although he gave her 20 points for her loyalty later. It was only when Dumbledore happened upon Arthur and Madame Bones talking about it that he learned of the marriage contract. He regretted that James had not told him. If he did, perhaps young Harry could have grown up with Susan away from the Dursleys and would have been loved as a member of the family. Then there was the stranger who had barged into his office that day and claimed to be a mystic. To say that Dumbledore was astonished would be a huge understatement. Dumbledore had been shocked because he had tried to find them for years and had never quite managed it. In fact, it was on one of his expeditions to find them that he found Fawkes, who bonded with him. He had almost given up on them as tales of legend, but there, sitting in front of him, was a wizard, who claimed to be the leader of the mystics. For one of them to casually walk into his office was something he had never dreamt could happen. He could recall the conversation the mystic had with him clearly. "Am I correct in thinking that you are desperate to know my identity, Albus my boy?" he said amusedly. Dumbledore was irritated. Calling someone my boy made them feel like they were little kids. That was why Dumbledore did it, but to be called so by a man younger than himself was vexing. "You are correct in your assumption. I would like to know who you are. You entered this school bypassing wards which cannot be bypassed," recognized the Elder Wand and batted away my spell effortlessly. "I am both intrigued and concerned. And please stop calling me my boy. I believe that I have more than a century on you, my friend. You calling me my boy sounds rather odd." Dumbledore grumbled, his eyes twinkling a little as if this was an amusing conversation. "Only you, Albus, only you would think someone is of the age they look like," he chortled. "Did you not make the same mistake with Nicholas, who then had to straighten you out by jinxing you every moment he could get the chance? Worry not, my boy, I have several centuries on you. I was old when Camelot fell, and I was there when Godric and Salazar had laid the foundations to this castle, and Rowena and Helga had designed the headmaster's office and other areas of the castle." Surprised, Albus looked at the other man, who had a faraway look in his eyes. He sighed deeply, then continued, "I am one of the mystics, Albus. We have been keeping an eye on you ever since you went out to find us. We were there in Bavaria when you jeweled your old friend, when you took possession of the Death Stick. Our aim was to take the wand from him, but when you won it we decided to leave it with you. However, I must warn you that the wand never gave its allegiance to you. Its true master will soon take its possession one day. This wand belongs to the Peverells, and one of their blood will have it soon. I remember when young Ignotus had given this wand to his heirs and it was taken from them by way of murder. Since then, this wand has been driving the course of history, changing hands and always trying to return to its master. But we are digressing. I am here to discuss Tom Riddle's Horcruxes and the war that is coming." "How do you know his real name? How do you know about his Horcruxes?" "I only found out about them recently," said Albus. He began telling slowly, "We have known for almost 30 years now. We know it since we had captured him when he was trying to find us, and finding about those abominations, we knew that we cannot kill him, so we left him in the Sahara. We at first had decided to not to interfere, since it is not our war nor we ever fight in open wars, but a few months ago, our seer, Veramy here came to me telling me about the events coming to pass, and I hastened to come here. He is coming back, Albus, and young Harry Potter will be the key to it. Someone in his castle is helping him, and soon there will be a war. This war will not be fought under your banner but young Harry Potter, as the fates have decreed, and you cannot interfere into it. And this brings me to the second reason for coming here, Albus, I want to teach Harry Potter the way of the mystics." Hearing this, Albus was both elated and surprised. When he had learned that the other one was a mystic, he had hoped that the visitor could be persuaded to help train Harry Potter, and here he was offering without being asked. If it were Albus's decision, the answer would be an immediate and resounding yes, but Sirius was his legal guardian. This choice belonged to Harry Potter and Sirius Black. "Albus, I have a favor to ask of you. While the tournament is going on, I want to stay here and watch over the people in Castle and flush out the person helping Tom Riddle. I know that you cannot just allow me to stay in the castle without questions being asked, so you can introduce me as a trainee healer who is shadowing Poppy Pomfrey to get some first-hand experience in healing. Care to introduce me to the staff as Abir, a young man from magical India?" Later that evening, Albus had introduced him as Abir to the staff at Hogwarts and told Madame Pomfrey that he would be assisting her in the infirmary for the time being and learn some healing. Dumbledore knew that the mystic perhaps knew more healing than all the healers at St. Mungo's combined. Albus was pulled out of his musings as the ward he placed in the hospital wing flared, telling him that young Harry was coming out of his coma. Perhaps it was time to come clean and tell Harry everything that he knew. It was also the time to take action to secure the future. When Albus entered the infirmary, he was greeted with an interesting scene. The healer trainee was casting a myriad of spells at a now conscious Harry Potter while muttering some words in a language he did not recognize, while Madame Pomfrey stood off to one side watching the scene intently as if she were the student. Young Harry was confused seeing Poppy standing aside and not fussing over him as usual. Everyone who had been around Harry Potter for the last few days was there as usual. Hermione Granger was clutching his hand while Ronald Weasley was eating a chocolate frog and watching the scene distractedly. Molly was embracing Arthur and crying on his shoulder. The Weasley twins were there and beaming at Harry while Susan sat in a corner beside Minerva McGonagall looking hopefully towards him. What was not ordinary was Neville Longbottom sitting in one of the chairs and looking around fiercely as if to protect him. Perhaps there was a story there, Dumbledore mused. Harry opened his mouth and said hoarsely, "Madame Pomfrey, are you all right? It is strange to see you standing aside when your favorite patient is laying here, expecting your usual tender, loving care." Everyone chuckled at this while Pomfrey's mouth twitched with suppressed mirth, her eyes watering with gratitude and relief at seeing Harry recovering. Suddenly, the hospital wing door burst open and in bounded a large shaggy black dog followed by a disheveled-looking Remus Lupin. The dog immediately placed his forepaws by Harry's head and started licking his face while Remus hugged him tightly as if he feared that Harry would disappear while he kept crying. Finally, Madame Pomfrey pulled herself together and ordered everyone out of the wing except for the headmaster, Remus, Arthur, Molly, Minerva and the dog. Harry insisted that he remained. "What is the diagnosis, Abir?" began Dumbledore in a professional manner. "Headmaster, his magical core had undergone maturity, his eyesight has been cured, his body has fully recovered from the magical shock and his power levels are substantial. Suffice to say, he is the one of the most magically powerful men in Avalon right now," he said nodding curtly, "and Headmaster, he is also free of any foreign contamination." Dumbledore's eyebrows shot up as he noted the emphasis on the words and knew that the other man meant that Harry Potter was no longer a Horcrux but his own man. How did Abir know that young Harry was a Horcrux? Perhaps he would have to ask him later. He blinked tears from his eyes as one burden was lifted from his shoulders. He had not been able to find any help to take the soul fragment out of Harry and was dreading that Harry would have to die for the prophecy to be fulfilled, but maybe it can be done without that. "Harry, I am happy that you have survived and I assure you that you will not be alone in this fight. There are many who will be ready to fight beside you when the time comes and I will aid you in any way possible. However, right now I want you to try something for my understanding. I want to see what powers you have retained now." Saying this, the assistant healer handed Harry a new wand. "I had Fox give me another feather which I sent to Mr. Ollivanders to make you another wand. Try it for me and use a simple levitating spell." Harry grasped the wand and waved it in the required motion and incanted the words, but nothing happened. Panicked, he looked to Dumbledore who was smiling. "I suspected that something like this would happen. You are not the same person who went into the maze and now you will need a new wand. But fear not, I have a wand which will be your companion for the rest of your life. Dumbledore said, smiling. Headmaster, while you can make a gift to him, I will have make him another wand with some special ingredient which I know would fit him beautifully, said Abir. I will be honored. He replied. Headmaster, it is time to talk about my original purpose for which I had come here. Mr. Black, if you will please come into your real form. Abir said to the dog, who transformed into Sirius, still looking gaunt with haunted eyes, wearing rags and was too thin. Seeing him there, Molly tried to go for her wand and was hastily stopped by Arthur while Poppy flicked her wand and tied Sirius to a bed and said to him menacingly, Did I not have enough of you during your school time, foolish boy, and here you are bringing trouble again. Your godson is just like you and James. Always getting into trouble and coming to the hospital so much that he has his own bed now. Everyone laughed at this while Harry ducked his head in embarrassment and tried hard not to laugh at his own predicament. Mr. Black and Mr. Potter, my name is Harsh Vardhan and I am not a healer but a mystic. Mystics are basically assassins who live in the Himalayas in far-off places, and we know of such ancient magics that are not known in the modern world anymore. Our seer had foreseen that these events would happen and that we will have to come offer our help to you, Mr. Potter. So, will you accept my help? He asked seriously. Harry remembered the words of his parents. Headmaster, when I was unconscious, I was in limbo, which took the form of the cottage at Godric's Hollow where I met my parents and grandparents. They told me that someone is here to help me and that I should accept their help. Turning to Sirius and Remus, he relayed James's words to them and recounted his entire experience, and by the time he was done, Sirius and Remus were hugging him and crying. Minerva was wiping her eyes with a tartan handkerchief while Dumbledore had tears in his eyes. Only Poppy was trying to look stoic while keeping her emotions in control, remembering the young marauder who used to come in injured so often, and this one, as dear to her as her own son, Harry. Headmaster, as I have relayed my offer to you, so I foretell my condition. I will be taking Mr. Potter with me to India, where I will teach him things he will need to learn to fulfill his destiny. He needs to be trained to be a warrior, finished Abir, now revealed to be Harsh Vardhan. Molly, who had been turning steadily more red by the second while Harry spoke, suddenly exploded. Assassins? No, absolutely not. Harry is just a boy. He is too young to be fighting any wars. He is not going anywhere. Especially not with a bunch of assassins. Arthur stepped up and embraced her. Dumbledore spoke gently, but firmly, Molly, I have studied all material and history connected with these people. They are not evil or bloodthirsty, but rather defenders of the innocent when no other aid is possible. They use their considerable skills and lay their lives on the line to put down dark forces as Mother Magic permits and destiny demands. Quote. Harsh nodded as Dumbledore continued, you need to let go of your motherly instincts. Harry will need to train if you want him to survive. Whether we want it or not, there is a war coming. Harry and all the people around him are going to be a part of it. It is better to train them, because if we lose even one of them for want of skill, we will regret it forever. The next day, Hogwarts Infirmary. It had been 3 days since Harry woke from his magical coma. 3 days since Harsh Vardhan had revealed his identity and stated his purpose to take Harry away and teach him the ways of the mystics. But things had settled into a routine since then, and Harry was getting restless. He was over the shock and most of the grief from the events in the graveyard and was ready for whatever comes next. He enjoyed the steady stream of visitors and Madame Pomfrey spoiling him, but he had enough of being in the infirmary. He felt a bit embarrassed that he had landed in the infirmary more often than anyone else currently enrolled at the school. Yes, even more than the other Quidditch players. So much so that he was the only one with the dubious honor of having a personal name plaque affixed to his bed. Of course, the Weasley twins had a good laugh over that. More about the visitors. It seemed to Harry that most of the school had been in to see him. Some came to apologize for accusing him of cheating to get into the Triwizard Tournament. Some came to pledge their support in the upcoming conflict. All of them asked after his health. Harry often quipped that he was fit as a fiddle, healthy as a horse, and in all ways, as good as could be expected. When he thought about it, something inside him had profoundly changed for the better. His scar didn't bother him anymore and his temper had cooled down. When the Quidditch team dropped by, the Chasers had some fun fussing over him and treating him like their baby brother. Harry could have been embarrassed, but he had to admit that he was enjoying the attention of the older girls. And, all joking aside, he knew he could count on their love and protection. Specifically, Angelina and Alicia were his staunch defenders while Katie was the mothering type. The last two members, Fred and George, gave him a beautifully wrapped box of sweets. That may have seemed like a thoughtful gesture, but Harry recognized the diabolical assortment of all the joke products the twins had developed over the last year. Tung-tung toffee, canary creams, braying butterbeer, and so on. Most of it just transformed the unsuspecting victim into an animal for a minute or so, then wore off, but the tung-tung toffee was nasty. He chuckled when he remembered what happened to Dudley when George, accidentally, dropped a tung-tung toffee and the great lump ate it. Then there was that time they tried a braying butter beer out on that big fifth-year McLagan. He could not stop braying like a donkey. He created such a disturbance that Snape put the braggart in detention. Hermione was there every minute that she was not in class or sleeping. She seemed anxious but kept herself restrained. He knew she was bursting to reassure him and to ask him questions about the private conversation from the day he woke up, but Harry calmly made it clear that he was not yet able to discuss it with her. Although Harry knew that it was difficult for Hermione to suppress her need to know everything, he needed to sort out what he could say and how he felt about it before that conversation could take place. Ron was there, being uncharacteristically silent. He didn't even help himself to the small mountain of sweets that Harry's well-wishers and visitors had left. When Harry tried to make small talk with him, Ron merely grunted in monosyllables. Harry found this strange and guessed that Ron was worried about something that may have happened while he was in the coma, and it was so profound that it caused him to keep quiet. To some extent, Harry also wanted to avoid confrontation with Ron for some time before he could put things in order, so it worked for him. He also noticed that Mrs. Weasley had taken to staying around him in the hospital wing during all her spare time. Mrs. Weasley had not left his bedside for so much as a minute since yesterday. She greatly cared for Harry, but he knew what she was trying to do. For the third time today, she continued her campaign. "Harry dear, I wish you would reconsider your decision." Although Harry's patience was worn thin, he answered respectfully, "Mrs. Weasley, my mind is made up. It is my duty to end Voldemort for good. If Harsh and his people can teach me what I need to do that, it is better for everyone that I go with them. But how can they expect a child to fight a war? Mrs. Weasley, nobody asked me that when he murdered both of my parents and tried to kill me," he said, gesturing to his scar. "Sure, I could attempt to shirk my responsibility, run away, hide, refuse to learn how to fight, but do you think, for 1 minute, that if I did that, Voldemort would let me enjoy a life of peace?" Molly started at the mention of Tom's assumed name. Harry shook his head vehemently. "We both know that will never happen. Ever since the night that he gave me this scar, his entire mission has been to kill me and prove that his defeat was a fluke. He will not stop. He will not spare anyone that gets in his way. There is only one way this can end. This is my burden to bear. Not just for my sake, but for every single living being that monster will ever oppress, torture, or kill. I am no coward. I will do what I must. This is my war. I will train. I will prepare, and I will fight." Even after that speech, Molly started up again, but Harry interrupted her before she could complete her sentence. "I have already made up my mind. Nothing you can say can change it. I respectfully request that you stop trying." With that, as far as Harry was concerned, the subject was closed. Molly continued her badgering, using any argument that came to mind to dissuade him from going off to train with the Mystics, while Harry steadfastly ignored her, reviewing the pages of his broom maintenance guide in his head. Thus, he had passed the last hour in relative calm while Mrs. Weasley's blood pressure climbed. Although Harry knew that she was worried and she just wanted to keep him safe, she did not understand that this time, Harry had to keep her safe and everyone they cared about. Harry's parents had told him that only he could defeat Voldemort once and for all. Although he did not wish to cause her any pain, he was determined and he would go. However, Mrs. Weasley wasn't what occupied his thoughts at that moment. It was about the time for dinner when all of his friends would be in the Great Hall. He was thinking about his summer vacation, which was going to start in a week. He hoped that with Pettigrew caught, Sirius would take him to his home as he had once promised. There was also the offer of training by the trainee healer, revealed to be Harshvardhan, leader of the mystics, to make him the best wizard that he could ever be. This was promising to be a busy summer, and yet he had no idea how things would turn out. He was so lost in his musings that he failed to notice when the girl opened the door of the infirmary and entered the hospital wing. He only noticed her when she was standing right next to his bed. "Hi, Harry." He snapped out of his musings. "Hi, what can I do for you?" As he addressed her, he tried to recognize her. It didn't take him long to connect that face in her robes with a Slytherin girl in his year. She was Daphne Greengrass, one of the most beautiful witches in the school. They had never spoken even once before in all their years at the school. "Miss Greengrass." "Oh, Daphne, please. I don't need anything," she said. "I was worried about you. I mean, I saw you return with the trophy and then Madame Pomfrey brought you to the hospital wing. Since then no one has said a word about you. Malfoy was saying that you were killed by the Dark Lord. I wanted to see if there is any truth to his words." Harry chuckled. "Well, Daphne, to satisfy your morbid curiosity, unless I am very much mistaken, I have not yet departed on the next great adventure." Harry continued, "If you don't mind my asking, how are you convinced that Voldemort has returned?" Harry noted that Daphne flinched at the mention of the name before she answered, "Because I know that you and Dumbledore would not lie about something like this, especially not for publicity. You two are famous enough without pulling a stunt like that. Also, Malfoy has been telling anyone who will hear that the Dark Lord is back and he hit you with the killing curse." Curious and a bit suspicious, Harry asked, "You could have come to see me any time of the day. Why did you wait until everyone would be at dinner in the Great Hall?" "Because I am not stupid," she said. "I know how kindly your friends would have taken the appearance of a snake in their midst. Weasley is pretty vocal in his opinions about us." "I see," Harry said. "Well, I thank you for coming and saying hi. Is there something specific you wanted to talk about?" "Later, maybe," she said. "For now I just wanted to make sure that you are well." With that, Daphne Greengrass left the hospital wing as covertly as she had come. Another puzzle that he was trying to figure out was Susan Bones. They had not been friends in the last 4 years, but recently something had changed. Harry noticed her giving him looks but having the same emotional range as Ron. He didn't get it. She tried to get close to him, but one thing or another had cropped up. But since he woke up from the coma, she had been to see him 5 or 6 times a day. Madame Pomfrey had also let Harry know that Susan had been up to see him as often as Hermione while he was unconscious. Harry knew her as a friend who was fiercely loyal and had heard about how she had defended him when others accused him of putting his name in the goblet. She had shut her housemates down when they tried to taunt or trouble him. In his mind, she was a perfect ally to have, and Harry vowed to befriend her and get to know her better. At last, there was Neville Longbottom, his god brother. Neville was there when Harry woke up, looking anxious. Neville had an alert demeanor around Harry, as if he were assessing the surroundings to see that there was no apparent threat to his safety. He had been back to the hospital wing several times since then, and Harry felt good about that. He had wondered why Neville did not tell him sooner that he was his god brother. It was a conversation that was long overdue, but it could wait until Harry got out of the hospital wing. Among the many other students who had dropped by to visit and apologize was Ernie Macmillan. He seemed quite solemn and sincere when he told Harry that he believed him and that, moreover, he would follow Harry wherever he goes. This had been quite the change from when his name was selected as the 4th champion. Many people had affirmed their faith in him, which made him feel good as opposed to sad, brooding and gloomy, the way he felt when the entire world seemed to be mad at him. "Harry," the headmaster's voice brought him out of his reverie. He looked up towards the voice to find the headmaster standing with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory. The grief and loss they shared showed in every line of their faces. There was quite the change in the countenance of Amos Diggory, who looked so happy, jovial and prideful when his son, the apple of his eye, Cedric Diggory, was alive and in line to win the Triwizard. He was a man who was proud of his son. But now he looked old, miserable, slumped and shrunken. Mrs. Diggory looked gray and forlorn with a haunted look on her face. "Harry, Mr. Diggory and Mrs. Diggory want to talk to you about what happened to Cedric, if you are willing." It all went through Harry's mind in an instant, landing in the graveyard with Cedric. The precious moments lost while they both tried to figure out what happened. The unbearable pain splitting Harry's head when Voldemort realized that Harry was there. The frustration and terror as Harry fought against the pain and tried to tell Cedric to get the both of them out of there. The last split second of Cedric's life while he failed to understand or act. The rushing sound and green flash, and finally, the inert shell that had been Cedric crumpling to the ground. Mr. Potter, I know that you have had a rough go of it and that this is hard for you, but would you please tell us how our son died? Mr. Diggory asked as the tears filled his eyes. We can't bring our son back, but perhaps, knowing how it happened will bring us some sense of closure. You were with him. Only you can tell us how it was at the. He trailed off as his voice failed him. Harry was very reluctant to relive those moments and to relive the entire ordeal again through a retelling. He feared that the pain that he felt would never go away, but he also realized that the Diggorys deserved to know what had happened and why their son died. He nodded his assent as he relived the tragedy and braced himself to tell these two people how their son and hope for the future died. Harry took a few moments to gather his thoughts and carefully consider what to say. These people had lost everything that mattered to them when Cedric died. Harry's own temporary discomfort lost all meaning, and he knew that nothing he said would make much difference, but he had to try. Summoning his courage, he began as gently as he could. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory, there is nothing I can say to diminish your loss. Before I tell you how your son died, I want to tell you about how he lived. Everyone here liked him. He was a fierce but fair competitor. I remember that when he won that Quidditch game against my team and found out that I only missed the snitch because the Dementors had caused me to fall unconscious, he wanted to call it off. You see, that went against his sense of fair play. Even though we were rivals at Quidditch and in the Triwizard Tournament, he was kind and generous and a good friend. We will all miss him. Harry took a few moments to collect himself again. Mrs. Diggory spoke into the silence, her voice shaking. That was our Cedric. Then Harry began again, determined to get through the worst of it. Cedric did not feel a thing. I'm sure that he didn't even realize what was happening until it was over. Then Harry, remembering, outraged at the tuppety and senseless waste, turned and looked Mr. Diggory in the eye as he said, Your son was murdered by Peter Pettigrew, using the killing curse, on Voldemort's orders. The Diggorys winced as he said the name, just because he was there. Harry paused, gasping, and, his light went out of the world, Harry concluded. Looking down at his hands, Harry whispered, he shouldn't have been in the graveyard. It was me they wanted, not Cedric. Mr. Diggory put his arm around his wife's shaking shoulders and hoarsely began, Thank you, Mr. Potter. We will leave you to rest now. And he began to guide his wife out of the hospital wing. Mr. Diggory, Harry called after them, there's just a bit more. Harry took a breath, looking to the ceiling, then to Mr. Diggory again. I'm not sure how it happened, but while I was dueling Voldemort, something strange happened with our wands, and the shades of the most recent people he had murdered came out of his wand. I saw Cedric again, and his last request was that I take his body back to you. His last act was to keep Voldemort busy so that I could escape. To the very end and even beyond, he was thinking of you and was a true hero. When he was done, the Diggorys embraced him as they all three abandoned themselves to their shared grief. Some time passed before the trio separated again. Madame Pomfrey, knowing that Harry must be exhausted, started making shooing motions at Mr. Diggory behind Harry's back. Mr. and Mrs. Diggory ineffectually employed handkerchiefs attempting to mop at their tear-stained and swollen faces, while Harry used his sheets. Well, began Mr. Diggory, trying to employ the stiff upper lip, I must thank you for bringing our son's body back to us, for telling us how he met his end, but even more so for sharing what he meant to you. Mrs. Diggory gave Harry one more hug, saying, Take care of yourself, young Harry, then pulling back to hold him by his shoulders, looked him in the eye, saying, Send that monster to the place where he belongs. I have the utmost confidence in you. Mr. Diggory extended his hand for a firm handshake with Harry. Send him to the pits of hell for all the evil that he has done, Mr. Potter. We will be going now. I believe that Madame Pomfrey would like to fuss over you further. Harry returned the handshake and watched as the couple left. It seemed that Mr. and Mrs. Diggory were standing a bit taller now, even if they did walk more softly. With an approving nod to Harry, Dumbledore seemed to emerge from the shadows of the hospital wing, then follow the Diggories out. Badger's Hole. Girls' dormitories. Since the Halloween which marked the inauguration of the Triwizard Tournament, the simple life of Susan Bones had been thrown into chaos. When Harry's name was announced and it became clear that he would have to participate, Susan's life became complicated. From the start of the year, she resolved to emulate the Gryffindor's courage and at least befriend Harry Potter. The year had also started on a good note with nothing happening for the first 2 months except the bit where Moody turned Malfoy into a ferret when he attempted to sneak attack Harry. She was starting to hope that it would be a great year. But when his name came out of the cup, most of Hogwarts turned on him. The Gryffindors mostly stuck with him with a very few exceptions. Only the Hufflepuffs were truly vexed with him because in their minds, he had taken away one of their few moments of glory. She spent most of the time that year defending Harry Potter from her friends. Things became so bad that she had quarreled with her best friend, Hannah Abbott. Hannah didn't believe that Harry had not entered his name in the tournament but easily believed what others said about him. Susan clearly let her housemates know what she thought when they started wearing those infernal badges that Malfoy distributed. Perhaps if she were not the niece of the head of DMLE, she would have been hounded worse. Even her classmates had been avoiding her like the plague, and although this bothered Susan, she had bigger things to worry about when she learned that the champions had to face dragons in the first task. Most of the Badgers changed their tune when Cedric told them how Harry warned him about the dragons in the first task. The first task had made her sort her priorities. She kept fighting for Harry, but she didn't waste her energy on fighting against others because she understood that the wizarding world was made up of those whose loyalty was fickle at best. From that time on, her only concern was finding any way she could to help Harry. She was unable to help with the first task because she didn't know anything about it beforehand. For the second task, however, it was all over Hufflepuff that it involved being underwater for an hour in the middle of winter, and she sought out Neville Longbottom. She knew Neville Longbottom because her family had been in an alliance with the Longbottoms and several others for more than a millennium, and there had been marriages among those families bringing them closer to each other. She talked to Neville and found out that he already knew the answer. He had read about gillyweed in a book about magical herbs of the Mediterranean that Professor Moody had given him. They sought out Dobby, the house elf who was loyal to Harry, and suggested that the great Harry Potter would need gillyweed. Some might say that this was cheating, but strictly according to the rules, the champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. There was nothing in there about fellow students lending a helping hand. Cedric was from her house, but he was a 7th year and could take care of himself. She was much more concerned about helping Harry survive this madness. After the second task, she helped him to learn more hexes and jinxes by regularly placing books on defensive and offensive magic on the Golden Trio's regular table. She often watched him train with the help of Weasley and Granger. She would have liked to be there with him, but cursed that Ron Weasley, who sought to stop anyone from getting closer to Harry. She had often thought that someone as kind and brave as Harry Potter should have a lot more friends, and that he probably would have, except that Ron kept chasing them away. Weasley seemed to be jealous and possessive of Harry's friendship and had dreadful manners. She often wondered if Harry was aware of the ancient Great Alliance. She also wondered if Harry knew anything about the history of his family or their position in the wizarding world. Because, if he did know anything about it, he was not doing anything to live up to his heritage or renew those centuries-old commitments. When she spoke with her auntie about it, Amelia assured her that she would look into it. Susan was quite sure that she must have done so because Ron came and apologized to her while Harry was in his coma and things became more bearable. Since Harry woke up, she visited him at every possible opportunity and they had talked for hours. Auntie had promised that she would talk to Dumbledore and try to take over his guardianship this year. Susan hoped she would be able to get it done. Her bed curtains were pulled aside and she closed her eyes, feigning sleep. "Susie, can I talk to you?" her best friend Hannah was asking. It was the first time in months that Hannah sought her out. Hannah was usually very pig-headed about things and would not budge even if the evidence was overwhelming that she was wrong. Susan tried not to show her surprise at hearing Hannah sounding so nervous. She could have carried the grudge on further, but for what purpose? Besides, She missed the banter with her best friend. Hannah, we have been friends since we could walk, and if you need to ask permission to talk to me, I would think that things are very bad between us, she said kindly. Hannah smiled hesitantly and said, I wanted to apologize to you. I know now that no one would willingly enter themselves into a tournament where they can be killed. I want to apologize to Harry as well. You think he will forgive me? Susan smiled at her and stood up to embrace her friend. It is all right, Hannah. I think Harry will forgive you. The relief that Hannah felt at those words and the warm comfort that Susan's hug gave her made her feel like an idiot at her own stubbornness of the last few months. She felt something in the pocket of her robes and extricated herself from Susan's grip. As Susan watched, she pulled out something and tossed it into the air, pointing her wand at it. Incendio. The thing burst into flames and the ashes fluttered to the floor. Susan raised an eyebrow at her best friend, who said sheepishly, it is one of those badges that Malfoy was passing around. I feel like a heel now for having worn the thing in the first place. What is the time, Hannah? I bet I missed dinner, she asked her best friend. Maybe I'll have to go to the kitchens to find something to eat, she murmured to herself. The dinner is long since over and I kind of missed you being there because you missed all the drama that went on in the Great Hall today. What happened in the Great Hall? It had been an hour since dinner started. The Great Hall was full and the students were talking amongst themselves, sharing plans for the summer holiday or debating over what Dumbledore had told them. Many of them were of the opinion that Dumbledore wouldn't have said anything if Harry Potter hadn't told them, so maybe he was lying. Over at Slytherin table, Malfoy was gloating to his friends. Father has written to tell me that the Dark Lord is living in our manor as our honored guest. I hope he will mark me as one of his followers. Why would you want that? Asked Theo Not. I can help him with purging our world of the riff-raff. With a war coming, he will need help from everyone to clear out trash like the Mudblood, Granger and Potter. Keep your thoughts to yourself, Malfoy, said Blaise Zabini coolly, as he was passing through, or you will find trouble sooner than you expect. I am a Malfoy, Zabini, he said, no one can harm me. Anyone who tries to harm the Malfoys will be dealt with like the Dark Lord did with Potter and Diggo, smack asterisk. Malfoy was so busy running his mouth that he failed to notice Cho Chang arriving with fury in her eyes. She heard Malfoy shooting his mouth off. When he was about to utter Cedric's name, it was too much for her. Her right cross knocked Malfoy to the floor, his nose bloodied and broken and a few teeth knocked out. How dare you, Malfoy? She snarled. How dare you talk like that about Cedric and Harry Potter? Malfoy tried to mumble something through the hand covering his ruined face as he started to get up, but the people in the Great Hall looked on as she tackled him to the ground, beating him senseless with her punches and kicks. It was only when Snape arrived to separate them that she could be restrained. 50 points from Ravenclaw for resorting to violence. Ms. Chong in detention tomorrow with me, squeaked the tiny Professor Flitwick. And 50 points to Ravenclaw for loyalty, said Professor Sprout. Will you punish Mr. Malfoy, Professor Snape? Snape sneered at Malfoy. 10 points from Slytherin and a detention tomorrow with me. But first, off to Madame Pomfrey with you. He handed Malfoy his teeth and gestured to Crabbe and Goyle to escort him as Malfoy's eyes were too swollen to see. I never thought of Chong as someone who would resort to such violence, Susan said. What happened after that? Chong left the Great Hall to get her hand looked after, but she looked very happy with herself, Hannah said. It was actually very satisfying to see the ferret's head snap back. Black Townhouse, London. The Black Townhouse was in the heart of London. Based on the Georgian architecture, the house was situated in a neighborhood that had once been the most affluent but had fallen into squalor with the passage of time. The previous Lord Black, Arcturus Orion Black, had maintained the place and erected every ward known to wizard kind to secure the house and to keep the muggles from poking their noses into his business. Now, with all other Blacks dead or in Azkaban or removed from the family tree, the house had come to Sirius Black as part of the Black inheritance. Sirius had never accepted their ideals and revolted against them, so he knew that despite being the blood heir he would never become the Lord of Black. Yet, he used the house for the protection that it offered and offered the house to Dumbledore to use as headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. To say that Sirius Black hated the house was an understatement. In fact, he wanted nothing more than to raze it to the ground, but he knew there were immediate uses that he could put it to. Until he was exonerated, he was forced to stay in this place because it was the only place where he could live freely even if it contained all the bad memories of his childhood and he had hoped to never set foot here ever again. Number 12 Grimald Place never felt like home to him even when he was little, but Potter Manor was like home to him. At the start, Arcturus Orion Black used to live in the town house with his wife Melania and his family, but when his family started growing, he gave this place to his oldest, Orion Black. Arcturus Black left the town house shortly after Sirius was born because he could not stand Wolburga Black, who was as obnoxious as she was foul. She made it a regular habit to belittle Sirius and treat him horribly. Wolburga did nothing in her life that could have made Sirius love her. He actually hated her with every fiber of his being and wished that she was not his mother. If there was anyone Walburga ever loved, it was Regulus, his brother, the perfect pure blood. She often said that Regulus should have been the heir to the Black family. Sirius also knew that Regulus had more affinity to the Black family magic and even perfectly towed the line of the pureblood agenda spewed by the blood purists and even got the stupid mark. That was the end of the relationship between the two brothers. Sirius had tried to discourage his brother from joining Voldemort, but Regulus was so far gone in it that he did not listen to his brother. His mother had indoctrinated him such that he thought he was doing her proud by becoming a Death Eater. When Sirius was sent to Azkaban, his family was mostly alive, but now the Black family tree had withered with only a handful of them remaining. At the end of Harry's third year, Sirius had met Moony, who updated him about his family. Lord Arcturus Orion Black had died 6 years ago, a few months after Wolburga died. Cassiopeia Black, who had left for the chateau in France, had died there sometime in 1988. Lucretia Black had married into the Pruitt family and had died only a few years ago. Caris Crouch née Black had died even before the war, and so was Cladora Longbottom née Black, who had died shortly before the First War. Cedrella Weasley née Black had been disowned for marrying a blood traitor. The Blacks, once a large and influential family, was reduced to him and his cousins. His eldest cousin Andromeda had been disowned for marrying a Muggle-born and had a metamorphagus daughter Nymphadora who was also an Auror. Bellatrix was married to Rudolphus Lestrange and was imprisoned in Azkaban with her husband Rudolphus Lestrange and brother-in-law Rabaston Lestrange for torturing the Longbottoms into insanity. And lastly, there was Narcissa Black, who married Lucius Malfoy, the world's biggest bigot, bully and coward. Previously, Sirius was not sure if he would be able to enter his family home. It didn't matter because he had no interest in doing anything with the Black family. After having escaped from Hogwarts, he had been on the run for quite a while, thinking of ways to survive with no money and no place to live. Shortly after he had escaped, he received a letter from his account manager Ripthroat, who had informed him that Lord Black had made him his heir and did not change his will even after Sirius was sent to Azkaban, which meant that he was still the blood heir to the Black fortune. He attempted to take up the mantle of Lord Black so he could arrange a trial with the help of the allies of the House of Black and be exonerated, but the Lord Ring never fit his finger as it was supposed to. It indicated that the family magic identified him as the blood heir, but he could not become the Lord of Black. It also meant that while he was alive, no one else would be able to become the Lord of Black because the magic would not identify him as such. If he were to die without an heir, the lordship would pass to either Draco Malfoy or to Nymphadora Tonks. But he had an heir, his godson, Harry Potter, the son of his brother James, who was named as his heir ever since Sirius Black had been named his godfather. The reason for Sirius being there that day was that they needed to make the place ready for the Order of the Phoenix. When Dumbledore confirmed that Voldemort had returned, he sent out the call to many of his old friends, who were members of the Order of the Phoenix in the First War. Everyone who was alive and able answered the call, but their numbers were few. Too many of them had died in the previous war. Good men and women who should have lived long lives to change the world, fell to that monster and his bloodthirsty followers. Peter also told of his treachery in detail, telling of all the times he snitched on the lives of Order members. He told of his role in the murder of the Bones, the Pruitts, the McKinnons and many other Order members who were fighting on the side of light. He had told the Death Eaters of the location of their homes, the wards around their places, their strengths and their weaknesses, and every other detail that could be helpful. They were not just witches and wizards but his brothers in arms. Entire families had been wiped out. Remembering their deaths even now made Sirius's heart ache. The Pruitts were all but gone. Lord and Lady Pruitt had died even before the war had escalated. The Pruitt twins, Fabian and Gideon, were demons with a wand. Sirius knew it for a fact that when those two were together, nobody could best them in an honest duel, and the only way that they could be conquered was ambush. They were killed in an ambush involving 10 Death Eaters, of whom only 4 walked away from the duel but not before getting seriously injured. Sirius had known later that they had been attacked en masse by the Death Eaters, yet they stood their ground, dispatching Death Eaters to hell one after another. They would have emerged unscathed, but Antonin Dolohov killed them with his signature curse when their backs were turned. The only one alive in the house of Pruitt was Molly Weasley née Pruitt, who was married to Arthur Weasley. Other than the Potters, there were Edgar and Ellie Bones, who were dear friends to him. Edgar came from the House of Bones. The renown and feats of their warriors were scattered throughout the pages of history. During the last war, Amelia Bones, who was a senior Auror, was a terror to the Death Eaters. She proved to be a threat to their plans of world domination. It was said that whenever her squad entered into a battle, it was sure to go their way. She always took a hard-line approach against Death Eaters and strongly advocated for giving the harshest punishments to them. Edgar and Ellie were killed by Voldemort himself to deter Amelia Bones from taking the hard-line approach against him. However, they did not go down easily. When Voldemort stormed the place where they were hiding, Edgar dispatched the 2 Death Eaters who had accompanied Voldemort and Bellatrix and then dueled with Voldemort. There was a moment when he fought Voldemort to a standstill and hoped in his heart that they would make it out alive. His hopes, however, were thwarted when Voldemort played dirty and had Bellatrix take Ellie captive at one point. The threat of harm to her had forced him to forfeit, and consequently they both were killed. Susan wasn't home that day because she was staying with her Aunt Amelia for the night to give them some couple time. Sirius's heart still ached for Marlene, who was a daughter of the McKinnon family. Nobody ever knew what became of them that night, but it was believed that all of them had been toughly killed. The rumor was that the best fighters of Voldemort's inner circle had killed them. He missed them, and especially Marlene, his intended, after he had promised her that he would marry her. She had been his calm center in his chaos and the one whom he listened to. He never found her body or those of her family. By the time that Sirius arrived there, their manor was burnt to the ground and everyone was thought dead. Even their elves had valiantly died protecting them from the Death Eaters. There was Dorcas Meadows, the only Order member apart from the Bones and the Potters to have been personally murdered by Voldemort, and they never found his body either. The ancient and most noble house of Sayre was all but gone, with Lady Sayre escaping by the breadth of a hair, who then left Avalon to settle in France away from the war and never deigned to return even after Voldemort was gone. Benji Fenwick was in the wrong place at the wrong time when he happened to come across a Death Eater raid, and they killed him for trying to oppose them. It took 3 of them to take him down. Lastly, there were Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix, the Lestrange brothers, and Bartemius Crouch Jr., who were sentenced to Azkaban for their crimes. Frank and Alice never recovered because there was no known cure for their condition, not in all of Wizarding Britain. Many other ancient and most noble houses had lost their heirs or scions in the war from the side of light. Most of them had been his friends in Gryffindor House and companion pranksters, especially the Pruitt twins. There was a sort of rivalry between the Pruitts and the Marauders, and often they pranked the whole school together or while trying to beat each other. Reminiscing about the past, Sirius approached number 12, Grimmauld Place, and tapped the serpentine door knocker with his wand. After a few seconds the door opened. From the dark, dank interior, the wall of stench of rot and neglect hit him. The walls, already gloomy, had turned downright foreboding, and the dust looked like it had not been removed in decades. The chandeliers were draped with cobwebs, and everywhere he looked, there were infestations of pests like doxies, spiders, etc. In its glory days, that place was the talk of the town, but now it was a neglected dump. As he crossed the threshold, there was a loud crack and an elf appeared before him. The elf was very old, stooping, emaciated and grubby. His shoulders hunched and his skin fell in folds over the rag he wore as a loincloth. The elf stared at Sirius and said in a low hissing voice, "You not welcome here, nasty master. Mudblood lover, blood traitor, broke my poor mistress's heart. What will mistress say?" Sirius took in the sad sight of this elf who had never served him happily but always doted over his brother and worshipped the ground that Wolberga walked on. At one time, Sirius would have been angry with this elf and freed him to die, but now he felt pity. They were the last of the legacy of the House of Black, both alone, broken and forlorn. He should have been angry with this thing before him, but he felt pity. He shuddered to imagine having an existence where no one talked to you and you lived only with memories. He had lived the same life for 12 years. Kindly, he said to the elf, "How are you, creature? I did not think I would find you here. If I did, I would have called you much sooner." Creature was surprised at this. He was not used to kindness from Sirius. The demeanor thawed him a bit, but not enough to let go of his rudeness. Creature just stood there staring at him. Sirius started again. "Creature, I do not wish to have you against me. I am the only one left now and so are you. I want to restore the ancient and most noble House of Black to its former glory. Will you help me with that?" The elf was too surprised to say anything and overwhelmed with emotions, so could only nod. "Creature, I know the House of Black supported Voldemort in the past, but where did it lead us? All of them who supported him are dead or in Azkaban. Is that the kind of glory that you want for the House of Black? I, for one, want the name of the House of Black to command respect, and I will do anything to make that happen. Will you help me?" "I will, Master." Sirius took that as a positive sign and ordered him to cook something for him to eat while he walked through the house. As he reached the end of the corridor, he tripped over an umbrella stand that he hadn't seen in the gloom. When he went down with a mighty crash, the drapes covering a nearby portrait flew open, revealing a life-sized portrait of his dear departed mother in her full glory. In fact, she looked even more horrendous in the portrait than she did in real life. Flecks of spittle ejected from her impossibly huge mouth as she shrieked, "You! How dare you befoul the House of Black with your presence? You are the shame of my life, a shame to the entire House of Black, a lover of mud bloods and blood traitors." Sirius growled as he aimed his wand. "Shut up, you hag." As her incoherent abuses continued, he shot a spell at her. With a red flash from his wand, the curtains slammed shut, cutting her off mid-word. In the blessed silence that followed, he took a few breaths, then summoned Creature. The ancient elf appeared with a crack. "Creature, who put this portrait here?" he asked in the mildest tone he could manage so as not to offend the demented elf. "That be Creature, Master. Mistress telling Creature to put it here so no can enter," said Creature, wringing his hands. Sirius, seeing the elf's apprehension, said, "Well done, Creature, for doing as your mistress commanded." The elf perked up at the praise. Sirius continued, "I am sorry for you, that the one you served so faithfully is gone to the next great adventure. In her place, I am your master now. If that portrait is here and yells profanities at everyone who comes through that door, it will give a bad name to the House of Black. Do you want the name of Black to be dragged through the mud?" he asked, playing upon his sentiments for the House of Black. "No, Master," he said, shaking his head firmly. "Creature, I want you to take down this portrait and take her to the attic where you can keep it and care for it." "And why is the house so dirty, Creature? You have not been doing your duty to the House of Black. Do you wish to disgrace the House of Black and your ancestors whose heads have been proudly mounted upon that wall?" he said, further goading the elf into shame. Creature straightened and, looking upon Sirius, said firmly, "Creature cleans the house, Master. Yous be not worry." Ordering him to clean his old bedroom first, Sirius approached a room he had never set a foot in. The room belonged to his brother, Regulus, which was well kept and tidy without a trace of dirt. Perhaps Creature kept this room clean due to his attachment to him. There were photos of Regulus on one of those walls. There was a photo of his Quidditch team where Regulus was laughing at the camera, looking innocent and carefree. Seeing Regulus and his friends in the photo, he remembered that not only the light but the dark also had lost a number of their men in the war. His own brother was presumably killed and his body never found. The House of Rosier ended when Evan Rosier was killed by Alistair Moody in a fight after Voldemort fell. The Knots had lost 3 of their sons including their heir. The House of Crouch was all but finished with Barty Crouch Jr. being in DMLE custody. Amelia Bones had plans to chuck him straight through the veil right after she finished squeezing the last useful drop of information out of him. That woman had an eternal grudge against Death Eaters. The Wilkins had lost their son at the hands of Mad Eye. The patriarch was killed dueling Sirius and James when the Death Eaters attempted to ambush Sirius and James on their way home from a Muggle bar. There were countless other faces who had died in service of Voldemort, some of them as examples when they failed to complete their missions, others when they attempted to leave his ranks. Such a waste of life and magical blood, bringing the already dwindling wizarding population to a new low. Then it occurred to him that perhaps Kreacher knew something about what happened to Regulus. To confirm his suspicions, he summoned the elf. Kreacher tried to deny knowing anything, but when Sirius made it a direct order, Kreacher started bawling. Crying, he told Sirius about an underground lake, where the Dark Lord had hidden a locket and used Kreacher to test the defenses. Kreacher told Regulus of this. Regulus asked Kreacher to take him to the lake where Regulus drank the elixir of nightmares and told Kreacher to take the locket which he swapped with a fake one and to destroy the original. Sirius was shocked beyond belief with the courage his brother had shown. His brother had defied Voldemort to the end. He collected a crying Kreacher into his arms, patting the back of the still inconsolable elf. Kreacher, I want to finish his work. Will you help me? Kreacher nodded and popped away and returned a moment later clutching a heavy locket in his hand which reeked of dark magic so much that Sirius was repulsed by it. He took the locket and looked upon an elaborately carved S on it studded with jewels. The locket looked very regal and reminded him of something he remembered seeing in a book once. A picture of the famed locket of Slytherin. Instantly conjuring a sack and securing the locket in it, he ran out of the house giving instructions to Kreacher to start cleaning. As he was out of the door, he disappeared into thin air. Hogwarts. He appeared a little way outside of the Hogwarts gates and changing into Padfoot he bounded towards the gates. Once through, he ran all the way up to the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to the headmaster's office. After taking a moment to make sure that nobody was watching, he changed back to give the password, Mars Bar. He bounded up the escalating spiral staircase 2 steps at a time and barged through the door without knocking. Dumbledore stopped mid-sentence in his discussion with Harshvarden as they both looked up. Sirius, is something the matter? I thought you would be busy for at least a week making the house habitable. Dumbledore asked him, surprised. Sirius related the whole tale of how Regulus had betrayed Voldemort and died to make one more step toward putting the Dark Lord down permanently. With a fierce grin of triumph, Sirius presented the sack with the locket in it, saying, and here it is. Albus carefully took the sack from him. Handling it like the sack contained a viper, he poured the contents out on his desk. Harshvarden leapt back as if repulsed by it while Albus peered curiously at the locket. Muttering under his breath, he rapidly cast a series of detection and analytical spells. The locket glowed a nasty shade of red and pulsed a few times before dimming again. He raised his head, his expression grave, looking towards Harshvarden, waiting for the mystic to speak. Harshvarden sighed, sorry about my reaction. Such abominations always repulse me. It is such a sacrilege against mother magic that one cannot even fathom, but only those evil of heart. Sirius nodded firmly. That, he said, pointing at the locket, that thing is a Horcrux. I confirmed it before I came here. It contains a fragment of that maniac's soul. My brother gave his life to retrieve it. We have to destroy it. We must succeed where Regulus failed. Yes, Mr. Black, you know of Horcrux, began Harshvarden. Sirius answered, not realizing that Harsh wasn't finished. Of course, I know what that evil, filthy thing is. I am a Black, the darkest family in Wizarding Britain. These things are described in some of the books kept in the Black Library. How do you know of them? Harshvarden smiled softly. Only you British wizards classify magic. It is not evil or light, Mr. Black. It is simply that. What makes it evil or good is the purpose for which it is used. We know of Horcruxes and many other sinister things perhaps not described in your books. Harshvarden turned his gaze and looked curiously at the locket, staring at it with longing and anger. What a waste of such precious artifact. Salazar would be rolling in his grave knowing what has become of his precious possession. He was quite proud of this locket and its powers. You sound as if you knew him, said Sirius. As a matter of fact, I did, but that is tale for another time. What will you do with it, Dumbledore? He asked, turning towards Dumbledore. I plan to destroy it with basilisk venom, the same way young Harry destroyed his diary. Basilisk. Did you say basilisk, Dumbledore? And what diary are we talking about and what did Harry have to do with it? Squeaked Sirius. The basilisk young Harry killed when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, said Dumbledore, and then proceeded to recount the tale of Harry's second year, telling them how Harry had discovered he was a Parseltongue, how he had found the chamber, killed the basilisk and saved Ginevra Weasley. By the time he was done, Sirius's face was ashen while Harsh Varden looked intrigued by the tale. This means it is second of the 5 Horcruxes he had made when we captured him. I wish we could have asked him for the location of the others, but we could not find it, Harsh said, frowning. What do you mean capture? And if you had captured Voldemort, why did you release him? Retorted Sirius angrily. Calm down, Mr. Black. We do not keep prisoners, so we had no means to keep him subdued with. His fate has been so written that he would never fall to my wand. We had to release him before the future was altered, he explained. Dumbledore decided to interrupt before Sirius could explode further. What do you propose we do with this? We can destroy it with fiendfire or with basilisk venom. Harsh shook his head. We do not resort to such crude methods, Albus my boy. If you had viewed the world in a larger perspective and treated magic as a sentient being, you would not have suggested this way. Do you know there is a way that we can pull the soul fragment out without destroying the locket? He reprimanded Albus, and Sirius snorted, seeing the headmaster being berated. Albus's interest was piqued. He could think of a lot of possibilities with such knowledge. However, the mystic spoke before he could interrupt, as if he read his mind. No, Albus, we are not teaching it to you. It is our own magic, not meant to be imparted to everyone, and even among ourselves we do not teach it to everyone but those who prove themselves worthy. Albus pouted at this, which Sirius found a little hilarious, but he had more work to do. Albus, I have seen the house. There is no way I can clean it up by myself. Creature is there, but he is getting old and I suspect he won't be much help. We are going to need some help to clean the place up. And no one can clean it without magic. The ward stones of the property are inactive and they need blood from the Lord of Black to recharge them. I cannot wield the family magic enough to do it myself. Harry will need to take up the mantle and do it before we decide to make it headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. If I could get an elf, it would really speed things up. Do you know if any are available? The old headmaster nodded. I may know of just the elf you need. But, you will have to talk to Harry about it because the elf is fiercely devoted to him. Although he claims to be a free elf, I suspect he is already bonded to your godson. I propose that we all go to Harry and ask him to summon the elf, then we will know, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Since I have nothing more to do, let's go find Harry Potter, announced Sirius. Great Hall. Madame Pomfrey ran out of excuses to keep her patient in the hospital wing. With Harry's strength rapidly returning, even she had to admit that it would be good for him to get out and get some exercise. Besides, with all the visitors, it was starting to look more like King's Cross Station than an infirmary. So it was that after giving Harry the strictest orders not to overdo it, that she released him. Harry Potter was sitting in the Great Hall at the Gryffindor table enjoying the company of his friends as he ate his lunch. Ron and Neville flanked him. Hermione sat across from him with the Weasley twins on either side of her. Over at the Hufflepuff table, Susan was stealing glances at Harry when she thought nobody was looking. She had been up to see Harry and talked with him at length. He found that he enjoyed her company. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrass took in every detail while keeping her expression neutral, and an auburn-haired girl sitting beside her was talking to her animatedly. Hagrid was sitting at the staff table gesticulating wildly as he told Professor Flitwick the latest story about an interesting creature he recently obtained. There was Professor Moody looking very haggard and tired, sniffing a piece of chicken before starting to eat it. His usual hip flask was missing. Sirius had filled Harry in on how Moody had been imprisoned in his own trunk by an impostor who was a Death Eater in disguise. Professor McGonagall was sitting beside him looking at him unapprovingly while her lips were pursed into a thin line, and Snape was sitting in his place with a boorish expression on his face and the trademark sneer in place. Seeing Snape, he remembered the message his mother had given for him and decided to go to him later in the day. Ginny sat by herself, at the end of the Gryffindor table, concentrating on her meal. she did not meet Harry's eyes the way she used to. Harry missed that. He wondered what was wrong. Now that Harry thought about it, Ginny hadn't been to the infirmary to visit since the day he woke up. Harry casually asked, "Hermione, what's up with Ginny?" Suddenly, Ron and the twins found the flatware and dishes endlessly fascinating while Hermione coughed into her napkin. Finally, she said, "Oh Harry, I can tell you all about it, but this isn't the place." The other Weasleys in the immediate vicinity vigorously nodded their agreement. Neville, unaware of what was really going on, just shrugged. Harry said, "Right then. Let's go." They all followed Harry out of the Great Hall except for Ginny and found an empty classroom on the second floor. After the twins locked and silenced the door, they all sat down and Hermione finally spilled the beans about how Ginny had a huge crush on Harry, but became disillusioned when he went into the coma and now she was avoiding him out of shame, grief and embarrassment. At the end of it all, they all watched Harry to say how he would react. After a few moments, Harry said, "Sorry I'm so clueless when it comes to girls. I was so busy trying not to die and chasing Cho around that I had no idea about all this. She must feel awful." Turning to Ron he said, "Ron, you're my best mate. I hope this doesn't make things weird between us." Ron shook his head, "Not in a million years, mate." Turning to Hermione he said, "That must have been really hard for you, Hermione. There's only 2 days left before end of term. If you think I should talk to her." Hermione said, "No, not now. But I will tell her what you said if that's okay." Harry nodded, "Sure. I'm glad I can count on you." With that, the twins said, "Right. That's sorted. We have some flow addresses to get before everyone takes off for the summer." And they all exited the room. Harry wandered in the direction of Gryffindor Tower. He had packing to do and a solid night's sleep, in his own 4-poster bed, without Madame Pomfrey waking him up to give him sleeping drafts would not go amiss. Ginny's teenage angst aside, Harry was elated that he would not be going to the Dursleys anymore. Suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turning back, he found the trainee healer, who was smiling at him and Dumbledore who motioned him to follow them to a room on the other side of the castle, which he had never seen, which was quite a way apart from the dungeons. Perhaps this place was not even marked on the Marauder's map. Albus went to a door with the Hogwarts crest, which melted at his touch and Harry followed the 2 men inside. Before the door closed, Snape and McGonagall came in with Padfoot who started jumping up and down trying to lick Harry who had to force himself not to laugh while he kept trying to keep Padfoot down. Dumbledore cleared his throat loudly. Padfoot turned into Sirius. From Dumbledore's grave expression, Harry guessed that they were going to discuss serious, no pun intended, business. He started saying somberly, "Harry, it is time that I answer a question you asked me in your first year about why Voldemort came after you. Shortly before you were born, a prophecy was made by Sybil Trelawney while I was interviewing her for the subject of divination at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. The prophecy was about a boy who will have the power to defeat Lord Voldemort. A spy of his was present in the Hog's Head who heard the first half of the prophecy before he was caught spying and was thrown out of the inn. The spy rushed off to inform Voldemort about the part he heard. That was about a boy being born at the end of July who would possess power to defeat the Dark Lord. The prophecy also said a few more things which we will discuss." Snape cut in, sneering, "Do you really think the Potter brat can defeat him? He is nothing but a mediocre wizard." Quote. Sirius barked back, "You are knocking my godson who has faced the monster 4 times and lived to tell the tale, Snivellus. So, you can shut your festering gob and quit drooling all over the floor." Before Snape started up again, Harry snapped, "Will you both please keep quiet? I can't stand listening to the 2 of you bickering like school children. Sirius, you have tormented him as much as he tormented you and Professor. You have never treated me fairly, thinking that I am just like my father." Dumbledore chuckled at Harry chastising both of the men and continued, "Based on the information that Voldemort received from his spy, he decided to kill all the children to be born at the end of July that year, but he made this decision without knowing other important factors. From the information he had, he deduced that either of 2 children would fit the prophecy. Both had parents that had defied Voldemort 3 times and were born at the end of the 7th month, you and Neville Longbottom. Of the 2, he chose you to be the child of the prophecy. Harry's mind was reeling. There was so much he did not understand, but what he knew for certain was that he was the one who would have to kill Voldemort. This was the reason that his parents had gone into hiding. This was the reason that he was an orphan. He felt like the weight of the world was upon his shoulders. Sirius hugged him tightly and kept whispering encouraging words into his ear. Harry croaked, "But, how can I defeat him? I only have 4 years of magical education. He is both more powerful and more experienced than me." Harshvardhana chuckled softly as a man with many secrets. He began to speak. "While it is true that your experience and knowledge is limited, but your courage, valor and power is unfathomable and more than a match to him. You are already as powerful as Voldemort or Dumbledore, and with the training that we would give you, you would be able to tilt the balance in your favor." Harry was not entirely convinced but felt reassured by his words. He turned towards Sirius. "But, if I go with him, then I will not be able to come with you. Harry, you are only going away with him for a month or so. Besides, once we get rid of Voldemort, we will have a long life to be together. I want you to train hard with him and learn everything that you can," Sirius said. "Do you have a place for us to live?" Harry asked eagerly. Sirius smiled at him and said, "The Black family has many properties all over the world. We can live anywhere we want once this is all over." "Professor, how are we going to India?" he asked the headmaster. Harshvardhana answered the question. "I want this to remain a surprise, but you will like it, I promise." Dumbledore ushered Severus and Minerva out of the room while Sirius adopted a more solemn demeanor, if that was possible. Once the others were out of the room, Dumbledore began, "Now Harry, there is something more that we have to tell you. You can tell your friends about it, but I would advise you to very carefully consider with whom you share this secret. He did not die that night because he had several fail-safes in place to tether him to mortality. He split his soul into many pieces, hiding them in things which he hid away from everyone. Those things are called Horcruxes." Harry shivered on hearing that word, "which keep a wizard bound to this plane, even if their body is destroyed." "How do you split your soul?" asked Harry, confused with the concept. "By the act of supreme evil, murder," he replied with no trace of joviality in his voice. Harry shuddered at the thought, and so did Sirius. However, Harshvardhana was impassive. Dumbledore looked at him before continuing, "I had long suspected that Voldemort created them, but it was finally confirmed when you brought me the proof." "What proof?" Harry asked. "The diary of Tom Riddle that you brought to me after you slew the basilisk. You described to me how he came out of the diary. I was stumped at such a phenomenon, and after a lot of research I came to the conclusion that he had created Horcruxes. The theory was confirmed by Mr. Harshvardhana. He learned this when he captured and interrogated Tom Riddle, the self-styled Voldemort, 30 years ago." Harry looked at the mystic in awe. Anyone capable of such a feat was a hero to him. "When he came for you that night," Albus continued, "his soul was already unstable, and when the killing curse hit him, a part of his soul tore off from the remaining portion and latched itself to the only living being in the room, you," Dumbledore announced, to the shock and dismay of Harry and Sirius. "You mean I am keeping him alive? How do we get it out? Can we do it here? When can we get it out?" Harry spewed a lot of questions. Dumbledore stopped the stream of questions with a silencing spell, then continued, "I discovered that you were a Horcrux when you were brought to the hospital wing. After the Dementor attack in your 3rd year. I tried to exorcise it out of you after I fed you the draft of living death, but I found it to be latched too deeply to you and beeping on your magic, thus hindering your growth and your magical energy. The exorcising process was too painful and you almost died, so I did not try it again and you were enervated before the morning. I have been trying for the past year to find a way to exorcise it out of you without hurting you, but could not find any way. There was always the last resort of killing you." Sirius interrupted, leaping to his feet, wand in hand, "Are you out of your mind? What makes you think that I would let you hurt Harry?" Harsh spoke up. "It would not have come to that, Mr. Black. We had been keeping an eye on Harry Potter all this while, and we were waiting for the right time to approach Dumbledore and offer our services to exorcise the foul thing out of him. However, as it turns out, we did not need that anymore," said Harshvardhana. "If you know how to exorcise the damn thing, why haven't you already done it?" asked Sirius hotly. We did not do that because the process would have caused him extraordinary pain, and despite his pain threshold being very high, he would have been magically exhausted and his magic would have been unstable. Since he was in the tournament and constantly training, doing so would have put him in danger because without his magic being settled, he could not participate in the third task, thus forfeiting his life and magic. He replied, but we do not need to do that anymore, as when he was hit with the killing curse in the graveyard, it killed the soul fragment in his scar and he is free of any contamination. It was due to killing of the Horcrux in the scar that he had his magical maturity earlier. Harry was relieved beyond words, but something Dumbledore had said was on his mind. Professor, if we have killed the fragment in me, does it mean he can be killed now? No. He made several Horcruxes. 7 being the magical number. I expect he has made 7 of them. However, I will have to see someone to confirm my theory. As it happens, the diary was destroyed by you, the one in you was killed by him. We have the locket of Slytherin, and if my guess is correct, and they usually are, there are 4 more yet to be found, Dumbledore replied. Now Harry, we have another little request for you. Sirius needs a house elf and I suggested one for him. I was thinking if you could summon him, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling again. You mean Dobby, said Harry, grinning. There was a loud crack and Dobby appeared, hugging Harry's leg. He squeaked. Did Harry Potter call for Dobby? How Dobby be serving the great Harry Potter? Sirius snorted at the elf's antics and Dumbledore chuckled while Harshvarden tried not to laugh. Dobby, I will need my leg, thank you. I wanted to ask if you would like to serve my godfather, asked Harry, gently extricating his leg from the elf. Dobby started wringing his hands and said rather hesitantly, Dobby be honored, the great Harry Potter asked to help, but Dobby is be already bonded. That's great, Dobby. Who are you bonded to? Asked Harry, interested. I be bonded to the great Harry Potter, said Dobby nervously. Dobby, why did you do that? I thought you like being free. Not that I'm complaining, said Harry. Wesby lose our magic if not serve a magic strengthen our bond, the elf replied. It's all right, Dobby. I am honored by your service. Do you know of another elf who can help me? Harry asked while shocked that unwittingly he had almost caused Dobby to die. Winky not having a family is dying. Great Harry Potter's dogfather, Sirius snorted, combined her to his family, the elf replied enthusiastically. Dumbledore summoned Winky and Sirius bonded her to House of Black, then called Creature to take her to Grimmauld Place and have her help in cleaning the house. Dobby decided to stay with Harry until he left Hogwarts since he effectively had no wand now. The new Holly and Phoenix feather wand was no better than a piece of dead wood to him, and the wand he won from Wormtail was in the custody of the DMLE. A house elf could use magic to defend their master as Dobby had once defended him from Lucius Malfoy. Things had been tense in the Lion's Den ever since Harry's name came out of the Goblet of Fire, compelling him to be the 4th Triwizard Champion. Since Dumbledore's shocking announcement that Voldemort was back and that Cedric had been murdered, the tension reached a whole new level. Of course, everyone wanted to ask Harry about what really happened at the end of the 3rd task, but he wasn't talking. For a change, Harry was grateful to Ron for his bluntness when it came to keeping the groupies and the gawkers away. Since Harry's release from Madame Pomfrey's care, Neville had not only joined the group, but taken up discouraging the groupies too. Most of the Lions got the hint and kept their opinions and questions to themselves, either out of respect for Harry or embarrassment that they had doubted him before the first task. Sad to say, Hermione and the Quidditch team were pretty much the only ones that never doubted him. That all changed for the better when they watched Harry face mortal danger in the form of the Hungarian Horntail and outfly it. The rest of Harry's critics changed their minds quickly when they became the targets of pranks courtesy of the Weasley twins. But there was one particularly abrasive and persistent 6th year that never got the memo and just could not resist baiting Harry and his friends. Harry was sitting in front of the common room fire, discussing the events of the tournament and plans for the summer with Neville, Dean and Seamus, when Leonard Taylor entered from the boys' dormitory stairway. Since none of the prefects or the twins were around, he thought he'd have a go at Harry yet again, basking in your glory, telling your underlings all about your rule-breaking, Potter. Harry pretended not to hear the Muggle-born bully. This routine was so old that it just faded into the background noise as far as he was concerned. Taylor was an idiot, too stupid to know when to quit. Dean spoke up. Read the room, Taylor. Nobody's laughing. Harry already knew how this was going to be. He excused himself. I'm going to the library, mates. See you there later, Neville. And putting action to words, he exited through the porthole behind the fat lady portrait. As he left, Taylor, still trying to get a rise out of him, called out, "That's it, Potter. Run away. Run away like the coward you are. You're giving Gryffindor a bad name. You." He didn't get to finish that sentence because Neville instantly went from sitting to grabbing him by the front of his robes, pointing his wand right between the bully's eyes. He growled, "Go ahead. Finish that sentence. See what happens." The transformation was shocking. Neville had always been quiet, easygoing, and frankly a bit of a joke. But this guy, with his magic oozing from every pore, red in the face, nostrils flared, his scowl laser focused on the git's face, didn't seem to be anything like that. Taylor had poked the bear one time too many. Taylor shuddered with dread but managed to squeak, "What is it to you, Longbottom?" Potter cheated and. Taylor's limbs and head flailed about like a rag doll as Neville shook him with the one-handed grip on the git's robes. Taylor went cross-eyed as Neville pointed his wand between his eyes. "You ask me a question then continue to spew bilge from that festering gob. Keep it shut while I explain it to you, and I'll use small words so your pea-brain will get it. Ever since the longboats of the Vikings landed on the shores of Avalon, from the first time that the Potters subdued the berserker hordes of the Viking raiders, my ancestors have been the allies of the Potters. He is my god brother. Anyone stupid enough to mess with Potter will incur my wrath. I have loads of family magic to cut you down where you stand. And I'm not the only one you should be worried about. He has the ear of our headmaster. He has dozens of allies in the noble houses. He is the boy who lived. And you have nothing. Keep shooting your mouth off and we will all use you for a whetstone." Taylor was struck dumb. He just stood there, trembling with fear, weak in the knees and quickly getting drenched with cold sweat. But Neville's grip on the older boy's robes held him firmly in place. Neville's fierce, red aura made it clear that his was no idle threat. Those who understood these things realized how powerful Neville Longbottom really was. The sheer amount of magic oozing out of him could make them faint if they were any closer. Most of the pure bloods and some of the half-bloods knew about his family. Neville was a descendant of the Vikings who had raided Avalon to conquer new magics and add to their own as was their way. In their long journey, they had conquered every foe that they faced until they came face to face with the Potter Bones Macmillan alliance a millennium ago. Then Lord Hardwin Potter made an alliance with all the powerful families and raised a substantial force against the Vikings. A long, weary and bloody war followed, but at last, the Potter Bones Macmillan alliance prevailed and the advance of the Vikings was halted. After the Vikings were defeated, Lord Hardwin Potter convinced the Vikings to settle down in Avalon because he could see that they were powerful and would make good allies. A blood-forged pact was made between House of Potter and the Vikings who started the Longbottom clan. Since then Potters and Longbottoms were inseparable and lived by the motto, "Wherever a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom." There had been betrothals between the two houses as recently as a few generations ago. Neville knew Harry did not know about the alliance, but he was told of it by his grandmother. As was his duty, he was defending his ally and god brother. Neville shoved Taylor so forcefully that he tumbled head over heels and landed in a heap on the floor. Scrambling to get back to his feet, he fled as if being chased by banshees. The entire house was looking at Neville Longbottom in awe. That day, people realized one thing: you do not mess with Harry Potter unless you want Neville Longbottom as your enemy, and an angry Longbottom can make a Dark Lord look like a puny kid. Ronald Weasley, who happened to enter the room just in time to witness the scene, opened his mouth to say something and perhaps put his foot in it, but one glare from Neville and he ran up to the fourth-year dormitories and did not appear again until it was time for dinner. At the Tri-Wizard Champion selection, Ron was miffed with Harry over the alleged cheating, not because Harry had somehow put his name in the Goblet of Fire, but rather because Harry had not shared with Ron, his best mate, how he did it. Ron flatly refused to believe Harry's insistence that he had no idea how it was done. It was Ron's own need for gold and glory that kept him from taking his friend's word. But that all changed after Ron watched Harry face a full-grown dragon in the first task. The cold reality that his best friend could have died snapped him out of his jealousy. Even though Ron apologized the moment he was able to and had helped Hermione to prepare Harry for the next two tasks, the rest of the Gryffindors could see that things had cooled between the two of them. The altercation between Longbottom and Taylor never made it to Harry's ears. Even the Hogwarts grapevine knew better than to speak of it when Harry was around. The tale of the display of extraordinary magic, or that the display of sheer power by Longbottom, was the talk of the castle for a few days, and people started seeing Neville in a new light. Since the end of the third task, the students understood that Harry was keeping a distance between himself and them. Ron and Hermione were always with him, like a shadow, but even between the Golden Trio they were quieter. Hermione refrained from her usual end-of-year badgering to get everyone to revise the year's work. Even Ron was holding his peace, keeping his foot out of his mouth. Students speculated, and they were mostly correct, that Harry was still traumatized from the events of the third task and gave him space to get through it all. This afternoon, while Ron and Hermione were otherwise occupied, Harry was sitting in his usual chair near the fire in the common room when Neville Longbottom took the adjacent seat. "Ha, Harry, how are you?" he began. "If it's all the same to you, Neville, I'd rather not talk about that. However, I have some questions for you, and I'd appreciate it if you could be straight with me," Harry answered coolly. "Sure, Harry," he mumbled. "You are my god brother," he said, poking him in the chest, "and yet you never told me. You know of my family, and you knew that I do not know anything about it, yet you did not tell me anything. Why?" Neville sighed and shook his head. "Yes, I know a few things about your family and the history of our house alliance. Just like every other kid, I read all the books about the boy who lived. Imagine my surprise when my gran told me you are my god brother. That's when she told me about the alliance and how my mom insisted on being your godmother. But, when I saw you on the train, I didn't connect you with the hero of the books. Then you were sorted into Gryffindor and I knew who you really are. I'm sorry. I tried to tell you 100 times, but Ron was always making things difficult, and you seemed happy with Hermione and Ron for friends, and my courage failed me. I mean, what proof did I?" Ron chose that moment to pop up. "Hey Harry. It's a beautiful day out there. What say we go flying? Maybe I can have a go on your firebolt." Harry, irked by the interruption, sternly said, "Ron, as you can plainly see, I'm talking to Neville. I do not want to go flying right now." Ron, eyes downcast, slumped off toward the boys' staircase. Harry turned to Neville. "It would be better if we take our discussion elsewhere. This talk is long overdue and I don't want to be interrupted again." Taking a cue from his words, Neville exited the portrait hole behind him and they found an empty classroom on the 6th floor. After locking the door and sitting down, Neville continued, "I tried to talk to you about these things lots of times, but Ron had this idea that since you were his best mate, you won't be friends with others. There is also the fact that he claimed that since you did not know about the Great Alliance, it was irrelevant to you. If you needed, you would make new alliances, especially with the Weasleys. I know for a fact that children of House Potter's allies of the Great Alliance have tried making friendships with you in the past, but Ron actively discouraged them." "Hang on. What do you mean by family's allies and alliance with the Weasleys?" he asked, confused and angry that nobody told him anything. "What is this alliance? And where does my family come in it? I mean, if they were significant, then Dumbledore should have mentioned them." Harsh Vardon's voice came from the open doorway that Harry had just locked. "Quite to the contrary, Mr. Potter, your family has an identity independent of you." The mystic entered and locked the door behind him. "Mr. Harsh Vardon, we were just talking," said Harry, trying to change the subject. "I can see that," Harsh said, "and I know about your and his family. Now won't you introduce me to your friend here?" Harry knew nothing of the sort. In his mind, he thought that since Harsh knew about Harry, then he would definitely know about Neville. Harsh Vardon began again. "My apologies, Heir of Longbottom, but since Heir Potter is lacking his manners, I would introduce myself. My name is Harsh Vardon and I am a healer trainee at this school for the moment. In my profession, it is one of my habits to gauge others' powers and how they fare on the Wizarding Power Index. I have noticed that you and Mr. Potter figure quite high on that list, but I don't find that surprising considering your family's history. You know of my family. Yours and Mr. Potter's, Harsh said and then turned to Harry, and I had been hoping to talk to you and Mr. Longbottom before the summer vacations began since there are a few things I wanted you both to know. Now, as I was saying, your family has an identity that is quite separate from your identity as the boy who lived. Your grandfather Charles was a warrior in his days of yore and fought in the Grindelwald Wars with his sworn brother Jeremy Longbottom and his friend Arcturus Orion Black. When he returned to private life, he continued his research in potions and invented the Sleekeasy potion, which is one of the most selling cosmetic potions in the world. During the war, Charles Potter and Arcturus Orion Black had even confronted Grindelwald and got him once with a dark cutter to his abdomen. Afterwards, Grindelwald actively avoided the duo of Potter and Black. It was due to the friendship born on the battlefield that Arcturus proposed that Charles marry Doria Black. It also helped that your grandfather knew Doria from Hogwarts and was smitten with her. Your father, though a prankster during his time in school, was an exceptionally gifted student when it came to transfiguration. Shortly after graduating, he joined the Aurors with your mother, who was a part-timer in the Auror forces. Together, they defied Voldemort 3 times. As for your family history, then your family is very old, having descended from one of the older families which produced fearsome war mages and have had the most impressive family magic. Your ancestor, Linfred of Stinchcombe, was one of the 13 wizards who helped Merlin establish Avalon, i.e. magical Britain. When his son, Hardwin Potter, married the last descendant of the Peverells, Iolanthe Peverell, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peverell, the 2 family lines were combined through her. Your family came here from ancient Rome, where the Potters were generals in the magical army and were very formidable. There has never been a war where there wasn't a Potter in the middle of it. Your family made its name for courage, bravery and chivalry. The Longbottoms were magical Vikings who were going around the modern Europe conquering nations and assimilating new magics into their family magic when they reached the shores of Avalon. Your ancestor Hardwin Potter, with his allies the Bones, the Greengrasses, the Macmillans and many other families, raised a formidable force and clashed with the Vikings. After a long drawn-out battle, the Vikings were defeated and their leader Edmund Longbottom was taken captive by the Allies. Later Hardwin Potter released him and convinced him and his Vikings to settle here. When the Longbottoms settled in Avalon, Hardwin Potter proposed an alliance between the House of Potter and Longbottom clan. Since then, there has never been a Potter without a Longbottom. They famously say about you two, where a Potter goes, a Longbottom will follow, and a Potter will never abandon a Longbottom. There has always been a Potter with a Longbottom. Like when Neville's father was at Hogwarts, your father James was here, and now you both are here. Harry's mind was reeling with all the information that he had been given. There was so much that he did not know, and who knows, because of his ignorance and Ron's jealousy, how many people he offended because he did not know about his family, his allies and the Great Alliance as it was known. He resolved to have words with a certain red-headed Weasley and drop-loving old man. The headmaster had his best interests at heart, but he made so many decisions for Harry which were not for him to make. There was also the fact that he had only 2 friends for the last 4 years, and if they were to make it through this war, he needed to make more friends. Harsh was already talking to Neville. Now, Mr. Longbottom, I have heard that you are a very good student at herbology. I also know of your family, so I know what you are going through at this time. I have some questions to ask, if it is agreeable to you. Neville merely nodded because he did not had much to contribute in the way of communication, since he didn't know Harsh Varden or what he may want to talk about. Harsh continued, I wanted to know about the condition of your parents. Do you have any idea of their prognosis? What does the healers of St. Mungo's have to say about it? I know that they were subjected to overexposure of Cruciatus curse and have never recovered. But did any of the healers not find anything that would cure them? Neville was trembling because he was ashamed that he had never told anyone about his parents' condition, and Harry might think badly of him for not telling. It was not that Neville was ashamed or embarrassed about it. Quite to the contrary, he thought very highly of his parents because others often touted of them as heroes. Apart from whatever the Longbottoms had done in the past, Frank Longbottom commanded respect for his own prowess on the battlefield. Harry put a hand on his shoulder and said softly, It's all right, Neville. I know Death Eaters cowardly ambushed your parents and tortured them for any information on Voldemort when he was vanquished the last time. They were heroes of our world. That is what I have heard. Gathering courage from Harry's reassurance, Neville started in a whisper, "Ever since I have been conscious of them, I have never seen anything change in them. Over the years, a lot of healers have seen them, prescribed medications and treatment for them, but nothing worked. Around 5 years ago, a healer saw them who told us that there was a treatment which he had found described in some very ancient medical journal which could be helpful, but woefully, he could not recollect it. All that he remembered was that it involved some very elaborate ritual which has to be performed by someone very well versed in the arts of mind magic. Since mind magic is prohibited in this country and the few practitioners we do have are not into healing, there was little that could be done. He said that if he could find someone who knew the cure, he could arrange for the same to be performed by a wizard powerful enough to do it. My gran even told them she would reward him as per his wish if he could find the treatment, and she would go and beg Dumbledore to help us, if she had to. She was hopeful that the headmaster would help them if she asked, but the healer could not recall the information that we desperately needed. To keep it between us, but I am well versed in the healing aspects of mind magic. From what you describe, I can remember only one ritual which can be successful in helping your parents," Harsh said. "For the sake of old friendships and for everything that your family has done for the wizard kind, I can take a look at them to see if any treatment is possible. Mind you that I am not giving any guarantees, but there is a sliver of hope. Can you arrange a meeting with Dowager Lady Longbottom?" Neville's face lit up in hope at the man's words, and despite his caution that it could all be for naught, Neville's demeanor was not dimmed. Harry watched his friend looking the happiest he had been since the day Harry met him. He hoped that Harsh would be able to cure Neville's parents. Oblivious to Harry, Harsh continued, "There is something else that I wanted to talk about. I have heard people make fun of you, but the thing is that you are powerful than most of the students and some of the teachers themselves. You have so much raw power that you would easily be a sorcerer by the time you are magically matured. I want to test a theory about this." Conjuring a dummy, he asked Neville, "Will you use a blasting hex on the dummy, Mr. Longbottom?" Straightening himself, Neville leveled his wand at the dummy and firmly incanted while doing the required wand motion, Confringo. A pale blue spell left his wand and impacted the dummy, chipping away a little from the dummy. Harsh observed the damage done to the dummy and was not satisfied with what he saw. "Again, Mr. Longbottom, and this time I want you to put more power behind this spell." Neville again tried, and this time, the right arm of the dummy was blasted away. But it was also visible on Neville's face that he had put a lot of power behind the spell. "Mr. Longbottom, the amount of power that you had put in this spell should have blasted the dummy to dust. If your wand is not broken, it should be able to channel your magic effectively. Since I see no problem in you putting power behind your spells as you desire, therefore, it stands to reason that there must be some problem with your wand. Did you buy your wand from Ollivanders as most English children do when they turn 11? No, it was my father's wand. My grandmother gave it to me when I started at Hogwarts because she thought I could honor my father by using this wand," Neville said. "Show me your wand," Harsh commanded, and Neville extended his wand to him. Neville handed the wand to the mystic. He took it in his hands and inspected it very closely. Then he held the wand close to his ear as if listening to it. When he was done, he turned to Harry. "Do you have a question, Mr. Potter? When I got my first wand, Ollivander told me that the wand chooses the wizard. Is that the reason that Neville has problems performing spells with this wand?" Harsh nodded. "You are right, Mr. Potter." Then he turned to Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, wizards cannot just select a wand and use it. The relation between a wand and a wizard is very intimate and very familiar. Only a wizard whose wand has chosen him will get the best results out of that wand. The wand will remain loyal only to that wizard until he is defeated. This wand that you have been using for the last 4 years is not loyal to you. This is your father's wand, and since you did not best him and he's still alive, therefore, its loyalty isn't towards you. That is the reason that this wand has opposed you whenever you try to use a spell with it. Any results that you have got out of it has solely been possible because you put too much power in your spells to overcome the will of the wand. You may benefit from a visit to Ollivanders in the summer, but to satisfy my curiosity, would you use this wand?" Neville took the wand that Harsh offered him. As he caressed it lovingly, he could feel his magic begin to sing. A sense of warmth pervaded his body as he touched the polished wood and intricate carving. It was like nothing he had ever experienced with his father's wand. A part of him that had always been asleep was awake at last. A sense of completion filled him. He leveled the wand at the dummy and incanted the spell. This time, instead of a feeble pale blue, a blinding, brilliant violet bolt of energy shot from his wand, and with a deafening report, all that remained of the dummy was a cloud of settling dust and a few tiny fragments. "Good show, Neville!" exclaimed Harry, impressed. "Remind me not to get on your bad side." Neville looked in astonishment at his own hand and the wand. He had trouble believing what he just did with a strange, new wand that was not his. With his father's wand, it was a battle to cast any kind of spell, but this wand served him without any effort whatsoever, to devastating effect. When Harsh held out his hand, he reluctantly returned the wand, with yearning in his eyes and wanting to have another taste of the power he had just seen. "It appears that I was correct in my observations," Harsh said, smiling. "Your problem was the wand and not your magic. You are powerful than most of the students and some of the teachers at this school. Now please honor me by accepting this wand for your own." Neville was utterly gobsmacked. He had trouble believing that such a magnificent gift could possibly be his. He questioned his good fortune. "But, isn't this your wand? Why are you giving it to me?" "Oh no, this is not my wand, Mr. Longbottom. You see, this wand had come to me through someone and I am merely keeping it. This is a family wand and it belongs to the Longbottom family. I was never meant to use it but to keep it safe until the time came for a Longbottom to claim it. When I saw you, I realized that the time had come for this wand to go in the hands of its rightful owner. It is a funny thing how wands without an owner can lie around for decades showing no affinity to anyone but would awake suddenly for someone. Now if I were you, I would be cautious in bragging about that wand. It has different materials in the core than are normally used by wand makers. If I am being honest, it is a wand which fits legends and fables. Any wand maker who would know that you have this wand would be tempted to borrow it to study. If you would take my warning, then never show this to anyone except your family. In fact, if you were to show it to Ollivander, there are chances that you won't see it again. And trust me when I say that if Ollivander knew that you have this wand, he would offer you his entire vault just to get a chance to study this." Neville looked at the wand, recognizing the Longbottom crest on the hilt of the wand and the Longbottom motif, the hippogriff, carved into it. But he did not recognize the wood or the core material. He looked toward Harsh Varden, who returned his curious gaze. Harsh answered his unasked question. "This wand was a gift to your family. A repayment for a deed of valor by Lord Harfang Longbottom, who had saved a family of wand makers from a horde of dark creatures and a dark lord. The wand maker had access to woods of the mythical grove of Dodona, from where he picked up a piece of wand wood and infused it with the magical powers of the sacred grove. The core for this wand comes from Pravirakarna, a species of immortal owl found in the Himalayas, which is famous for their mythical powers such as wisdom, power and strength. They are like the phoenixes, though the phoenixes have burning day, they do not, and they are very few in numbers. They are not born but made. If anyone else except your family ever asks about your wand, tell them it is a family wand." Neville was elated. He had just been given a gift like nothing he had ever known. He could feel the power in himself and the wand. It was a beautiful thing, but it was also a tool of destruction. Maybe, now he could make his parents proud. What he did not realize at that moment was that destiny had forged a special path for him. "Mr. Harsh Varden," Harry said, "you said something about an index. What is that?" "The Wizarding Power Index, as it is known, classifies witches and wizards into categories based on the level of their powers. Any wizard who has any special powers would obviously rank up higher on the index. A muggle would show a 0 on the index, while from 0 to 20 is a squib. From 20 to 60 are wizards who can do magic but not perform those which require more power behind them. Above 60 to 150 are normal wizards who can perform all the magic that is normally taught at Hogwarts. From 150 to 280 lies the sorcerer, from 281 to 450 lies the grand sorcerer, above 451 to 700 lies the mage, 701 to 850 lies the grand mage, and anything above 801 is archimage. There aren't that many archmages in the world because they are so rare. When a child turns 5, they are measured for the first time. The second time they are measured is when they turn 11 and their magic starts settling. Lastly, they are measured at 17 when they reached majority. Usually, any wizard's power levels can increase when they reach their magical maturity, which generally occurs when they are 21. There are a few exceptions where the wizards reached maturity before 21 and they were very powerful wizards. Harry nodded. This was a satisfying conversation that he had with Harsh. He had told him a lot that he had no idea about. A lot about his family and Neville's history that they shared together. By his act, he had brought them closer than they were previously. He already knew that James and Lily were Neville's godparents, and he promised himself that he would get closer to his godbrother as he should. Thinking of his parents, he remembered that Alice Longbottom was his godmother. Maybe, with Alice Longbottom being cured and Sirius being free, he could have some semblance of family and happiness. He and Neville had so much more in common than other students his age. Both had grown up without parents and craved parental love. Both had their lives messed up by others. Both were subject of a wretched prophecy, and it could have been either of them. Remembering Dumbledore telling him about the prophecy, suddenly Neville's high power levels made sense. If it could have been either of them, then it was logical that both of them would possess power equal to Voldemort, if not greater. Another similarity which made him snort was that they both were tormented by Snape. He still had a message for Snape, and it was time to deliver it and set the record straight. Now, Mr. Potter, there is something that I want to tell you. As you know, there is a war coming, and you cannot win a war by being a single soldier. A single soldier becomes a martyr and not a winner. If you want to win this war, you will need people on your side who could be your shield when you need them and your weapon when you are threatened. Your family had a lot of allies, and you would need to connect with them as was the custom of your forefathers before you. You are a leader, and it is time for you to take up the reins. And Mr. Longbottom, the bond of god-brother is a very sacred one, especially when your families share a history that is older than history of this nation itself. Harsh Varden took his leave of them and left the younger boys in silence, pondering over the entire conversation. Snape's office, the dungeons. Severus Snape was sitting in the potion master's office, a bottle of Ogden's best fire whiskey open before him and a half-filled glass in hand. On the table in front of him was a photo of Lily during her time in Hogwarts. This picture was clicked a month before the OWL exams. Margaret McVey, a Muggle-born Ravenclaw in their year, had convinced them to pose for a picture together. In this picture, Lily was laughing heartily looking at the camera while Severus was trying to smile, which came out more as a grimace, but still watching Lily laughing was his best memory, and that was what fueled his Patronus. After her marriage, he had thought he was done with her, but then he had to hear that wretched prophecy and tell the Dark Lord about it, which led to Lily's death. He should have moved away then, but he had not, and now he was paying for it. He had to watch the brat all the time while he went off to one adventure after another, risking his life just like his father before him. When he looked at Harry Potter, he remembered James Potter and his infamous friends, who defined themselves by their stupid name, Marauders. This year was hardest on him since Harry Potter had come to Hogwarts, and this would get worse before getting better. Damn the old fool and his manipulations. Suddenly there was a knock on his door. He banished the bottle to the cupboard with a flick of his wand, vanished the glass, and grunted, "Enter." The door opened and Harry Potter stood on the threshold. The day just had to get worse. "Potter, I have no patience for any nonsense from you. This better be important." He sneered. "Professor, I would rather not disturb you, but I have a message for you from my mother," replied Harry soberly. "Are you trying to prank me, Potter? Just like your father and the mutt?" he barked. Harry's expression turned stern. "I had this message that my mother gave to me when I was in the magical coma. I can assure you it was real, Sev." The emphasis on the word was not missed by Snape, who knew that only Lily called him by that name. There was no way that anyone else could have told the brat about that name. Black would have called him Snivelus. Was the brat telling the truth? Did he really meet Lily? Eager for any answer, he beckoned Harry, offering him the other chair, and waited for Harry to start telling the story. "While I was in the magical coma, I went to a cottage in Godric's Hollow where I met with my parents and Potter grandparents. My mother said you were her friend and that she was disappointed that you could not rise above petty grudges, and you treat me like my father. You forget that I am not my father but my own person, Harry said. She also said that she has forgiven you for everything that happened between you two and that she is at peace now, but the path you have trodden hurts her. She also told me to convey that if you do not mend your ways, she will have words with you when you turn up. Severus flinched at the tone of the message. Lily was indeed angry with him and she had a right to be so. He had solemnly promised himself that he would look after Harry Potter, but he never did. He had only satisfied his grudges against James Potter. He had already fallen too far to get any redemption. But maybe, he could still turn things around. Yes, the boy did remind Snape of his father, James, in so many ways, but this boy also had her eyes, and if he could sum up Lily in one trait, it was that she had always been unfailingly kind. Potter. Harry, your mother was my best friend. In fact, she was my only friend and I knew her from her parents' place. Your grandfather Harrison was a successful businessman and lived in the wealthy part of the town while my muggle father lived in the poorer section. I saw Lily with Petunia doing some magic and helped her to understand what was happening to her. We came to Hogwarts together and I hoped that we would be sorted into the same house, but I was sorted into Slytherin and she went into Gryffindor. We remained friends even after that and we were friends until our owls. In fourth year, I was sought after by scions of the Dark families who wanted my talents for the Dark Lord's purposes. The Dark Lord was a force to be reckoned with and we were enamored with him. I refused initially and kept on refusing, but they kept trying to seduce me to the dark side with gifts, promises of a better future and whatnot. They painted a rosy picture of a world where the wizarding world would be living in harmony with each other, but alas. I did not realize my folly until it was too late. I had a falling out with your mother because I said something I could not take back when she was only trying to help me. That rift never healed to the end of her life. Then your father gained some maturity in sixth year and he finally wooed your mother after years of trying. I am sorry that I kept taking my anger out on you when you came to Hogwarts, he said, finishing. Normally, Snape would never have said so much or so honestly to Harry, but he was pretty deep in his cups and the boy had just brought him a priceless gift, that being forgiveness from the only woman he had ever loved. His grudges melted away as he realized how unfair he had been. Harry may look like his childhood nemesis, but the boy had his mother's eyes and his mother's heart. In that moment, Severus resolved to do everything in his power to make sure that Harry Potter survived his next encounter with the Dark Lord. Harry had always wanted to know the reason for Snape's hatred towards him. Hearing all this from him was a surreal experience. He did not know if he liked it or not that Snape was his mother's friend. To clarify, Harry asked, if I may be so forward as to ask, Professor, have you carried a grudge all these years because you fancied my mom but my father won her heart? At that, an expression crossed Snape's face that was difficult to describe. Harry thought that perhaps Snape almost laughed. He answered, oh no, Harry. There was much more to it than that. However, perhaps that is a tale I will share when the Dark Lord is defeated. Deciding to leave before he overstayed his welcome, he said to Snape, Professor, my father told me that he was sorry for all the stupid pranks on you and that you can be a better man than you are. Good night, Professor. Good night, Harry, Snape could barely say. Harry Potter turned his world upside down today. The messages from two people who impacted his life the most made him rethink his actions. He had done nothing to merit praise from anyone but only garnered hate and prejudice. Students hated him and called him a greasy slimy dungeon bat when they thought he could not hear. He wore black robes ever since Lily died to mourn her. His life became even darker when he took sadistic pleasure in harassing and menacing students so much that they hated his name. He had become his father. He treated Longbottom so badly that the boy's boggart was him. He was disgusted with himself and decided to change things as soon as he could. Lion's Den. Harry Potter sat in his usual place in the common room reading through a book of defensive magic which was gifted to him the previous year when he heard tapping and saw Hedwig at one of the windows. He opened the window letting her in and took the letter from her claws. It was addressed to him and there was the seal of Gringotts on the envelope. Wondering what the goblins wanted with him, he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Potter, we have tried to contact you in the past but all our efforts failed till now. We have been sending you letters since you returned to the magical world and your quarterly statements and requested a meeting a couple of times to discuss your finances with you and the state of your vaults, but you never responded and thus lost very lucrative opportunities to invest in some good businesses. Since there has been a major change in your account status, we decided to send this letter through your familiar since she can get through any wards you are behind if she carries your ordinary conversation. We request a meeting at your earliest convenience. We are sending you your air ring. Wear it when you enter the bank. On showing it to the teller, you will be given admittance to my office immediately. May your gold ever flow. Regards. Ragnarok, Lord of Goblin Nation. Harry was flummoxed. What did this Ragnarok mean by accounts? All he knew about was his trust vault with a bit of gold in it that he was using frugally to fund his education. Was it possible that he had more than that? He decided to ask Sirius when he met him at the platform in London. Harry mate. Ron's voice interrupted his musings. Can I talk to you? Harry was not in the best mood for a conversation with anyone since he was going over the thought of Severus Snape and Lily Potter being friends over and over again, but he nodded nonetheless. His first and best friend just might divert him from his mad speculations of how things might have been if his mother married the dungeon bat and Ron had some questions to answer. Harry wanted to get that sorted before the long train ride back to Platform 9. Looking at the letter, Ron asked, "Who wrote you?" "Ragnarok from Gringotts," he answered shortly. Then looking at Ron, "He wants me to meet with him about my accounts. But surely, all I have is the trust vault, enough to get me through Hogwarts." Ron sputtered in reply, "What? You mean you don't know? Neither Dumbledore, nor Sirius or even Hagrid or any of the goblins ever told you?" Harry, vexed, growled, "Told me what? What do you know?" Ron laughed out loud, shaking his head. "Harry, your parents were the only heirs of wealthy families on both sides. The Potter fortune is older than England. Haven't you ever noticed that no matter how much you use up from your trust vault, the pile never gets any smaller? Where do you think that comes from? It is refilled from your family main vault. You, like other ancient families, probably have a whole bunch of vaults. One full of gold and artifacts, a dowager vault, another full of furniture and paintings, and another full of armor, weapons and books, including grimoires. And accounts. I'll bet you have properties, estates and investments everywhere. I'm sorry, but I thought you knew. I thought you were just being modest because you never said anything about it. You have enough gold to make Malfoy look like a beggar. How do you know so much about it?" asked Hermione, who had come to sit beside them while Ron was having his say. Ron's ears turned Weasley red and Harry stifled a snort. "I am a pureblood, Hermione. Just because I choose not to prance around like Malfoy, lording it over everybody, doesn't mean that I don't know anything," he said. "Harry's family is very old and influential. The House of Weasley was also an ancient and noble house once, but due to some mistake made by one of my ancestors, the other ancient and most noble houses took our status away." "Did the House of Malfoy lead the other families to do so?" asked Harry. Ron snorted. "Malfoy may act like he owns the place, but his family is hardly an ancient family. His ancestors came here from France around 300 years ago. The House of Malfoy isn't even worthy of sitting upon the Wizengamot." "Wizenwhat?" asked Harry, confused. "Honestly, Harry, don't you read? The Wizengamot is like the Muggle Parliament and the houses sit on it and act like the government. The minister is the head of the ministry, but the real power lies with the houses. They have the power to vote," Hermione said in her all-so-familiar bossy demeanor, proud of having answered a question that he knew nothing about. Before Harry could choose what to say in reply to her, there was a pop and Winky appeared beside him and curtsied with a bow and said, "Master be sending letter for Harry Potter." "Thank you, Winky," said Harry, taking the letter from Winky, who disappeared with a pop while Hermione was glaring daggers at him. "Harry, isn't she Barty Crouch's elf? Who is she bonded with? Why would anyone willingly ends. Avenue anyone? This is inhumane and barbaric. What about their rights?" She shot off a volley of questions along with her opinion on the matter. She was Crouch's elf, but he freed her. Sirius later took her into the service of House of Black. And he is paying her for her work. By the way, Hermione, did you do all the research on house elves? Like why they bond with wizards or witches? He calmly asked her. It is obvious, Harry, that they are brainwashed into serving the wizards who chose to Avenue them thinking they are. She was starting to go on ranting. Harry cut her off mid-rant. Hermione. It is obvious. The only thing that is obvious is that you don't know what you are talking about. Before you go on and offend every well-meaning pureblood here and some of the half-bloods too, answer my question. Have you done any research into the wizard-elf bond? No, she said, embarrassed. I would appreciate it if you would go and do your research or go down to the kitchens and ask the elves about it. I know the answer to this question, but I would rather that you find this answer by yourself, he replied calmly. That shut Hermione up, but he was surprised at his own behavior. If it had happened earlier, he would have been terse towards her, but lately, he had been noticing changes in his behavior. No longer was he the rash, abrasive boy who rushes headlong into a situation. Now he looks into the situation, figures out a plan and then executes it. He had also started reading anything that he could get his hands on. In the last few days since he was released from the infirmary, he was either in the library or his dorm, reading his books. It was like someone had started a fire under him and he now had to sat it any way he could. Hermione started up again. Okay, I'll do the research, find out how right I am, and then I will say, I told you so. Then she left in a self-righteous huff for the library. As she left through the portrait hole, Ron brought Harry back to the topic. What do the goblins want, mate? They want a meeting as soon as possible. I suppose I can go meet them when the holidays start, he replied offhandedly. But you will be coming to the burrow, right? Ron asked him anxiously. I want to, Ron. There's just some stuff I have to do first. I don't know how long it will take. This reminds me, Ron, I wanted to ask you some questions, he said sternly. Yeah. Ron gulped, knowing what was probably coming. You can start by explaining why you did not tell me about my family. I mean, you seem to know all about them. Houses, wealth and alliances. You know I was raised under a rock by muggles and you never said anything. What's that all about? You see, mate, I was afraid that after you learned about your family and your wealth that you would start hanging out with the rich kids and not be my friend anymore, Ron said, haltingly. Harry knew that Ron envied his fame and fortune. What he failed to see, however, was the price Harry had paid, the pain he had suffered, or that Harry didn't care for any of it, or that he would have gladly given it all up to have a family like Ron's. For that matter, he would have gladly shared his gold with Ron, but couldn't because Ron would never accept it. Harry gave Ron a thump on the shoulder, saying, Ron, you prat, you are my first friend and your family is brilliant. I love the way you all get along and your mom makes me feel more welcome and loved than my muggle aunt ever did. And, as for hanging out with the rich kids, well, you can see how I get along with Malfoy and his lot. You are my friend, have been since the moment I met you, and that's not about to change. A few people in the common room watched this with bated breath. They thought that Harry was really going to let loose on Ron, perhaps treating him to some of the hexes Harry had learned in the last few months, while demanding answers. But, what they saw was anticlimactic. It seemed that Harry had grown more thoughtful and deliberate, quite a change from the boy they all knew. Ron began to apologize. Thanks for that, Harry. The fact is that I need to apologize for being a huge git and chasing off the other students that were trying to renew the old alliances with you. I had no right to interfere when what I should have done was introduce them and help you to know who they are. I'm really sorry, Harry. How can I make it up to you? Harry relaxed a bit while he thought things over. Then he began, Okay, Ron, since you ask, here's what I want you to do. First, apologize to every one of our school mates that you offended. Second, help me to understand how these old alliances work. Get that done and I'll consider us square. There's a certain candy-loving headmaster and a mangy mutt that owe me some explanations, but that's not on you. The best I can hope for is to sort this all out before I offend anyone else. Ron, seeing that Harry needed answers, could only say what he knew. He tried, Mate, Harry, I am sorry. My dad already dressed me down for the very same thing. I have already apologized to Susan Bones and I will apologize to others. I know it seems lame now, but I really was just trying to keep the groupies and gawkers away from you, you know, so they wouldn't bother you too much. And yes, I have to admit that I was jealous. All these kids from wealthy families, trying to be your friend, and everything I own is secondhand rubbish. But that's still no excuse. I should have just let you make up your own mind about who your friends are. I mean, after all, you showed remarkably good judgment when it came to Malfoy. Harry said sadly. I thought that after all we have been through together, that you would trust me by now. But when it came right down to it, you didn't believe me and joined in with all the rest, believing that I put my name in the goblet of fire. When Hermione was there for me, she believed me, but where were you? I'll tell you where you were, feeling sorry for yourself, shutting out your best mate. As we later found out, it was a stinking Death Eater that put my name in the cup with some wonky plan to sacrifice me to Voldemort, and I had to compete whether I liked it or not. I nearly died again. And then I find out that I'm some big shot in some grand alliance that I never heard of, that you know all about it and you're driving people away that I have obligations to. That's a lot to take in. So far, you have yet to earn my trust back. Maybe, someday, we might be best mates again, but not today. As good as his word, Ron spent most of that day and the next tracking down the people he had been rude to and helping Harry to understand who they were. Most were very understanding that Harry had been kept in the dark about so much that he should have known. Many of them even thanked Ron for finally coming around. His head spinning with all the proper introductions, Harry was on his way to the Great Hall for lunch when he was confronted by a very teary Cho Chang. She wanted Harry to tell her how Cedric died. Although he had a crush on the Ravenclaw Seeker at the beginning of the year, all he felt now was sorry for her in her grief. Without getting into the nasty details, Harry only told her about how brave and fair Cedric was and how sorry he was that their friend was dead. It didn't dry Cho's tears at all, but Harry knew that grief has to run its course. He met the real Moody in Dumbledore's office, where the Auror impressed him with his fortitude and resilience. Dumbledore told him of his plans for Harry before he goes with the Mystics. The Order of the Phoenix would escort Harry from King's Cross back to his aunt's home. Harry protested that he did not want to ever see those people again, but Dumbledore insisted that it was necessary and it would not be for long. Susan Bones met with him a couple of times, during lunch and in the library, to spend some time together. While he didn't really fancy her, she was pleasant company. She listened to everything he said and offered her opinions only when asked. She also told him that she would be taking Auror training over the summer. Harry was tempted to ask if her auntie would arrange something for him too, but decided that training with the Mystics would already keep him occupied for most of the summer, but maybe next year. When Hermione learned the true nature of the House Elf bond, she accepted that her approach to seeking justice for them would have to change. For the House Elves, it wasn't Avery, it was their source of life. Harry was right, of course. Train ride back to London. On the train ride, Harry took the last compartment as usual and was joined by Neville, Hermione, Susan, Ronald, Hannah Abbott, who was Susan's best friend, and the Weasley twins. A really interesting moment came during the train ride when Harry asked the compartment in general, "I wonder what happened to Skeeter. I mean, she doesn't seem to have written anything about the third task or, for that matter, anything at all since then. With her ability to spy, I don't think that even Fudge could keep her from telling all about it." Hermione failed miserably at trying to keep a very smug grin off her face. About that, Hermione said, she won't be writing anything for a while. Why? Harry asked. You remember when you told me to research on the magical methods of bugging? She asked as Harry nodded. I researched every method known to wizard kind. We know she wasn't using an invisibility cloak. She could have used eavesdropping charms, but they have a limited range and there was no way else that she could spy on people except being an animagus. Are you joking? Harry asked incredulously. No, she is an animagus. I found her on the windowsill of the hospital wing on the night of the third task, she said as she brought out a jar from her bag. There was a beetle in the jar nibbling on a few twigs. See those markings around her eyes, like those hideous glasses she wears? Hermione said, pointing out. I got the idea of her being an animagus from Sirius. I mean, we knew there were 3 unregistered animagi out there, so it was quite possible that she could be one. I have placed an unbreakable charm on the glass and I will release her when we reach London after she promises not to write anything for a year. Hermione, can you give her to me? Susan said, "Auntie can make some very good use of her. She has caused a lot of damage to ever so many people. I am sure that they would all love some payback." Hermione thought about it for a moment before she handed the jar to Susan. "Sure. I wash my hands of her now." Midway during the train ride, Draco Malfoy came for his customary visit, but seeing the people in the compartment, he scarpered before he got into trouble with the niece of the head of the DMLE. As the train was nearing London and students were getting ready to disembark, Harry took the Weasley twins aside and gave them the 1000 G he had won as prize money. When they tried to refuse, he told them that he wanted to be a silent partner in their joke shop and that he would provide more cash if they needed it. When they asked why he was doing this, he replied that it was simply good business and that people would need to laugh more in the immediate future and no one could do it better than Fred and George. On the platform, he was engulfed in the trademark Weasley hug and then Remus embraced him, but he did not see Sirius or Padfoot on the platform. As Remus escorted him past the barrier, he was surprised to see the headmaster, wearing a muggle suit along with the mystic who was looking like an ordinary muggle in his jeans and t-shirt. Together the three men took him to number 4 Privet Drive. Privet Drive. As Harry rang the doorbell, the mystic had his wand out, casting a series of spells. When the door opened, Vernon barked at him, "Don't just stand there, boy. Get your worthless backside inside before the neighbors see you." Harry glanced over his shoulder and saw that he was all alone. Perhaps Dumbledore had played him. He dragged his trunk inside the house and was surprised to see his uncle hanging upside down by one ankle near the ceiling, while a menacing-looking Remus was pointing his wand at him, the aspect of the wolf plain in his eyes and growling throatily. It was clear that Remus would like nothing better than to rip Vernon limb from limb. Petunia was slack-jawed, her eyes wide in horror, while Dudley was slumped on the floor looking fearful with his hands on his backside. "Take a seat, Harry. We won't be here for long," said a disembodied voice, and Harry was surprised to see Dumbledore appear out of thin air. Seeing his mouth hanging open, he chuckled and said, "Disillusionment charm, Harry. Quite a useful trick since none of us has an invisibility cloak as brilliant as yours." "Indeed," said the voice of Harshvardan as he appeared beside Dumbledore. "Now on to business." Dumbledore adopted a professional demeanor. "Petunia, we have come here today to take young Harry away with us. The wizard who killed your sister has returned from the dead. He will almost certainly come after your family. Harry will be going with us forever and you will be free of him. As soon as Harry sets foot out of this door, the wards protecting you will fall and you will be in peril. We could have simply taken him away, but after the tender care you gave Harry all these years," Harry snorted, "we felt that we should at least give you a warning so that you can run." "He's back. But he's dead, isn't he?" squeaked Petunia while Vernon was still hanging from the ceiling, his face turning purple from all the blood rushing to his head. Dudley was nowhere to be seen. "I am afraid not. He is back and he will come after you just because you are related to Harry," Dumbledore said gravely. "If I were you I would leave this place as soon as I could. Now that we have got the pleasantries out of the way, let's get down to serious business," said Harshvardan, turning to Petunia. "In the wizarding world, children are considered very sacred and are loved and protected because of our low population. Your nephew is a celebrity for the magical people and anyone would have gladly taken him in and raised him, but we gave him to you believing that you would take care of him and love him like family. If I let it slip how Harry Potter has been treated by you all these years, even the dark wizards will line up to avenge for all the harm you caused him. I know for a fact that if something had happened to you, Lily Potter would have taken your son in, raising him like her own. Yet you did not do her memory justice. We took him in, gave him a roof and food and clothes to wear," said Petunia defiantly, apparently angry at being called out like that, but inwardly she was quaking with fear that their reckoning had come due. Lily had often told her of tales about how wizarding families settled their grudges. She hoped they would not face something like that. Lupin, who had been spinning Vernon all this while, growled throatily, "The way you have treated my cub, my inner wolf is asking me to tear you all to shreds and shed every drop of blood in your body for every harm you inflicted upon him, but I know if I did that, my brother James and Lily will never forgive me. Be thankful that your sister had such a big heart." Petunia balked at this. She knew that they could do what they said but chose not to reply as to avoid offending them despite inwardly fuming at the treatment they were being given. Harry was sitting quietly with some amusement, watching everything. Even if he did not wish such things upon the Dursleys, someone doing this for him meant a great deal to him. You know, we can curse you with so foul diseases that your healers will not be able to cure you and you will die eventually of such curses in much agony and pain, but we will not do that. We are not such bad people. However, Petunia Dursley, your reckoning has come due and it is time to pay the bill, Harsh said with a malicious smirk on his face. I have an idea, said Remus with a feral glint in his eye which Harry knew too well. Remus was up to no good but Dumbledore decided to humor him. Of course Remus, my boy. What do you have in mind? We don't injure them but do some creative hexing. Then, we will let Amelia know about all the kind and loving treatment Harry has received here and I am sure that she will see to it that they are richly rewarded, to the full extent of the law, Remus concluded grinning. I know the perfect hexes for them, said Harsh Varden. Vernon Dursley is so proud to be a normal person that he can't accept anything out of the ordinary. He desires everything to be as they should be and his face looks like he has smelled something pungent. Let's hex him to smell as rotten meat. No one would ever approach him and he will realize what it means to be shunned by people. For Petunia, she is always the prim and proper lady who keeps cleaning her house which is already sterile. We turn her personality and make her the worst street urchin that can be there and we add another hex that will make her speak gibberish or badmouth anyone who wanted to talk to her. As for the son, he already is on path of destruction. We simply leave him be as he is. If he gets any wiser without the influence of his parents, he would get better. As I told her, we do not punish children or cause them deliberate harm. Harry had feared that they would torture the Dursleys but this was much better. They would learn their lessons and maybe Dudley could be saved. True that his cousin had never been good towards him but he was raised that way by his parents and it was not Dudley's fault. Maybe there was hope for him yet. Dumbledore whipped his wand out and started casting a myriad of hexes at Dudley who hobbled back into the room sometime during the conversation and did not understand a word of what was being said. Watching his eyes closely, Harry suspected one of the three men had confounded him. Harsh Vardana was hexing Vernon. When he was done, Vernon smelled like rotting meat, his hair was coming out in clumps and his mustache was gone leaving behind only a few wispy hairs. Remus hexed Petunia. When she opened her mouth to speak, all she could say was gibberish. Hearing her voice, she clamped her mouth firmly shut. When they were satisfied with their work, the quartet left the house, leaving Vernon still hanging. Remus said that he would come down eventually, in a few hours. Outside the door, they steered Harry through the alleyway to the next street. It didn't take him long to realize that they were heading towards Mrs. Figg's house. Mrs. Figg opened the door a crack and seeing the three men, she yelped and jumped aside pulling the door open. As soon as they were in, Dumbledore whipped out his wand and locked the door while Remus raised a silencing ward around the room. Harry, I am sorry that I could not tell you sooner but I was kept here to keep a watch on you, she said nervously. Hang on, you are saying you are a witch and you never told me, Harry said in indignation. All the times I came here, you could have told me my story. You could have told me about the magical world and everything, but you never did. Not quite, Harry. I am a squib. As such, I am largely cut off from the magical world. Besides, I am sorry but, I could not blow my cover. I was to keep an eye on your house and to immediately report if I saw anything suspicious. I moved in here in November, 1981 a week after you know who was defeated. In the 10 years before you went to Hogwarts, I reported at least 7 Death Eaters that attempted to enter your house at different times. If I blew my cover and was forced to move, you could have been in danger. Will you forgive me? She asked hopefully. Harry knew what she said made sense and he kind of liked her. She always treated him well and gave him a lot to eat. She was a good lady and he could do nothing but forgive her. What do we do now, Albus? She asked Dumbledore. Your work here is done, Arabella. We have had young Harry's reckoning from the Dursleys, the consequences of which you will know soon. You can decide to remain here or move. Amelia Bones will soon start an investigation into Harry's living conditions and she will be looking for witnesses. If you wish, you can have a little reckoning of your own from them, he said, his eyes twinkling. That I will, Albus. Oh, the stories I can tell them, she replied, a maniacal grin on her face which was mirrored by Remus. Harry snorted. He never could have believed that the headmaster would do something like this, but it felt real good. Now, Harry, let us be off. We have to go to the headquarters of the Order and we are already running late. We can't risk the Black Marauder coming after us for unspeakable things we did to his godson, said Dumbledore, amused. Harry grinned at the headmaster while Remus merely smirked. Harry imagined Sirius Black raging through Privet Drive, breaking down the door of number 4 demanding to know about him, and laughed at the mental image, and Remus soon joined in. But Professor, if the Dursleys decide to move, wouldn't it be hard for the Auror department to track them? Harry asked, confused. That's managed, Harry. We added a tracking charm to the hexes so they can run but they can't hide, explained Remus. Now, Harry, listen carefully. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix can be found at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The flow can be accessed by the password, Phoenix. Telling him so, Dumbledore hustled them to the flow network and Harry went first into the grate. This was Harry's third time using the flow network. After the turning, twisting, bumpy ride, the tall fireplace at the black townhouse disgorged him into the well-lit kitchen. He promptly stumbled forward, landing face first, on the polished basalt floor, in a tangle of his own robes and a puff of ashes. At least he didn't have to worry about breaking his glasses anymore. Seeing his epic exit from the flow, someone barked in laughter. Harry was more embarrassed than hurt from his spectacular exit. His face turned red as he pushed himself up from the floor and brushed off the ashes, but all that was forgotten when he saw Sirius standing near him, laughing so hard that he had tears in his eyes, just like James, godson. He too used to make such dramatic exits from the flow. Seeing Sirius, Harry leapt and threw himself into the older man's arms, who embraced him. After having hugged Harry to his heart's content, Sirius let go and turned to him. Now that you are here, we have a lot to do in very little time. Come with me. Saying so, he led him and others to a room, where there was a large table made of pristine black marble that could easily seat 20. There was a chandelier hung from the ceiling with candles burning in the sconces illuminating the room. This was the formal dining room, where the walls were of a lighter color and the lights from the chandelier danced on the walls, forming patterns of animals like a snake, a hippogriff, a basilisk. Harry shuddered, remembering the one he had slain, a unicorn, a dragon, and even a mermaid. Turning to Remus, Sirius said, "How were the Muggles? Did they give you any trouble? I hope you had some fun with them." Remus smirked. "Oh yes, I had some fun all right. I wish you could have been there to see it, Padfoot. In fact, I did a few more curses in your honor." Mr. Harshvarden was most helpful in suggesting some truly devious curses and hexes. If I did not already know better, I would have said that he was a marauder. Then he proceeded in detail to tell all that took place at the Dursleys. By the time he was finished, Sirius banged the table with his fist, laughing while Dumbledore tried to look stoic, but his facade crumbled. When Sirius turned towards him, he lost his calm and started laughing too. It took a while before everyone calmed down and Harry turned to Sirius. "What is this place, Sirius?" "This, Harry, is the townhouse of the most ancient and noble House of Black. For the foreseeable future, it will also be your residence, a place that you can call home." "But how can it be my home? I mean, I am a Potter, but I am not a Black," Harry replied. "You are every bit as much a Black as you are a Potter, Harry. You are the heir of 3 bloodlines that I know of. You are the heir of the Peverell and Potter bloodlines from your father's side. You are also the heir to the Black family because your grandmother was my great-aunt, and you are my heir, being my godson," he replied. "But Sirius, there may be others who have a better claim than me. I mean, sure, you are not married now, but you could marry and have a son. And that son can be your heir. Why would you make me your heir?" he asked. "In our world, being a godson to a wizard or witch is tantamount to being as dear to them as their own son. If they don't have any children or can't have any children, the godson can inherit from them if the godparent wishes it to be so," Sirius started saying, his voice full of pain. "Being the guest of the Dementors for 12 years deprived me of the ability to have an heir. Even if I were to marry, I cannot procreate, but that point is moot. I decided on you being my heir when Marlene was killed. She was the only one that I ever thought to marry, and I definitely had no plans to have a bastard child." Seeing his pain, Harry realized that Sirius did not ever have the chance to grieve for his losses. He lost everyone he held dear in the war and was then chucked straight into Azkaban, cut off from the world. He retreated into himself and Padfoot took control of him for the majority of those years. Now that he was out of Azkaban, he was mourning for all the loss he had suffered. Sirius lost a part of himself when James was killed and his love when Marlene was killed. He could not imagine having found someone who loved him that much and then having to live the rest of his life without her. At least, fate had spared him that pain. Sirius was still mourning and his heart bled for all the losses that he had suffered. Maybe, now that he was free, he would be able to move on someday. Remus comforted Sirius. He looked as broken as Sirius did. Yet Remus was consoling his friend, patting his arm and telling him that it was all okay. He was another broken soul that Harry had never cared about. Yes, it was true that Remus had never sought him out in all the years since he was left at Privet Drive, but now Harry began to understand his reasons for doing so. He was a werewolf and he was even afraid of his own shadow. Even when he taught at Hogwarts, he kept his distance from Harry, but the way that he acted at the Dursleys told Harry everything about him that he needed to know. Harry recently read in a book that werewolves could not procreate amongst themselves and thus, in many documented cases, they were found to be fiercely protective of children that they came to see as their own. But he had to hear it from Remus about why he did not try to contact him even once. Remus, I know you don't socialize with people thinking that you can hurt them, but why didn't you try to contact me even once during all those years that I remained at the Dursleys? Dumbledore took the narrative at that point. Let me tell this to you, my boy. When your parents were killed and Sirius was sent to Azkaban, it was the end of the world for him. You know, Sirius had a closer bond with your father James and Remus was more comfortable with Peter during their school days. His mother, Hope Lupin née Howell, who was a very remarkable and kind lady, had died shortly after your grandparents died. With his mother dead and your grandparents having died before them, he already was having a very tough time. That Halloween night, everything that he had worked for in his life ended and Remus had nothing left to live for. He was overcome by grief and found solace in alcohol. Lord Charles Potter, who always saw Remus as his third son, left him some gold in his will, but Remus went through it all in the next 3 years, drowning himself in fire whiskey. I tried to find him, but he had given up on life, staying away from anyone and everyone who knew him in his past life. We learned nothing about him for the next 3 years. I don't know what changed, but after that time, he turned up in front of the gargoyle that guards the entrance to my office. He had changed so much that everyone had a hard time recognizing him. For one thing, he was so frail that he looked like he could be knocked over by a gust of wind. He had a beard which was quite dense and scraggly and bloodshot eyes, looking like a drunk would, but he was sober that morning. The only one that recognized him was Minerva McGonagall, and that only because she relies more on the senses of her feline form. He begged me to tell him where you were so that he could find you and care for you the way his brother James would have wanted. He had thought that perhaps Minerva would have taken you in or some other friend of your family did. When I told him where you were, well, I was scared because he almost lost control that day. He demanded that I let him see you, but I knew of the peril that you were in and could not tell him. For the next 6 months, he hounded me with the request. Finally, I told him where he could find you, but that he could not enter the house at Privet Drive due to the wards that were present at that place. He watched you coming and going to school and tried to introduce himself, but balked at the last moment because if he did introduce himself, he had nothing to offer you. You looked so malnourished, beaten and worn out that he could not face you due to his shame. He thought that he had no right to give you hope for a life away from the Dursleys without having the means to do so. That night, Remus left magical Britain telling me that he was going to seek his fortune elsewhere and went to Germany. There he did a lot of jobs but could not keep any of them due to his furry little problem. Germany is sympathetic to werewolves, but they still register, track and keep records on them. Not wanting to give up his freedom, he never told them. He changed countries from time to time looking to make his fortune and kept me updated with his whereabouts. Time went by and you arrived at Hogwarts. He was in France when he heard of Sirius's breakout from Azkaban, and it was there that I found him. For the last year, He has been trying to track Peter down after his escape from Hogwarts. When he heard about what happened at the third task, he rushed to your side. Harry felt an intense stab of love for the werewolf who had given up so much for him. He stood up from his place, went to Remus and hugged him quite fiercely, making Sirius smile. After Remus was able to calm him down, he moved back to his seat. Today he realized why James had called Remus his brother, and he would be damned before he gave up on his family. So, the next point of order is, Dumbledore's voice broke him out of his musings. What do we do next before you have to go to Barret? There are certain things that must be done. We should decide the order of things and act quickly, for time is short. I would like to meet my friends, said Harry eagerly, knowing this might be the last time he would see them for a long time. That is easily done, my boy, replied Dumbledore cheerfully. Who would you like to meet? I would like to see Neville, Susan and Hermione, he said eagerly. I am afraid you won't be able to meet Ms. Granger at this time because she already left Britain earlier this evening for France, where I believe her parents have taken her for a vacation, Dumbledore said while pondering over the fact that Harry had not named Ronald Weasley among the friends he wanted to meet before he had to leave. Also, you can meet Miss Bones tomorrow at the ancient manor of the House of Bones, said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. In fact, I have an invitation to that effect for you, and it is quite insistent, I suppose laced with compulsion charms done by Miss Bones, pestering me to tell you and not to fall to my old wayward ways. Harry's face went red while others around him chuckled at the statement of the headmaster. Mr. Potter, said Harshvardan, we have 3 days before we will go. You can tend to all the business that you need to, but I must insist that we have to make haste after 3 days from now. You can also meet Mr. Longbottom tomorrow. We have a little business in St. Mungo's where Mr. Longbottom and Dowager Longbottom have kindly acquiesced to allow me to see Frank and Alice Longbottom. Harry was happy to hear that he would have a chance to meet Neville tomorrow and maybe his godmother, no matter that she cannot recognize him. I must take your leave, gentlemen, said Harshvardhana, who simply vanished from the room. With the exception of Harry, this was a jaw-dropping surprise for everyone there. Harsh was a powerful wizard. Surely, disapparating was no challenge for him. Why did this surprise everyone else? Remus looked at Sirius with his eyes wide. Padfoot, did you by any means forget to raise the anti-apparition ward? No, Moony. I raised all the war wards. He should not have been able to disapparate from here. Now that I think about it, he did not come in through the flow either. What do you say, Albus? Sirius asked Dumbledore. There is little that is impossible for him to do. When I met him for the first time, he had just apparated into the castle, bypassing the entire ward scheme as if it didn't exist. Dumbledore said, I believe we have just witnessed him performing the same feat. That did not look or sound like the apparition we ordinary wizards use. Then again, he is a mystic. They have more ways and secrets than we will ever know. If one of them ever worked for the Department of Mysteries, they would never let him leave. Professor, can you explain what you mean? I mean, what's this business about anti-apparition wards? Harry asked. Dumbledore explained. First, as you know, we have a means of travel called apparition. I believe Muggles would call it teleportation. We bring instructors into Hogwarts every year to teach it to the students that are coming of age. Even among us, many never quite manage it or find it so uncomfortable that they prefer to travel by other means. Second, at Hogwarts, with the sole exception of the Great Hall during apparition instruction, it is impossible to apparate anywhere on the grounds because of anti-apparition wards. This is for the security of the students and the school. Third, we are at war, meaning that the war wards of this place are active. An essential part of any war ward scheme is anti-apparition wards, and the Black Townhouse is no exception, meaning that Mr. Harshvardan disappearing like that was quite an amazing feat. Suddenly there was a noise at the front door, signaling the arrival of other guests. Sirius stood, rubbing his hands and looking eager. I believe the members of the Order of the Phoenix have just arrived. As if on cue, the door opened and many people entered one after another into the dining room. There were Molly and Arthur, followed by Bill, Fred and George. Severus Snape, a young woman with a heart-shaped face and purple hair who tripped over something unseen. A big black man who was a hulking mass of muscles with a ring in his left ear, a witch with regal looks about her, another stern witch, Daedalus Diggle. He remembered the man he had met when he returned to the wizarding world in the leaky cauldron, an old and wheezy-looking man, a square-jawed wizard who had serious looks about him. Professors McGonagall and Snape, Alistair Moody looking gruff as usual, a little sneaky-looking man who was going bald, and to his immense surprise, Amelia Bones. The stern witch was casually looking around the table, her monocle in place. Now that we are here, this is the first meeting of the reconvened Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore started in a professional manner. There were many members in this order when it was first started who have since left us, and we have been able to recruit a few new people in our ranks since we have reconvened. I believe that introductions are in order so we can know each other better. He turned to Harry. Harry, this is Nymphadora Tonks, he said, indicating the young woman with the heart-shaped face and purple hair. She is the newest Auror in the forces of the Ministry, and she is a very powerful witch. Headmaster, my name is Tonks. She scowled at the headmaster before turning to Harry. Watcher, cousin. Harry had no idea how he was related to the woman, but he decided to wait until introductions were done to ask any questions. Dumbledore continued the introductions by first pointing to the big black man. This is Kingsley Shacklebolt, senior Auror and in charge of the hunt for Sirius Black. He then turned to the stern woman with regal looks. This is Emmeline Vance, a Hitwitch, and sitting next to her is Hestia Jones, another Auror. Sitting next to Hestia is Elphias Doge, then Daedalus Diggle, whom I believe you are acquainted with. The one next to him is Sturgis Podmore, the square-jawed wizard, and the man next to Professor Snape is Mundungus Fletcher. I believe you are already acquainted with Madame Bones. Harry exchanged polite nods with everyone while Daedalus Diggle enthusiastically greeted him. To get it out of the way, Madame Bones has declined to become a part of our order because she is head of the DMLE, but she has assured us of her support in all activities that would be necessary to stop Voldemort. The majority of people in the room flinched, and his Death Eaters. However, the said support doesn't extend to those members of this order that resort to rule-breaking or violating the law for their own personal gain. Dumbledore said, glaring at Mundungus Fletcher. Now the next point of this meeting is to induct new members. I was willing to induct Harry into the order, but the order does not admit minors into its ranks, so I can't make him a member. But today I am going to induct Mr. William Weasley and Mrs. Fred and George Weasley, who became of age this April. However, let it be known that while I don't recruit Harry Potter into our ranks, he will be informed of all the developments that take place. Molly objected. No, they are still school children. You can't be serious. Sirius wanted to interject that he was serious. I will not allow this, she said with her arms crossed over her chest. Harry wanted to insist that he join the order, but seeing Sirius give him a subtle shake of his head, he kept his silence. Inside he was fuming. Things didn't remain changed for very long. The adults around him were treating him like a child again, trying to protect him and keeping information away from him. It was grating on his nerves because Harry had done a lot to deserve to know every bit of information that the order had. With the way the adults were deciding things as if he were not in the room, it would be a miracle if the adults did something for him without his asking. Arthur, looking haggard and careworn, turned towards her. Molly, you know very well that you can't stop them from letting Harry know everything, and if he chooses to fight this war, people responsible for him have decided that he is eligible. No, Harry is just a child. He needs to play Quidditch, go to school, chase after girls, and not worry about the war. She ranted. This is not his war. It is our responsibility to keep children away from the war and harm. Molly, Sirius started sadly. In a perfect world, I would absolutely agree with you. I too want Harry to be a child and live as others his age do. In fact, Harry hasn't done even half of the things that we did in Hogwarts when we were his age. But this is not a perfect world. Voldemort, she gasped, is out there and has proven that he can get to Harry no matter what we do. Harry has already faced and defeated him 4 times, and that is more than anyone else can say. We also know that he had luck on his side in all those encounters, but we can't expect him to survive merely by luck. He is the only one who can defeat Voldemort for good. By pretending that we can keep him away from war, then refusing to train or inform him, we can only harm him. Your concerns are valid, but as his godfather, I have already agreed to do whatever it takes to make him the best wizard that he can be. But you have never been there to care for him. Were you serious? She said nastily. I was there for him when he came to my home skinny, small and malnourished, not having known love. Enough! Snapped Harry. Mrs. Weasley, I appreciate everything that you and your family did for me, but Sirius is my godfather. This is his decision. You will not speak to the blood heir of Black in that way and under his own roof to boot. Listen here, young man, I did not raise you this way. You will not talk to me like that, she said sternly. Molly was getting on Harry's nerves. The injustice of rubbing it in Sirius's face that he was in Azkaban for a crime he did not commit instead of being there to raise Harry. Saying that she raised him when all she had ever been able to do was show him a few weeks' hospitality. And her pointless badgering to try and keep Harry out of the fight that only he had a chance to win. With all that boiling up inside of him, he was getting ready to really let her have a piece of his mind, but before he let loose, Snape of all people interjected, Molly, Potter is the only one who can defeat the Dark Lord. Why can't you understand that? I am not in favor of letting children fight wars either, but look around you, this is the only real resistance that we are able to offer at the moment. We need a leader and Dumbledore cannot lead us anymore. He is not the same as he used to be and no one here is as powerful as Potter who can stand up to the Dark Lord. Snape coming to his defense surprised Harry. Now that he did, he noticed some subtle changes in Severus Snape. He still carried the haughty look but the disdainful sneer wasn't there to see. There were dark circles under his eyes and his tone lacked its usual vitriol. He wasn't the only one that noticed because Sirius and Remus also looked surprised at this. He could see that Molly was going to open her mouth to deny his assertions but she was cut off before she began by Amelia Bones. I think it is time that I make an announcement that I have been sitting on. Earlier this afternoon, I was able to obtain guardianship of Harry Potter by filing the appropriate paperwork with the ministry since I knew he would be leaving the care of the Muggles today. Harry was overwhelmed by this act of kindness that Madame Bones did for him. He had no relation with her. As far as he knew, she only knew him when Susan introduced him, yet she had done this. He could not speak for some time as he sat there pondering, but then he regained his voice. But how? I mean, I am glad that you have done so much for me, but do they not require something to grant custody? Amelia smiled at the confused teen. Yes, they require authentication and some proof that shows that I have prior claim over anyone who can claim custody of you. But today, I was able to get access to the operative part of your parents' will which deals with your custody in case of their untimely demise. My brother Edgar Bones and his wife and their legal successors were named as prospective parties to take you in case of your parents' death in James and Lily's will. I believe the order of preference was Alice Longbottom followed by Sirius Black, then Edgar and Ellie Bones and their successors, and lastly there was mention of Minerva McGonagall, not that her being on that list surprises me considering she was James's godmother. Minerva sniffed loudly and Harry saw the usually stern-mannered stoic professor wiping her eyes furiously with her tartan handkerchief. Harry was surprised to see the usually stern professor crying, but his mind was occupied with another thought. Will. My parents had a will. His anger flared. I didn't know that they had a will. Why wasn't I told about it? Dumbledore answered. Harry, none of us knew anything about their will. One copy was with their solicitors, Tonks and Vaughan. That office burned to the ground about a week before your parents died. The only other copy was in your family vault at Gringotts. If I had known the contents of that will, I would have placed you with the Longbottoms or the Bones instead of your Muggle relatives. Between them, your godfather and Madame Bones managed to persuade the goblins to make a copy of that will for them and it has been executed. You will be given the original when you next visit the goblins. But am I not going to St. Mungo's with Mr. Harsh tomorrow? Harry asked. I mean, I am going to meet Neville and see my godmother tomorrow, right? You will go there and the day after tomorrow you are going to the bank. They have been pretty insistent on having you meet with them lately. It is not wise to anger those who take care of our gold, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. The letter he received from the bank had slipped his mind until that moment. Maybe he should get it out of the way while he was at it. Madame Bones continued. We have digressed from the point. As I said, I am the guardian of Harry Potter now. And in my capacity as his guardian, I allow him to be acquainted with all the intelligence the Order has and I consent to him being trained for war. So I say, so mote it be. As she uttered the last words, Golden light surrounded her and then vanished into her body. Molly sighed in defeat. Things were going to go bad soon, and her efforts to save those she loved were amounting to nothing. She felt a motherly instinct when it came to Harry and all her children to keep them away from the ugly reality that was the war. She loved Harry Potter like she loved her own sons and wanted to save him like her children, but no one backed her up. Sometimes, she had even dreamt of him marrying her daughter and becoming a part of the family, seeing how smitten Ginny was with him. But that hope was dashed when Ginny was disenchanted because Harry failed to measure up to the boy who lived, she knew from the books of her childhood. The reason for Molly's fear was that she had lost her brothers Fabian and Gideon in the First War when they were quite young, and that hurt had never healed for her. She still missed those two who were mischief incarnate and didn't want anything of the sort to befall Harry or any of her children. As she mused about what had been, Dumbledore started. Now, if the new inductees would repeat after me. I state your name, hereby agree to join the Order of the Phoenix and to keep the secrets told onto me from anyone and everyone. I shall be loyal to the Order and serve it with all my power. So I say, so mote it be. Having taken their oath of membership, the 3 new members were welcomed into the Order by Dumbledore and others, who raised glasses of wine in salute to them. After the celebration quieted down, Dumbledore started again. The next thing on the agenda is the Department of Mysteries. We will have to keep a guard posted at the entrance to the department at all times. We will make a roster and keep a rotation so that every night someone different will have the duty to guard it to make sure that anybody who has no business being there cannot sneak in. What is the thing in the Department of Mysteries? Asked Harry. When we are able to determine that your mind is your own, I will tell you what is in the Department of Mysteries. Until then, we will sit on this secret for a little longer, said Dumbledore cryptically, and others smirked, seeing Harry getting frustrated. It was not that they were getting any overt pleasure from this, but they knew that Harry was growing up fast and there were only a few more moments that they could relish seeing him act his own age. Now that we have finished all the important business, this meeting is dismissed, Dumbledore said. For the foreseeable future, this shall be the headquarters of the Order. Any information that you find, leave it here with Sirius and he will let me know. There shall be a regular meeting of the Order every 2 days. As the Order members left, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, I have some questions to ask of you. Sure, my boy. Dumbledore said. What are your questions? It would be better if we do it in private, Harry said. There are things that need to be asked and you may not want others to hear all of it. As if on cue, everyone else left the room. Dumbledore locked the doors and then turned to Harry. What are your questions? Headmaster, as you know, I am the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Potter, which has an alliance, several centuries old, with other families like Bones, Macmillan, Longbottom, and who knows how many more. Being the last of the Potters, it is my duty to renew those commitments. You sent me to live with the Dursleys and I grew up not knowing anything about my family. In the last 4 years, you made no effort to teach me about these things. Why? Dumbledore stared at Harry over his half-moon spectacles for a moment before answering. I hope you can forgive an old man his self-indulgence, Harry. You see, I wished for you to enjoy being a child for a time before you were introduced to all that. You could not sit on the Wizengamot until you became of age at any rate. As for the Grand Alliance, those families all split into different factions and scattered with the death of James Potter, the last Lord of House Potter. Thus, the Grand Alliance ceased to be. But, things have changed and now it is urgent that you take your place in our society and renew your family alliances. I fear that I have done you a great disservice by neglecting this part of your education until now. That was not for you to decide, Headmaster, Harry said. As a Potter, it was for me to decide what to do and what not to do. You didn't have the right to withhold that information from me. I want everything you know about the Great Alliance. And you shall have it. I apologize that I did not see to it sooner, my boy. I will try to make it up to you any way I can, Dumbledore said earnestly. I am an old man and I have often been blinded by hubris. Unlike you, I don't handle power well and tend to make irrational decisions. I made several decisions for you which were not good in hindsight. I am not going to forget this, but in the present climate, I know that we need to be united. Now there are a few more questions that I want answered. What is it, my boy? All those years at Privet Drive and I never received a letter from anyone until my Hogwarts letter came. Even then I have only received letters from my friends and family. I mean, considering the level of craziness people show towards the boy who lived, I would expect to have received hundreds of them. When you were placed at Privet Drive, I took every precaution to protect you from harm. The night that you were left there, I erected wards around that place to keep out everyone and everything that might harm you. You know for yourself how a letter can contain a curse or a portkey. I met with some officials in the ministry and obtained permission to cast wards to redirect your mail to a room at Hogwarts. There, I examined each piece of mail personally. There were howlers that I chucked straight into the fire. Some letters were cursed, poisoned, or contained portkeys. Those were turned over to the Aurors for investigation. The authors of those letters were identified, caught, tried, and sent to Azkaban. The rest of your mail is still in that room if you care to go through it. Harry muttered. Too bad those wards didn't keep the Dursleys off me. Dumbledore had enough self-awareness to be embarrassed. Then louder Harry asked, why didn't you ever tell me that I had more than one account and that I receive quarterly statements from Gringotts? Any and all letters were stopped from reaching you because too many owls in a muggle place could give away your location and compromise your safety, Dumbledore said, and I know goblins send account statements, but since you were little and I had to keep your fortune away and safe from your muggle relatives, I stopped them from getting through to you. However, the letters from the bank stopped when the last Potter account manager died 6 years ago. One of the things on my list was to get you acquainted with the bank and its procedures when you turned 15 this summer. Is there anything else that you want to ask? No, Headmaster, Harry said. I am content with the answers and I hope that there will be no more secrets between us from now on. Yes, Herr Potter, Dumbledore said. After that everyone took their leave while Sirius took Harry upstairs to Regulus's old bedroom, which had been transformed by the elves working day and night. The room was decorated in cream-colored walls with Gryffindor crimson and gold accents. At some place, the badger yellow also could be seen. On the wall behind the bed, there was a crest. It was 2 griffins in flight with wands crossed on a red background. There was another crest which was a simple triangle with a circle within and a drawn between the triangle dividing it and the circle into 2 halves. So Harry, there are a lot of things that I want to talk about, Sirius said, but before that, tell me if you have any questions for me. When did you meet my father? Harry asked. As you may know, my grandfather Arcturus Orion Black was friends with your grandfather Charles Fleemont Potter. They were not on friendly terms when they were in Hogwarts, but their friendship started when both of them joined the war against Grindelwald. They fought together in the same company, saved each other's lives a couple of times and became fast friends. Charles's sworn brother Jeremy Longbottom was also there in the war fighting in the same company and often kept them in check to prevent them from going overboard. When the war ended, grandfather proposed marriage between Lord Potter and Great Aunt Doria Black. I met James when we were 4 years old, but after that, I didn't see him again until we went to Hogwarts. Great Aunt Doria took offense to something that my hag of a mother said and they never visited Grimmauld Place again. So, the first time that I properly met James was when we were going to Hogwarts and we instantly clicked. What's up with your enmity with Snape? I mean, you all hated each other in school, but why? Coincidentally, we met Snape on our first train ride to Hogwarts. He grated on our nerves from that moment on. It started with something inane about what houses we would be sorted into. He spouted some nonsense about every house but Slytherin being rubbish and behaved as if he were superior to us. You can see why that would offend 11-year-old children. Later, the same trend continued. He treated others with disdain because he knew more curses than many students even in 7th year. Our banter got serious when he pulled his wand on us one day. I am ashamed to say that once it started, it got so bad that we tormented him for nothing. It didn't help that James was always vexed with him because Lily was Snape's friend, but she wouldn't give James the time of day. James, who was an only child, and born very late to Lord Potter, was always cherished and pampered. His behavior reflected that, and it grated on Lily's nerves. She thought he was a show-off and nothing more. While talking, Harry drifted off to sleep and Sirius tucked him into bed before retiring to his own room. Black Townhouse, the next morning. While Harry was normally an early riser, The excitement of the previous day tired him out. Since he was on holiday, he planned to sleep in a bit. That night, he was troubled by nightmares of the third task. It was well past midnight when he finally properly went to sleep. Yes, sleeping in was the plan, but a big, black dog padded into the room, sniffing then licking Harry's face. Harry started awake and pushing Padfoot away with both hands, exclaimed, "Gross, Padfoot. What did you do that for?" Padfoot turned back into Sirius and said, "If you don't get up now, you are going to be very late, Harry. Mr. Harshvarden has already arrived and is waiting for you in the kitchen." Harry rolled out of bed and spent the next half hour in the bathroom. Properly refreshed, bathed and wrapped in a bathrobe, he returned to the bedroom to get dressed. To his dismay, all that was left in his trunk clothing-wise were his school robes and his formal robe. All the Dudley hand-me-downs, his trainers, socks and underwear were gone. He was trying to figure out what to do because he needed to get dressed and did not want to keep Harshvarden waiting any longer than he had to. A loud crack announced the arrival of a house elf carrying a shopping bag nearly twice his own size. Dobby proudly announced, "Master's clothes." Harry took the bag and emptied it onto the bed. There were 3 robes, 5 shirts, 5 trousers, 2 belts and 2 pairs of boots which looked suspiciously like dragon hide. At the bottom of the bag were silk boxers, socks of silk, cotton and wool and a dozen monogrammed handkerchiefs. These clothes were of the highest quality that anyone could hope for. Without asking a question, he picked a pair of black trousers, a matching turquoise shirt and robe to wear. Tucking a neatly folded new handkerchief in Gryffindor red into an inner pocket to put the finishing touch to his ensemble, he asked Dobby, "Where did you get the gold to buy these clothes?" "Master's dogfather be giving Dobby money and telling to buy his clothes for Master," said the elf. "Why?" Harry asked. "Dogfather said Master cannot visit his Missy wearing rags," the elf replied. "My Missy? What are you talking about?" he asked. Instead of answering, the elf vanished with another loud crack. Seeing the clothes reminded Harry that he was not paying Dobby for his services as Sirius paid Winky. He would have to correct that oversight soon. When he arrived downstairs, Sirius was sitting at the dining table with Remus, who was looking equally sleepy-eyed as Harry, Dumbledore, who looked fresh, and Harshvarden, who was impassive as usual. With a grin that showed his even, white teeth, Harsh asked, "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Are you ready to tempt fates, start knocking down doors and in general cause mayhem?" Dumbledore's eyes sparkled as the corners of his beard lifted while Remus smirked and Sirius snorted at the tone of the mystic's greeting. Harry gaped, at a loss for words. "Very eloquent, Harry. A comeback worthy of James," Sirius chortled. Harry could think of no comeback that would measure up to the standard of snappy set by Sirius. To act like his father in any situation made for very large shoes for him to fill. He was musing over an appropriate answer when Remus took pity on him. "Sirius is taking the mickey out of you, Harry. Take a seat. Let's eat." After Harry sat, the elves served a very generous helping of breakfast. They had pulled out all the stops to prepare a lavish meal for them, and it went on enjoyably for quite a while. Harry was happy sitting at that table sharing a meal with the men present. Outside of Hogwarts, he never had the opportunity to share a meal with anyone except the Weasleys, but this was better. He was with his godfather and uncle who loved him more than anything. "Mr. Harsh, where are we going first?" Harry asked. "We are going to St. Mungo's first to meet your godmother and your godbrother Mr. Longbottom, since Dowager Lady Longbottom has agreed to let me take a look at Neville's parents to see if something can be done about them," Harsh said. "How are we going? I mean by flow or porky or what?" he asked. "There are many ways for us to get around, but today we are going to fly, Mr. Potter," Harshvarden said, smiling. "You mean brooms. But wouldn't that violate the statute of secrecy, if we are seen?" he said. "Mr. Potter, while I enjoy the thrill of flying, but I don't like to fly on brooms. I don't like something else to have the control of me. One can fly upon thestrals, hippogriffs, flying horses, flying cars and magical carpets other than brooms. I myself can fly like a bird, but today we are going fly a motorcycle," Harsh said. "What motorcycle is this? When I graduated from Hogwarts, Prongs and I pooled our money together and bought a motorcycle. Over the next couple of years, I worked a lot of enchantments on it. That fateful night, I gave this motorcycle to Hagrid to bring you to safety from Godric's Hollow. Over all these years, I thought it was lost, but now I know that Hagrid had it all along, keeping it at Hogwarts. Recently he returned it to me, said Sirius. Harry was excited to know about the motorcycle, learning that it was once owned by Sirius and James Potter, but what really fascinated him was that Harshvarden could fly. To think that they could fly without any support would indeed be fascinating to learn. And it would be very useful in a Quidditch match. He resolved to at least persuade Harshvarden to teach him how to fly without any support. After breakfast, Sirius took all of them to the garden. There was a shed in the garden in which the motorcycle was parked. In another shed, the hippogriff Buckbeak was tethered and eating dead ferrets. Harshvarden brought the bike out. When he started it, the exhaust note sounded to Harry like the roar of the Hungarian horntail that he faced last year. Harsh chuckled as he remarked, "Semantics, Mr. Black. Making the motorcycle sound like dragon roar. I wonder if dragon fire erupts from the exhaust." Sirius grinned impishly. "I was constantly adding modifications to it 13 years ago. Dragon fire was next on the list, but I never quite got that far. Maybe I can get back to that now." Harry took a seat in the sidecar. Harshvarden gave the accelerator a twist and the motorcycle was cruising through the streets, going around every obstacle as if it was not there. Harsh drove at a speed which scared Harry. Then, with a jolt, the bike lifted into the air. Harry was astonished at first, then eager to see what the bike could do, then concerned. He began, Mr. Harshvarden, won't the muggles be able to see us? I mean, we are flying on a motorcycle." "Don't worry, Mr. Potter. We cannot be seen. One of the modifications on this bike makes it invisible to others. I believe you met one such car a couple of years ago." He laughed as Harry's face turned red, remembering the fiasco of the Weasleys flying Ford Anglia. Street. Mungos. The ride did not last long. The hospital was in the middle of London and they weren't very far from the place. Harsh landed the motorcycle in a deserted alley which looked like it was only frequented by the homeless. As they watched, two men seemed to appear out of thin air, dressed all in black Muggle clothing, and saluted the pair of them. "Greetings, Master and Mr. Potter," said one in a deep baritone voice. "We have secured the area and there are no threats nearby. We met a few wearing mark of that abomination who were scouting the hospital and they have since been neutralized. Good work, Himbot. Keep them in captivity and torture them for any information which would be helpful for the Order of the Phoenix. After you have done that, you should put them on the Marichica when it comes to port. For now, escort us to St. Mungo's and be very vigilant about it." The two men bowed to them as Harsh took out a piece of wood bearing the black crest which he put on the seat of the motorcycle. He muttered, "Activate," while touching it with his wand. It disappeared a moment later. As Harry was ogling at the mystic, he answered the unasked question. It was a portkey made by Sirius and took the motorcycle back to the townhouse. "Now come along, Mr. Potter." Harry followed them for a few blocks while navigating the busy streets of London. They finally stopped in front of a store which was boarded up. The windows were encrusted with dust and grime, the paint peeling, and a faded sign on the front of the building read, "Renovation in progress." There was a mannequin in the only window that was not boarded up. It was dressed in a style suitable for muggles from the 1950s. Harsh approached the mannequin and spoke to it. "We are here to see Frank and Alice Longbottom, residents of the Janus Thickney ward." Harry thought that perhaps Harsh was eccentric like Dumbledore to be speaking to a mannequin, but to his astonishment, the dummy blinked as the glass turned into water and Harsh disappeared as he stepped through it. Harry gaped at the spot where Harsh was a moment ago until one of the men prodded him. "Move along, Mr. Potter. We should not remain in open for long." With a little hesitation, Harry stepped through and felt a cold sensation wash over him as if he had taken a cold shower, but his clothes remained dry and he found himself standing in a place which looked like a reception area. Harsh stood there waiting for him patiently. "Mr. Harsh, who are those men and what were the captives they were talking about?" he asked the mystic in a hushed whisper. "They are my men and have been assigned to protect you while you remain in London," Harsh said. "As for the rest, I will brief you later." There were a lot of people sitting in the reception area who looked at him as he passed through in Harsh's wake. They gawked at him, whispering among themselves. He could make out that some were in awe of him, but there were others who were confused about him, and a few were downright glaring at him. He could not understand the reason for their strange behavior until his eyes fell on the headlines of that day's newspaper, which read, "Harry Potter claims Voldemort has returned." Suddenly, it all made sense to him. All these people were doubting him, some were hostile to him, and some looked at him in fear. He sighed internally, thinking of a very long battle ahead of him, just like the second year. However, his musings were broken when a frail man, looking ancient even by Dumbledore's standards, came up to him. Everyone watched with bated breath as the old man bowed to Harry and said in a wheezy voice, "Mr. Potter. It's an honor to meet you. I am Octavius Rhine, and I believe that you and Dumbledore are speaking the truth. I know that you and Dumbledore are not rumor mongers, as Fudge would have us believe. I believe that the monster has returned because I believe in you. You have lost so much at his hands that it makes no sense that you would lie about such a thing. And I also believe that you can send that monster to the pits of hell whence he came. In the last war, I lost my entire family to him. My son was an Auror who was killed by one of his lieutenants, Antonin Dolohov, and my daughter-in-law was killed in a raid in Diagon Alley. I have only my grandson left, who is working in France as a technomancer. I have talked with him and he is ready to return at a moment's notice to your aid, when he is called upon. There are hundreds like me out there who believe in you. Send that monster to the pits of hell on behalf of every innocent who has suffered at his hands." The old man, who was a total stranger to him, had expressed so much faith in him that it overwhelmed Harry. The man had lost so much already in offering his grandson to him if he ever needed, despite knowing that his grandson could die in the war. Harry had seen admiration from the public for him before. This was very different and difficult for him to handle. He never had felt someone place such a heavy burden of expectations on him, and he felt stifled under it. If it were only up to him, he would have failed or succeeded, but from the man's pledge of allegiance, he had placed Harry in a place from where he could not afford to fail at any cost. Not knowing what words would comfort the man, Harry pressed his frail hands warmly between his and nodded to the man before he walked towards Harshvarden, who stood near the reception desk taking in everything that was said. As Harry jogged to catch up with the mystic, another man stepped forward. "No matter what the ministry says, we are always with you. We believe you and Dumbledore, and we will do anything in our power to help you in this war. Whenever you need me, just give a call." Several others walked up to him as he walked towards Harsh. All of them had the same message for him. By the reception desk, Neville Longbottom was waiting for him with his grandmother, Dowager Lady Longbottom, who had stern features and wore a black gown and the, now familiar, stuffed vulture hat. "Mr. Harshvarden, may I introduce my grandmother, Lady Augusta Longbottom, the regent of House of Longbottom," Neville said, introducing Augusta to them. "And grandmother, this is Mr. Harshvarden, who is a healer and asked me to secure an audience with you." Harsh took Augusta's right hand and pretended to key her knuckles. "Lady Longbottom, I am honored to have met you at last. Your family and its history are a source of intrigue for people, and the admiration that people have for your house is unparalleled. I believe Heir Longbottom has already acquainted you with the purpose for which I seek an audience with you. While I can't issue any guarantees yet, I am very hopeful that with Mother Magic's blessings, I can cure Lord and Lady Longbottom." In the last few days, Harry had learnt that there were a few basic mannerisms that were to be observed between members of the pureblood families, and followed suit. He took her right hand and pretended to key her knuckles. "Lady Longbottom, it's an honor to meet you." After he was done, she said, "Mr. Potter, our families have been in a long-standing alliance with each other for ages. James was as dear to me as my own son, Frank. They were the best of friends at Hogwarts, and he was not one to stand on formalities around me. You are like Neville to him, and I am not about to have James's son follow these formalities with me. And you can call me Gran like Neville." These words struck a chord within Harry, for he felt a feeling of warmth engulf him. She turned towards Harsh and started in a soft voice, "Firstly, please call me Augusta. I would be honest with you, Mr. Harsh. In all these years since my children became residents of this ward, a lot of healers have seen them and prescribed a lot of treatment for them. I have tried everything, and honestly, I have given up. I love them, but I don't want to nurture a false hope. I decided to meet you only because you did a favor for Neville, but since meeting you, a sliver of hope has arisen in my heart. Even if your treatment can't render them fully functional, but they are able to understand things around them, House of Longbottom will owe a debt of gratitude to you. Over the years, I have been pained that Frank can't see his son grow up and Alice can't fuss over him as others' mothers do for their children. For myself, I have a lot of memories of them for the rest of my life, but Neville has barely known his parents. You know, I tried to provide for him and raise him as best I can, but somewhere I realize that I have failed in my duty. I kept looking for Frank's shadow in Neville without ever realizing that he is his own person. When I gave him Frank's wand, I thought it fitting, but it only resulted in embarrassment and ridicule for him at the hands of others. She broke down as she reached the end of her sentence, and Neville hugged his Gran, consoling her. Gran, you have not failed. I am proud that I was raised by you, and you have taught me everything that I need to know to make my mark upon this world. Lady Longbottom, I am not doing any favor to anyone. House Longbottom has done so much good for society that it will be a shame to not do everything in my power to help you. Besides, I owe a very old debt to your house which I can never settle. If I do this, maybe I would be able to repay a part of it, Harsh replied, his eyes staring far off in the distance. All right, I will let you have a look at their condition, Augusta said, wiping her eyes. In any case, Mr. Potter here deserves to meet his godmother even if she can't recognize him. In the ward for permanent spell damage, which was situated on the 4th floor, there were beds lined up along the walls and occupied by witches and wizards alike. The headboards contained photos, letters, etc., marking it as a personal space for that particular wizard or witch. Harry could not help but notice a person in one of the beds. The man had long blonde hair which used to be shiny and curled but hung dull and dirty now, his face sporting expressions of a baby. In spite of the changes, Harry recognized this man easily. This man had tried to remove his memory in his second year with Ron's broken wand, but the spell backfired and erased his memory instead. This was Gilderoy Lockhart, the biggest fraud that Harry had ever known. The man had stolen works of many witches and wizards, erased their memories of their deeds and published them as his own. Harry had honestly forgotten about him and never expected to see him again. Now that he saw the man lying disheveled in a bed, he felt a small wave of pity for the man, but next moment remembered what he was about to do and all feelings of pity vanished. Lockhart saw him looking at him and beamed. Hello. Have you come for my autograph? Harry looked at Neville and rolled his eyes. It appeared that some things did not change despite whatever happened. Before they could move on, Lockhart started throwing photos at him. Take all of them. Put them in envelopes and give them to your little friends. Leaving the photos on the floor, they walked to the other end of the ward. At the far end of the ward, a portion was curtained off, and in that portion were Frank and Alice. They looked pale and their eyes were glazed and vacant. Seeing Neville, Alice's eyes lit up for a moment, but it happened so fast that no one noticed it except for Harsh, who was observing them very closely. Frank reached forward and held Neville for a moment before letting go, making Neville morose. Harry could not even imagine the pain that Neville must have felt all his life. Not having parents was something he could relate with, but having parents who would never recognize you was incomprehensible for him. He was lost in his musings when he was startled by a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Alice looking at him closely before giving him a smile and turning away. The healer in charge of the hospital wing that day was Healer Lynn. She was an experienced healer, having been there for 20 years. She watched closely as Harsh observed Frank and Alice and then turned to her. Healer Lynn, I believe you have received a letter of reference for me from Madame Pomfrey, Harsh said. Yes, she wrote me to ask me to let you diagnose them. Do you have any questions? Is any treatment being given to them? Harsh asked. No. When it is decided that a patient has no chance of being cured, they are sent to this ward and thereafter, no treatment is administered to them. Lord and Lady Longbottom are not being given any treatment at this time. The last treatment which was given to them on the suggestion of an American doctor was about 3 years ago, but it was futile. I would like to perform some diagnostic spells on them, he said. I assure you that they will be fine. As she nodded, he took out his wand and started chanting and casting some spells at Frank and Alice. The chant went for some time before the results became apparent. An ethereal glow was surrounding them and little droplets of sweat could be seen on their foreheads. In fact, once or twice they even looked at him with a look of recognition in their eyes. Harry saw it but later dismissed it as a trick of the light because he could see no trace of those looks a moment later. The healer picked her jaw up from the floor. How do you know this? I mean, I have read about this phenomenon in some really old healer books, but I have never seen anyone doing it. These spells are very complicated and it will require time for me to be able to explain them to you, Harsh said. If you so desire, I will meet you later and explain everything about it, but right now, I am more interested in discussing the results with you. Yes, I would like to discuss the results with you, she said, snapping to attention. The good news is that they can be fully cured of this condition which has kept them in this ward. Their bodies, however, would take time to become as good as they were, and it will take a long time before they can be fully functional. However, for this cure, I require a ritual chamber which can be fortified with runes so that it would be able to withstand the backlash that would be generated when they become conscious. Their magical cores are oversaturated since they haven't been using magic since the attack on them. When they become conscious, the magical shockwave generated will be powerful enough to blow this building apart if it is not immediately contained. Even after that, we will need access to a ley line so that the magical shockwave can be absorbed in the ground. I need to prepare the room by engraving my own runes in the room so that it would remain standing despite what may happen, he said, and I will need your assistance in the process since when they come out of their unconsciousness, they would be weak, disoriented for a while, and of course, they would need proper medical care to make their body as fit as it was before they were attacked. They will need to be cared for 24 hours round the clock. The healer, who was excited a minute earlier, immediately deflated hearing of his requirements. We do not have any room like that. In fact, I think what you are describing is necessarily a ritual and we do not have any ritual rooms here. I can of course provide for a medi-witch who would take care of them, restoring them to full health once they are conscious, and I would like to offer my assistance in the healing. Pardon my interruption, but I could not help myself, said Augusta Longbottom, who had heard every word that passed between them. I think you need a ritual room where you can perform this ritual which would help to cure my children. In the hereditary seat of House Longbottom, which is built on 2 ley lines, there is a room which has been fortified for dueling and training, and it can withstand any amount of magical backlash. You can engrave your runes on the walls there, and after your treatment, I can keep them there and treat them. Thank you for your offer, Healer Lin, but I will hire a house elf to look after them and administer them the treatment as per your schedule. You are of course welcome to come to check on their progress regularly. That will be fine with me, Lady Longbottom, Harsh said, and then turned to Healer Lin. You will ensure that they are unconscious and ready for transport by noon tomorrow. You are welcome to come, for I will also need some assistance from you. And you are not to speak about it to anyone. Harry and Neville just looked on while everything transpired. After they were done and leaving, Alice handed a Drubel's gum wrapper to Neville, who slid it into his pocket, and a chocolate frog card to Harry featuring Albus Dumbledore, making him remember the first card he ever saw was of Dumbledore. When it was time to leave, Harsh turned to Augusta. Lady Longbottom, as you may know, the war is approaching. To stand against him and his army, we need an army of our own. Due to some workings of fate, Harry Potter has to face him at the end and defeat him. Harry will need people who can stand with him. I know of the Potter-Longbottom alliance, and I hope to renew the old alliance, and for that purpose I ask you to allow Neville to visit Bones Manor with me. It is time to shake the rust off the wheel before it can be jostled to move again. I understand what you are trying to say and I agree with your proposition, Augusta said. Neville can go with you, but please bring him back before sunset. I will be there at the gates of Green Hues as the sun goes over the horizon, he said, and they started to leave. Mr. Potter, she called Harry, I am sorry that I couldn't give you more time today, and I really wanted to talk more with you. Charles and Doria were very dear friends of mine, and I can tell you a lot of stories about them. You are invited to come to Green Hues anytime that you wish, and I would really like it if you can visit tomorrow with him. Harry nodded to her, then he and others made their way out of the ward. After leaving the hospital, the 3 of them were again shadowed by the 2 escorts who escorted them to the deserted alley, where Harsh took hold of their hands and vanished silently. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.